Part 12 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12. There happened to be circumstances which rendered the bragging of our writers over the victory somewhat plausible. Thus they could say with an appearance of truth that the enemy had 63 guns to our 54, and outnumbered us. In reality, as well as can be ascertained from the conflicting evidence, he was inferior in number, but a few men, more or less, mattered nothing. Both sides had men enough to work the guns and handle the ships, especially as the fight was in smooth water, and largely at long range. The important fact was that though we had 9 guns less, yet at a broadside they threw half as much metal again as those of our antagonist. With such odds in our favor, it would have been a disgrace to have been beaten. The water was too smooth for our 2 brigs to show at their best, but this very smoothness rendered our gunboats more formidable than any of the British vessels, and the British testimony is unanimous that it was to them the defeat was primarily due. The American fleet came into action in worse form than the hostile squadron, the ships straggling badly, either owing to Perry having formed his line badly, or else to his having failed to train the subordinate commanders how to keep their places. The Niagara was not fought well at first, Captain Elliott keeping her at a distance that prevented her from doing any damage to the vessels opposed, which were battered to pieces by the gunboats without the chance of replying. It certainly seems as if the small vessels at the rear of the line should have been closer up, and in a position to render more effectual assistance. The attack was made in too loose order, and whether it was the fault of Perry or of his subordinates, it fails to reflect credit on the Americans. Cooper, as usual, praises all concerned, but in this instance not with very good judgment. He says the line of battle was highly judicious, but this may be doubted. The weather was peculiarly suited for the gunboats with their long heavy guns, and yet the line of battle was so arranged as to keep them in the rear, and let the brunt of the assault fall on the Lawrence, with her short carronades. Cooper again praises Perry for steering for the head of the enemy's line, but he could hardly have done anything else. In this battle the firing seems to have been equally skillful on both sides, the Detroit's long guns being peculiarly well served, but the British captains manoeuvred better than their foes at first, and supported one another better, so that the disparity in damage done on each side was not equal to the disparity in force. The chief merit of the American commander and his followers was indomitable courage and determination not to be beaten. This is no slight merit, but it may well be doubted if it would have ensured victory had Barclay's force been as strong as Perry's. Perry made a headlong attack. His superior force, whether through his fault or his misfortune, can hardly be said, being brought into action in such a manner that the head of the line was crushed by the inferior force opposed. Being literally hammered out of his own ship, Perry brought up its powerful twin sister, and the already shattered hostile squadron was crushed by sheer weight. The manoeuvres which marked the close of the battle, and which ensured the capture of all the opposing ships, were unquestionably very fine. The British ships were fought as resolutely as their antagonists, not being surrendered till they were crippled and helpless, and almost all the officers and a large proportion of the men placed hors de combat. Captain Barclay handled his ships like a first-rate seaman. It was impossible to arrange them so as to be superior to his antagonist, for the latter's force was of such a nature that in smooth water his gunboats gave him a great advantage, while in any sea his 2 brigs were more than a match for the whole British squadron. In short, our victory was due to our heavy metal. As regards the honor of the affair, in spite of the amount of boasting it has given rise to, I should say it was a battle to be looked upon as in an equally high degree creditable to both sides. Indeed, if it were not for the fact that the victory was so complete, it might be said that the length of the contest and the trifling disparity in loss reflected rather the most credit on the British. Captain Perry showed indomitable pluck and readiness to adapt himself to circumstances, but his claim to fame rests much less on his actual victory than on the way in which he prepared the fleet that was to win it. Here his energy and activity deserve all praise, not only for his success in collecting sailors and vessels, and in building the 2 brigs, but above all for the manner in which he succeeded in getting them on the lake. On that occasion he certainly out-generaled Barclay. Indeed, the latter committed an error that the skill and address he subsequently showed could not retrieve. But it will always be a source of surprise that the American public should have so glorified Perry's victory over an inferior force, and have paid comparatively little attention to Macdonough's victory, which really was won against decided odds in ships, men, and metal. There are always men who consider it unpatriotic to tell the truth, if the truth is not very flattering. But aside from the morality of the case, we never can learn how to produce a certain effect unless we know rightly what the causes were that produced a similar effect in times past. Lake Erie teaches us the advantage of having the odds on our side. Lake Champlain, that even if they are not, the skill can still counteract them. It is amusing to read some of the pamphlets written in reply to Cooper's account of this battle, the writers apparently regarding him as a kind of traitor for hinting that the victory was not Nelsonic, unsurpassed, etc. The arguments are stereotyped. Perry had 9 fewer guns and also fewer men than the foe. This last point is the only one respecting which there is any doubt. Taking sick and well together, the Americans unquestionably had the greatest number in crew, but a quarter of them were sick. Even deducting these, they were still in all probability more numerous than their foes. But it is really not a point of much consequence, as both sides had enough, as stated, to serve the guns and handle the ships. In sea fights, after there are enough hands for those purposes, additional ones are not of so much advantage. I have in all my accounts summed up as accurately as possible the contending forces, because it is so customary with British writers to follow James's minute and inaccurate statements, that I thought it best to give everything exactly. But it was really scarcely necessary, and indeed it is impossible to compare forces numerically. Aside from a few exceptional cases, the number of men after a certain point was reached made little difference. For example, the Java would fight just as effectively with 377 men, the number James gives her, as with 426, the number I think she really had. Again, my figures made the Wasp slightly superior in force to the Frolic, as she had 25 men the most. But in reality, as the battle was fought under very short sail, and decided purely by gunnery, the difference in number of crew was not of the least consequence. The Hornet had 9 men more than the Penguin, and it would be absurd to say that this gave her much advantage. In both the latter cases the forces were practically equal, although numerically expressed the odds were in favor of the Americans. The exact reverse is the case in the last action of the Constitution. Here the Levant and Cyane had all the men they required, and threw a heavier broadside than their foe. Expressed in numbers, the odds against them were not great, but numbers could not express the fact that carronades were opposed to long guns, and 2 small ships to 1 big one. Again, though in the action on Lake Champlain numbers do show a slight advantage, both in weight of metal and number of men on the British side, they do not make the advantage as great as it really was, for they do not show that the British possessed a frigate with a main deck battery of 24-pounders, which was equal to the 2 chief vessels of the Americans, exactly as the Constitution was superior to the Cyane and Levant. Footnote: It must always be remembered that these rules cut both ways. British writers are very eloquent about the disadvantage in which carronades placed the Cyane and Levant, but do not hint that the Essex suffered from a precisely similar cause, in addition to her other misfortunes. Either they should give the Constitution more credit, or the Phoebe less. So the Confiance, throwing 480 pounds of metal at a broadside, was really equal to both the Eagle and Saratoga, who jointly threw 678. From her long guns she threw 384 pounds, from her carronades 96. Their long guns threw 168, their carronades 510. Now the 32-pound carronade mounted on the spar deck of a 38-gun frigate was certainly much less formidable than the long 18 on the main deck. Indeed, it probably ranked more nearly with a long 12 in the ordinary chances of war, and it must be remembered that Downey was the attacking party and chose his own position so far as Macdonough's excellent arrangements would let him. So that in comparing the forces, the carronades should not be reckoned for more than half the value of the long guns, and we get as a mere approximation 384 plus 48 equals 432, against 168 plus 255 equals 423. At any rate, British writers, as well as Americans, should remember that if the Constitution was greatly superior to her 2 foes, then the Confiance was certainly equal to the Eagle and Saratoga, and vice versa. End of footnote. And on the same principles I think that every fair-minded man must admit the great superiority of Perry's fleet over Barclay's, though the advantage was greater in carronades than in long guns. But to admit this by no means precludes us from taking credit for the victory. Almost all the victories gained by the English over the Dutch in the 17th century were due purely to great superiority in force. The cases have a curious analogy to this Lake battle. Perry won with 54 guns against Barclay's 63, but the odds were largely in his favor. Blake won a doubtful victory on the 18th of February, 1653, with 80 ships against Tromp's 70, but the English vessels were twice the size of the Dutch, and in number of men and weight of metal greatly their superior. The English were excellent fighters, but no better than the Dutch, and none of their admirals of that period deserve to rank with De Ruyter. Again, the great victory of La Hogue was won over a very much smaller French fleet, after a day's hard fighting, which resulted in the capture of one vessel. This victory was most exultingly chronicled, yet it was precisely as if Perry had fought Barclay all day and only succeeded in capturing the Little Belt. Most of Lord Nelson's successes were certainly won against heavy odds by his great genius and the daring skill of the captains who served under him. But the Battle of the Baltic, as far as the fighting went, reflected as much honor on the defeated Danes as on the mighty sea chief who conquered them. Many a much vaunted victory, both on sea and land, has really reflected less credit on the victors than the Battle of Lake Erie did on the Americans. And it must always be remembered that a victory, honorably won, if even over a weaker foe, does reflect credit on the nation by whom it is gained. It was creditable to us as a nation that our ships were better made and better armed than the British frigates, exactly as it was creditable to them that a few years before their vessels had stood in the same relation to the Dutch ships. [Footnote: After Lord Duncan's victory at Camperdown, James chronicled the fact that all the captured line of battleships were such poor craft as not to be of as much value as so many French frigates. This at least showed that the Dutch sailors must have done well to have made such a bloody and obstinate fight as they did with the materials they had. According to his own statements, the loss was about proportional to the forces in action. It was another parallel to Perry's victory. It was greatly to our credit that we had been enterprising enough to fit out such an effective little flotilla on Lake Erie, and for this Perry deserves the highest praise. [Footnote: Some of my countrymen will consider this but scant approbation, to which the answer must be that history is not a panegyric.] Before leaving the subject, it is worth while making a few observations on the men who composed the crews. James, who despised a Canadian as much as he hated an American, gives as one excuse for the defeat the fact that most of Barclay's crew were Canadians, whom he considers to be sorry substitutes. On each side the regular sailors from the seaboard were not numerous enough to permit the battle to be fought purely by them. Barclay took a number of soldiers of the regular army, and Perry a number of militia aboard. The former had a few Indian sharpshooters, the latter quite a number of negroes. A great many men in each fleet were lake sailors, frontiersmen, and these were the especial objects of James's contempt. But it may be doubted if they, thoroughly accustomed to lake navigation, used to contests with Indians and whites, naturally forced to be good sailors, and skillful in the use of rifle and cannon, were not, when trained by good men and on their own waters, the very best possible material. Certainly the Battle of Lake Erie, fought mainly by Canadians, was better contested than that of Lake Champlain, fought mainly by British. The difference between the American and British seamen on the Atlantic was small, but on the lakes what little there was disappeared. A New Englander and an Old Englander differed little enough, but they differed more than a frontiersman born north of the line did from one born south of it. These last two resembled one another more nearly than either did the parent. There had been no long-established naval school on the lakes, and the British sailors that came up there were the best of their kind, so the combatants were really so evenly matched in courage, skill, and all other fighting qualities, as to make it impossible to award the palm to either for these attributes. The dogged obstinacy of the fighting and skilful firing and manoeuvring, and the daring and coolness with which cutting-out expeditions were planned and executed, were as marked on one side as the other. The only un-English element in the contest was the presence among the Canadian English of some of the descendants of the Latin race from whom they had conquered the country. Otherwise the men were equally matched, but the Americans owed their success, for the balance of success was largely on their side, to the fact that their officers had been trained in the best and most practical, although the smallest, navy of the day. The British sailors on the lake were as good as our own, but no better. None of their commanders compare with Macdonough. Perry deserves all praise for the manner in which he got his fleet ready. His victory over Barclay was precisely similar to the quasi-victories of Blake over the Dutch, which have given that admiral such renown. Blake's success in attacking Spanish and Algerian forts is his true title to fame. In his engagements with the Dutch fleets, as well as in those of Monk after him, his claim to merit is no greater and no less than Perry's. Each made a headlong attack with furious, stubborn courage, and by dint of sheer weight crushed or disabled a greatly inferior foe. In the fight that took place on February 18th, 1653, de Ruyter's ship carried but 34 guns. [Footnote: La vie et l'action de Lieutenant Admiral Michel de Ruyter, Amsterdam, 1677, page 23. By the way, why is Tromp always called Van Tromp by English writers? It would be quite as correct for a Frenchman to speak of MacNelson.] And yet with it he captured the Prosperous of 54, which vessel was stronger than any in the Dutch fleet. The fact that Blake's battles were generally so indecisive must be ascribed to the fact that his opponents were, though inferior in force, superior in skill. No decisive defeat was inflicted on the Dutch until Tromp's death. Perry's operations were on a very small and Blake's on a very large scale, but whereas Perry left no antagonists to question his claim to victory, Blake's successes were sufficiently doubtful to admit of his antagonists in almost every instance claiming that they had won, or else that it was a draw. Of course it is absurd to put Perry and Blake on a par, for one worked with a fleet 40 times the strength of the other's flotilla. But the way in which the work was done was very similar, and it must always be remembered that when Perry fought this battle he was but 27 years old, and the commanders of his other vessels were younger still. Champlain. The commander on this lake at this time was Lieutenant Thomas Macdonough, who had superseded the former commander, Lieutenant Sidney Smith, whose name was a curious commentary on the close relationship of the two contesting peoples. The American naval force now consisted of 2 sloops, the Growler and Eagle, each mounting 11 guns, and 6 galleys mounting 1 gun each. Lieutenant Smith was sent down with his 2 sloops to harass the British gunboats, which were stationed round the head of Sorel River, the outlet to Lake Champlain. On June 3rd he chased 3 gunboats into the river, the wind being aft, up to within sight of the fort of Isle aux Noix. A strong British land force under Major General Taylor now came up both banks of the narrow stream and joined the 3 gunboats in attacking the sloops. The latter tried to beat up the stream, but the current was so strong and the wind so light that no headway could be made. The gunboats kept out of range of the sloops' guns, while keeping up a hot fire from their long 24s, to which no reply could be made. But the galling fire of the infantry, who lined the banks, was responded to by showers of grape. After 3 hours' conflict, at 12:30, a 24-pound shot from one of the galleys struck the Eagle under her starboard quarter and ripped out a whole plank under water. She sank at once, but it was in such shoal water that she did not settle entirely, and none of the men were drowned. Soon afterward the Growler had her forestay and main boom shot away, and becoming unmanageable ran ashore and was also captured. The Growler had 1 killed and 8 wounded, the Eagle 11 wounded. Their united crews, including 34 volunteers, amounted to 112 men. The British gunboats suffered no loss. Of the troops on shore, 3 were wounded, 1 dangerously, by grape. Footnote: Letter from Major General Taylor, British, to Major General Stone, June 3, 1813. Lossing says the loss of the British was probably at least 100. On what authority, if any, I do not know. End of footnote. Lieutenant Smith had certainly made a very plucky fight, but it was a great mistake to get cooped up in a narrow channel with wind and current dead against him. It was a very creditable success to the British, and showed the effectiveness of well-handled gunboats under certain circumstances. The possession of these 2 sloops gave the command of the lake to the British. Macdonough at once set about building others, but with all his energy the materials at hand were so deficient that he could not get them finished in time. On July 31st 1,000 British troops under Colonel J. Murray, convoyed by Captain Thomas Everard, with the sloops Chubb and Finch, late Growler and Eagle, and 3 gunboats, landed at Plattsburg and destroyed all the barracks and stores both there and at Saranac. For some reason Colonel Murray left so precipitately that he overlooked a picket of 20 of his men, who were captured. Then he made descents on 2 or 3 other places, and returned to the head of the lake by August 3rd. 3 days afterward, on August 6th, Macdonough completed his 3 sloops, the President, Montgomery, and Preble, of 7 guns each, and also 6 gunboats, which force enabled him to prevent any more plundering expeditions taking place that summer, and to convoy Hampton's troops when they made an abortive effort to penetrate into Canada by the Sorel River on September 21st. British loss on the lakes during 1813. A ship, 600 tons, 24 guns, burnt on the stocks. The Gloucester, 180 tons, 10 guns, taken at York. The Mary, 80 tons, 3 guns, was burnt. The Drummond, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. The Lady Gore, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. Schooner, 80 tons, 3 guns, captured. The Detroit, 490 tons, 19 guns, captured. The Queen Charlotte, 400 tons, 17 guns, captured. The Lady Prevost, 230 tons, 13 guns, captured. The Hunter, 180 tons, 10 guns, captured. Chippeway, 70 tons, 1 gun, captured. Little Belt, 90 tons, 3 guns, captured. Total of 12 vessels, 2,560 tons, and 109 guns. The American loss: the Growler, 112 tons, 11 guns, captured. The Eagle, 110 tons, 11 guns, captured. Total of 2 vessels, 222 tons, 22 guns. Footnote 1. Excluding the Growler and Julia, which were recaptured. Chapter 7, 1814. On the ocean. During this year the blockade of the American coast was kept up with ever increasing vigor. The British frigates hovered like hawks off every seaport that was known to harbor any fighting craft. They almost invariably went in couples to support one another and to lighten, as far as was possible, the severity of their work. On the northern coasts in particular, the intense cold of the furious winter gales rendered it no easy task to keep the assigned stations. The ropes were turned into stiff and brittle bars. The hulls were coated with ice, and many, both of men and officers, were frost-bitten and crippled. But no stress of weather could long keep the stubborn and hardy British from their posts. With ceaseless vigilance they traversed continually the allotted cruising grounds, capturing the privateers, harrying the coasters, and keeping the more powerful ships confined to port. No American frigate could proceed singly to sea without imminent risk of being crushed by the superior force of the numerous British squadrons. [Footnote: Captain Broke's letter of challenge to Captain Lawrence.] But the sloops of war, commanded by officers as skilful as they were daring, and manned by as hardy seamen as ever sailed salt water, could often slip out. Generally on some dark night, when a heavy gale was blowing, they would make the attempt under storm canvas, and with almost invariable success. The harder the weather, the better was their chance. Once clear of the coast, the greater danger ceased, though throughout the cruise the most untiring vigilance was needed. The new sloops that I have mentioned as being built proved themselves the best possible vessels for this kind of work. They were fast enough to escape from most cruisers of superior force, and were overmatches for any British flush-decked ship, that is, for anything below the rank of the frigate-built corvettes of the Cayenne class. The danger of recapture was too great to permit of prizes being sent in, so they were generally destroyed as soon as captured; and as the cruising grounds were chosen right in the track of commerce, the damage done and consternation caused were very great. Besides the numerous frigates cruising along the coast in couples or small squadrons, there were 2 or 3 places that were blockaded by a heavier force. One of these was New London, before which cruised a squadron under the direction of Sir Thomas Hardy, in the 74-gun ship Ramillies. Most of the other cruising squadrons off the coast contained razzees or two-deckers. The boats of the Hogue, 74, took part in the destruction of some coasters and fishing boats at Pettipauge in April, and those of the Superb, 74, shared in a smaller expedition against Wareham in June. [Footnote: James, vol. 4, page 474.] The command on the coast of North America was now given to Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane. The main British force continued to lie in the Chesapeake, where about 50 sail were collected. During the first part of this year these were under the command of Sir Robert Barry, but in May he was relieved by Rear Admiral Cockburn. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 437.] The President-44, Commodore Rodgers, at the beginning of 1814, was still out, cruising among the Barbadoes and West Indies, only making a few prizes of not much value. She then turned toward the American coast, striking soundings near St. Augustine, and thence proceeding north along the coast to Sandy Hook, which was reached on February 18th. The Light was passed in the night, and shortly afterward several sail were made out, when the President was at once cleared for action. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Rodgers, February 20th, 1814.] One of these strange sail was the Loire, 38, British, Captain Thomas Brown, which ran down to close the President, unaware of her force, but on discovering her to be a 44, hauled to the wind and made off. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 412.] The President did not pursue, another frigate and a gun brig being in sight. [Footnote: Naval Monument, page 235.] This rencontre gave rise to nonsensical boastings on both sides. One American writer calls the Loire the Plantagenet 74. James, on the other hand, states that the President was afraid to engage the 38-gun frigate, and that the only reason the latter declined the combat was because she was short of men. The best answer to this is a quotation from his own work, volume 6, page 402, that the Admiralty had issued an order that no 18-pounder frigate was voluntarily to engage one of the 24-pounder frigates of America. Coupling this order with the results of the combats that had already taken place between frigates of these classes, it can always be safely set down as sheer bravado when any talk is made of an American 44 refusing to give battle to a British 38, and it is even more absurd to say that a British line of battle ship would hesitate for a minute about engaging any frigate. On January 1st the Constitution, which had been lying in Boston harbor undergoing complete repairs, put out to sea under the command of Captain Charles Stewart. The British 38-gun frigate Nymph had been lying before the port, but she disappeared long before the Constitution was in condition, in obedience to the order already mentioned. Captain Stewart ran down toward the Barbadoes, and on the 14th of February captured and destroyed the British 14-gun schooner Pictou, with a crew of 75 men. After making a few other prizes, and reaching the coast of Guiana, she turned homeward, and on the 23rd of the same month fell in at the entrance to the Mona Passage with the British 36-gun frigate Piquet, late French Pallas, Captain Maitland. The Constitution at once made sail for the Piquet, steering free. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Stewart, April 8, 1814.] The latter at first hauled to the wind and waited for her antagonist, but when the latter was still 3 miles distant, she made out her force and immediately made all sail to escape. The Constitution, however, gained steadily till 8 p.m., when the night and thick squally weather caused her to lose sight of the chase. Captain Maitland had on board the prohibitory order issued by the Admiralty. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 477.] and acted correctly. His ship was altogether too light for his antagonist. James, however, is not satisfied with this, and wishes to prove that both ships were desirous of avoiding the combat. He says that Captain Stewart came near enough to count 13 ports and a bridle on the Piquet's main deck, and saw at once that she was of a class inferior to the Guerrière or Java, but thought the Piquet's 18s were 24s, and therefore did not make an effort to bring her to action. He portrays very picturesquely the grief of the Piquet's crew when they find they are not going to engage, how they come aft and request to be taken into action, how Captain Maitland reads them his instructions, but fails to persuade them that there had been any necessity of issuing them, and finally how the sailors, overcome by woe and indignation, refused to take their supper-time grog, which was certainly remarkable. As the Constitution had twice captured British frigates with impunity, according to James himself, is it likely that she would now shrink from an encounter with a ship which she saw at once was of an inferior class to those already conquered? Even such abject cowards as James's Americans would not be guilty of so stupid an action. Of course neither Captain Stewart nor anyone else supposed for an instant that a 36-gun frigate was armed with 24-pounders. It is worth while mentioning, as an instance of how utterly untrustworthy James is in dealing with American affairs, that he says, page 476, the Constitution was now what the Americans would call a bad crew, whereas in her previous battles all her men had been picked. Curiously enough, this is the exact reverse of the truth. In no case was an American ship manned with a picked crew, but the nearest approach to such was the crew the Constitution carried in this and the next cruise, when she probably possessed as fine a crew as ever manned a frigate. They were principally New England men, and it has been said of them that they were almost qualified to fight the ship without her officers. [Footnote: Cooper, vol. 2, page 463.] The statement that such men, commanded by one of the bravest and most skilful captains of our navy, would shrink from attacking a greatly inferior foe, is hardly worth while denying; and fortunately such denial is needless, Captain Stewart's account being fully corroborated in the Memoir of Admiral Durham, written by his nephew Captain Murray, London, 1846. The Constitution arrived off the port of Marblehead on April 3rd, and at 7 a.m. fell in with the two British 38-gun frigates Junon, Captain Upton, and Tenedos, Captain Parker. The American frigate was standing to the westward, with the wind about north by west, and bore for the two British frigates about northwest by west. The Junon and Tenedos quickly hauled up in chase, and the Constitution crowded sail in the direction of Marblehead. At 9:30, finding the Tenedos rather gaining upon her, the Constitution started her water, and threw overboard a quantity of provisions and other articles. At 11:30 she hoisted her colors, and the two British frigates, who were now dropping slowly in the chase, did the same. At 1:30 P.M. the Constitution anchored in the harbor of Marblehead. Captain Parker was anxious to follow her into the port, which had no defenses, but the Tenedos was recalled by a signal from the Junon. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 479.] Shortly afterward the Constitution again put out, and reached Boston unmolested. On January 29, 1814, the small U.S. coasting schooner Alligator, of 4 guns and 40 men, Sailing Master R. Bassett, was lying at anchor in the mouth of Stone River, South Carolina, when a frigate and a brig were perceived close inshore near the breakers. Judging from their motions that they would attempt to cut him out when it was dark, Mr. Bassett made his preparations accordingly. [Footnote: Letter of Sailing Master Bassett, January 31st, 1814.] At 7:30, 6 boats were observed approaching cautiously under cover of the marsh, with muffled oars. On being hailed, they cheered, and opened with boat carronades and musketry, coming on at full speed, whereupon the Alligator cut her cable and made sail, the wind being light from the southwest, while the crew opened such a heavy fire on the assailants, who were not then 30 yards off, that they stopped the advance and fell astern. At this moment the Alligator grounded, but the enemy had suffered so severely that they made no attempt to renew the attack, rowing off downstream. On board the Alligator 2 men were killed and 2 wounded, including the pilot, who was struck down by a grape shot while standing at the helm, and her sails and rigging were much cut. The extent of the enemy's loss was never known. Next day one of his cutters was picked up at North Edisto, much injured, and containing the bodies of an officer and a seaman. [Footnote: Letter from Commander J. H. Dent, February 21st, 1814.] For his skill and gallantry Mr. Bassett was promoted to a lieutenancy, and for a time his exploit put a complete stop to the cutting out expeditions along that part of the coast. The Alligator herself sank in a squall on July 1st, but was afterward raised and refitted. It is much to be regretted that it is almost impossible to get at the British account of any of these expeditions which ended successfully for the Americans. All such cases are generally ignored by the British historians, so that I am obliged to rely solely upon the accounts of the victors, who, with the best intentions in the world, could hardly be perfectly accurate. At the close of 1813 Captain Porter was still cruising in the Pacific. Early in January the Essex, now with 255 men aboard, made the South American coast, and on the 12th of that month anchored in the harbor of Valparaiso. She had in company a prize rechristened the Essex Junior, with a crew of 60 men and 20 guns, 10 long sixes and 10 18-pound carronades. Of course she could not be used in combat with regular cruisers. On February 8th the British frigate Phoebe, 36, Captain James Hilliar, accompanied by the Cherub, 18, Captain Thomas Tudor Tucker, the former carrying 300 and the latter 140 men. [Footnote: They afterward took on board enough men from British merchant vessels to raise their complements respectively to 320 and 180, made their appearance and apparently proposed to take the Essex by a coup de main. They hauled into the harbor on a wind, the Cherub falling to leeward, while the Phoebe made the port quarter of the Essex, and then, putting her helm down, luffed up on her starboard bow, but 10 or 15 feet distant. Porter's crew were all at quarters, the powder boys with slow matches ready to discharge the guns, the boarders standing by, cutlass in hand, to board in the smoke. Everything was cleared for action on both frigates. Captain Hillyar now probably saw that there was no chance of carrying the Essex by surprise, and, standing on the aftergun, he inquired after Captain Porter's health. The latter returned the inquiry, but warned Hillyar not to fall foul. The British captain then braced back his yards, remarking that if he did fall aboard it would be purely accidental. "Well," said Porter, "you have no business where you are. If you touch a rope yarn of this ship I shall board you instantly." Life of Farragut, page 33. The Phoebe, in her then position, was completely at the mercy of the American ships, and Hillyar, greatly agitated, assured Porter that he meant nothing hostile, and the Phoebe backed down, her yards passing over those of the Essex without touching a rope, and anchored half a mile astern. Shortly afterward the two captains met on shore, when Hillyar thanked Porter for his behavior, and, on his inquiry, assured him that after thus owing his safety to the latter's forbearance, Porter need be under no apprehension as to his breaking the neutrality. The British ships now began a blockade of the port. On February 27th, the Phoebe being hove to close off the port, and the Cherub a league to leeward, the former fired a weather gun, and Essex, interpreting this as a challenge, took the crew of the Essex Junior aboard and went out to attack the British frigate, but the latter did not await the combat. She bore up, set her studding sails, and ran down to the Cherub. The American officers were intensely irritated over this, and American writers have sneered much at a British 36 refusing combat with an American 32. But the armaments of the two frigates were so wholly dissimilar that it is hard to make comparisons. When the fight really took place, the Essex was so crippled and the water so smooth that the British ships fought at their own distance, and as they had long guns to oppose to Porter's carronades, this really made the Cherub more nearly suited to contend with the Essex than the latter was to fight the Phoebe. But when the Essex, in fairly heavy weather, with the crew of the Essex Junior aboard, was to windward, the circumstances were very different. She carried as many men and guns as the Phoebe, and in close combat or in a hand-to-hand struggle could probably have taken her. Still, Hillyar's conduct in avoiding Porter, except when the Cherub was in company, was certainly over-cautious, and very difficult to explain in a man of his tried courage. On March 27th, Porter decided to run out of the harbor on the first opportunity, so as to draw away his two antagonists in chase, and let the Essex Junior escape. This plan had to be tried sooner than was expected. The two vessels were always ready, the Essex only having her proper complement of 255 men aboard. On the next day, the 28th, it came on to blow from the south, when the Essex parted her port cable and dragged the starboard anchor to leeward, so she got under way and made sail. By several trials it had been found that she was faster than the Phoebe, and that the Cherub was very slow indeed, so Porter had little anxiety about his own ship, only fearing for his consort. The British vessels were close in with the weathermost point of the bay, but Porter thought he could weather them, and hauled up for that purpose. Just as he was rounding the outermost point, which, if accomplished, would have secured his safety, a heavy squall struck the Essex, and when she was nearly gunwale under, the main topmast went by the board. She now wore and stood in for the harbor, but the wind had shifted, and on account of her crippled condition she could not gain it, so she bore up and anchored in a small bay 3 miles from Valparaiso, and half a mile from a detached Chilean battery of 1 gun, the Essex being within pistol shot of the shore. [Footnote: Letter of Captain David Porter, July 3, 1814.] The Phoebe and Cherub now bore down upon her, covered with ensigns, Union Jacks, and motto flags, and it became evident that Hilliard did not intend to keep his word as soon as he saw that Porter was disabled. So the Essex prepared for action, though there could be no chance whatever of success. Her flags were flying from every mast, and everything was made ready as far as was possible. The attack was made before springs could be got on her cables. She was anchored so near the shore as to preclude the possibility of Captain Hilliard's passing ahead of her. [Footnote: Letter of Captain James Hilliard, March 30th, 1814.] So his 2 ships came cautiously down, the Cherub taking her position on the starboard bow of the Essex, and the Phoebe under the latter's stern. The attack began at 4 p.m. [Footnote: Meantime, Porter says 3:45, Hilliard a few minutes past 4. The former says the first attack lasted half an hour, the latter but 10 minutes. I accordingly make it 20.] Some of the bow guns of the American frigate bore upon the Cherub, and as soon as she found this out, the sloop ran down and stationed herself near the Phoebe. The latter had opened with her broadside of long 18s from a position in which not one of Porter's guns could reach her. 3 times springs were got on the cables of the Essex in order to bring her round till her broadside bore, but in each instant they were shot away as soon as they were hauled taut. 3 long 12s were going out of the stern ports, and with these an animated fire was kept up on the 2 British ships, the aim being especially to cripple their rigging. A good many of Porter's crew were killed during the first 5 minutes before he could bring any guns to bear, but afterward he did not suffer much, and at 4:20, after a quarter of an hour's fight between the 3 long 12s of the Essex and the whole 36 broadside guns of the Phoebe and Cherub, the latter were actually driven off. They wore and again began with their long guns, but these producing no visible effect, both of the British ships hauled out of the fight at 4:30. Having lost the use of mainsail, jib, and mainstay, appearances looked a little inauspicious, writes Captain Hilliard, but the damages were soon repaired, and his 2 ships stood back for the crippled foe. Both stationed themselves on her port quarter, the Phoebe at anchor with a spring firing her broadside, while the Cherub kept under way using her long bow chasers. Their fire was very destructive, for they were out of reach of the Essex's carronades, and not one of her long guns could be brought to bear on them. Porter now cut his cable at 5:20 and tried to close with his antagonists. After many ineffectual efforts sail was made. The flying jib halyards were the only serviceable ropes uncut. That sail was hoisted and the foretop sail and foresail let fall, though the want of sheets and tacks rendered them almost useless. Still the Essex drove down on her assailants, and for the first time got near enough to use her carronades. For a minute or two the firing was tremendous, but after the first broadside the Cherub hauled out of the fight in great haste, and during the remainder of the action confined herself to using her bow guns from a distance. Immediately afterward the Phoebe also edged off, and by her superiority of sailing, her foe being now almost helpless, was enabled to choose her own distance, and again opened from her long 18s, out of range of Porter's carronades. [Footnote: American writers often sneer at Hilyar for keeping away from the Essex and out of reach of her short guns, but his conduct was eminently proper in this respect. It was no part of his duty to fight the Essex at the distance which best suited her, but on the contrary at that which least suited her. He of course wished to win the victory with the least possible loss to himself, and acted accordingly. His conduct in the action itself could not be improved upon. End of footnote. The carnage on board the Essex had now made her decks look like shambles. One gun was manned 3 times, 15 men being slain at it. Its captain alone escaped without a wound. There were but 1 or 2 instances of flinching. The wounded, many of them, were killed by flying splinters, while under the hands of the doctors, cheered on their comrades, and themselves worked at the guns like fiends as long as they could stand. At one of the bow guns was stationed a young Scotchman named Bisley, who had one leg shot off close by the groin. Using his handkerchief as a tourniquet, he said, turning to his American shipmates, "I left my own country and adopted the United States to fight for her. I hope I have this day proved myself worthy of the country of my adoption. I am no longer of any use to you or to her, so good-bye." With these words he leaned on the sill of the port and threw himself overboard. [Footnote: This and most of the other anecdotes are taken from the invaluable Life of Farragut, page 37 to 46.] Among the very few men who flinched was one named William Roach. Porter sent one of his midshipmen to shoot him, but he was not to be found. He was discovered by a man named William Call, whose leg had been shot off and was hanging by the skin, and who dragged the shattered stump all round the bag house, pistol in hand, trying to get a shot at him. Lieutenant J.G. Cowell, with his leg shot off above the knee, and his life might have been saved had it been amputated at once, but the surgeons already had rows of wounded men waiting for them, and when it was proposed to him that he should be attended to out of order, he replied, "No, doctor, none of that. Fair play's a jewel. One man's life is as dear as another's. I would not cheat any poor man out of his turn." So he stayed at his post and died from loss of blood. Finding it hopeless to try to close, the Essex stood for the land, Porter intending to run her ashore and burn her. But when she had drifted close to the bluffs, the wind suddenly shifted, took her flat aback, and paid her head off shore, exposing her to a raking fire. At this moment Lieutenant Downes, commanding the Junior, pulled out in a boat, through all the fire to see if he could do anything. 3 of the men with him, including an old boatswain's mate named Kingsbury, had come out expressly to share the fate of their old ship, so they remained aboard, and in their places Lieutenant Downes took some of the wounded ashore, while the Cherub kept up a tremendous fire upon him. The shift of the wind gave Porter a faint hope of closing, and once more the riddled hulk of the little American frigate was headed for her foes, but Hilyar put his helm up to avoid close quarters. The battle was his already, and the cool old captain was too good an officer to leave anything to chance. Seeing he could not close, Porter had a hawser bent on the sheet anchor and let go. This brought the ship's head around, keeping her stationary, and from such of her guns as were not dismounted and had men enough to man them, a broadside was fired at the Phoebe. The wind now very light, and the Phoebe, whose main and mizzen masts and main yard were rather seriously wounded, and who had suffered a great loss of canvas and cordage aloft, besides receiving a number of shot between wind and water. Footnote: Captain Hilyar's letter. James says the Phoebe had 7 shot between wind and water, and 1 below the water line. Porter says she had 18 12-pound shot below the water line. The latter statement must have been an exaggeration, and James is probably farther wrong still. End of footnote. And was thus a good deal crippled, began to drift slowly to leeward. It was hoped that she would drift out of gunshot, but this last chance was lost by the parting of the hawser, which left the Essex at the mercy of the British vessels. Their fire was deliberate and destructive, and could only be occasionally replied to by a shot from one of the long 12s of the Essex. The ship caught fire, and the flames came bursting up the hatchway, and a quantity of powder exploded below. Many of the crew were knocked overboard by shot and drowned. Others leaped into the water, thinking the ship was about to blow up, and tried to swim to the land. Some succeeded. Among them was one man who had 16 or 18 pieces of iron in his leg, scales from the muzzle of his gun. The frigate had been shattered to pieces above the waterline, although from the smoothness of the sea she was not harmed enough below it to reduce her to a sinking condition. Footnote: an exactly analogous case to that of the British sloop Reindeer. End of footnote. The carpenter reported that he alone of his crew was fit for duty. The others were dead or disabled. Lieutenant Wilmer was knocked overboard by a splinter and drowned. His little negro boy, Ruff, came up on deck, and hearing of the disaster, deliberately leaped into the sea and shared his master's fate. Lieutenant Audenheimer was also knocked overboard, but afterward regained the ship. A shot glancing upward killed 4 of the men who were standing by a gun, striking the last one in the head and scattering his brains over his comrades. The only commissioned officer left on duty was Lieutenant Decatur McKnight. The sailing master, Barnwell, when terribly wounded, remained at his post till he fainted from loss of blood. Of the 255 men aboard the Essex when the battle began, 58 had been killed, 66 wounded, and 31 drowned, missing, while 24 had succeeded in reaching shore. But 76 men were left unwounded, and many of these had been bruised or otherwise injured. Porter himself was knocked down by the windage of a passing shot, while the young midshipman Farragut was on the ward-room ladder going below for gun primers. The captain of the gun directly opposite the hatchway was struck full in the face by an 18-pound shot, and tumbled back on him. They fell down the hatch together, Farragut being stunned for some minutes. Later, while standing by the man at the wheel, an old quartermaster named Francis Bland, a shot coming over the foreyard took off the quartermaster's right leg, carrying away at the same time one of Farragut's coat tails. The old fellow was helped below, but he died for lack of a tourniquet before he could be attended to. End of part 12. Part 13 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13. Nothing remained to be done, and at 6:20 the Essex surrendered and was taken possession of. The Phoebe had lost 4 men killed, including her first lieutenant, William Ingram, and 7 wounded. The Cherub, 1 killed and 3, including Captain Tucker, wounded. Total 5 killed and 10 wounded. Footnote: James says that most of the loss was occasioned by the first 3 broadsides of the Essex. This is not surprising, as in all she hardly fired half a dozen, and the last was discharged when half of the guns had been disabled, and there were scarcely men enough to man the remainder. Most of the time her resistance was limited to firing such of her 6 long guns as would bear. End of footnote. The difference in loss was natural, as owing to their having long guns and the choice of position, the British had been able to fire 10 shot to the Americans' 1. The conduct of the 2 English captains in attacking Porter as soon as he was disabled in neutral waters, while they had been very careful to abstain from breaking the neutrality while he was in good condition, does not look well. At the best it shows that Hilyar had only been withheld hitherto from the attack by timidity, and it looks all the worse when it is remembered that Hilyar owed his ship's previous escape entirely to Porter's forbearance on a former occasion when the British frigate was entirely at his mercy, and that the British captain had afterward expressly said that he would not break the neutrality. Still, the British in this war did not act very differently from the way we ourselves did on 1 or 2 occasions in the Civil War, witness the capture of the Florida, and after the battle was once begun, the sneers which most of our historians, as well as the participators in the fight, have showered upon the British captains for not foregoing the advantages which their entire masts and better artillery gave them by coming to close quarters, are decidedly foolish. Hilyar's conduct during the battle, as well as his treatment of the prisoners afterward, was perfect, and as a minor matter it may be mentioned that his official letter is singularly just and fair-minded. Says Lord Howard Douglas, footnote, Naval Gunnery, page 149. End of footnote. The action displayed all that can reflect honor on the science and admirable conduct of Captain Hilyar and his crew, which, without the assistance of the Cherub, would have ensured the same termination. Captain Porter's sneers at the respectful distance the Phoebe kept are in fact acknowledgments of the ability with which Captain Hilyar availed himself of the superiority of his arms. It was a brilliant affair. While endorsing this criticism, it may be worth while to compare it with some of the author's
comments upon the other actions, as that between Decatur and the Macedonian. To make the odds here as great against Garden as they were against Porter, it would be necessary to suppose that the Macedonian had lost her main topmast, had but 6 long 18s to oppose to her antagonist's 24s, and that the latter was assisted by the corvette Adams, so that, as a matter of fact, Porter fought at fully double or treble the disadvantage Garden did, and, instead of surrendering when he had lost a third of his crew, fought till 3/5 of his men were dead or wounded, and, moreover, inflicted greater loss and damage on his antagonists than Garden did. If then, as Lord Douglas says, the defence of the Macedonian brilliantly upheld the character of the British Navy for courage, how much more did that of the Essex show for the American Navy? And if Hillier's conduct was brilliant, that of Decatur was more so. This was an action in which it is difficult to tell exactly how to award praise. Captain Hillier deserves it for the coolness and skill with which he made his approaches and took his positions, so as to destroy his adversary with least loss to himself, and also for the precision of his fire. The Cherub's behavior was more remarkable for extreme caution than for anything else. As regards the mere fight, Porter certainly did everything a man could do to contend successfully with the overwhelming force opposed to him, and the few guns that were available were served with the utmost precision. As an exhibition of dogged courage it has never been surpassed since the time when the Dutch captain Claysoon, after fighting 2 long days, blew up his disabled ship, devoting himself and all his crew to death rather than surrender to the hereditary foes of his race, and was bitterly avenged afterward by the grim sea-beggars of Holland. The days when Drake singed the beard of the Catholic king, and the small English craft were the dread and scourge of the great floating castles of Spain. Any man reading Farragut's account is forcibly reminded of some of the deeds of daring do in that, the heroic age of the Teutonic navies. Captain Hillier, in his letter, says the defence of the Essex, taking into consideration our superiority of force, and the very discouraging circumstances of her having lost her main top-mast, and being twice on fire, did honor to her brave defenders, and most fully evinced the courage of Captain Porter and those under his command. Her colors were not struck until the loss in killed and wounded was so awfully great, and her shattered condition so seriously bad as to render all further resistance unavailing. Footnote: James, page 419, says, "The Essex, as far as is borne out by proof, the only safe way where an American is concerned, had 24 killed and 45 wounded, but Captain Porter, thinking by exaggeration his loss to prop up his fame, talks of 56 killed and mortally wounded, 39 severely, 27 slightly, etc., etc. This would be no more worthy of notice than any other of his falsifications, were it not followed by various British writers. Hillier states that he has 161 prisoners, has found 23 dead, that 3 wounded were taken off, between 20 and 30 reached the shore, and that the remainder were either killed or wounded. It is by wilfully preserving the silence about this last sentence that James makes out his case. It will be observed that Hillier enumerates 161 plus 23 plus 3 plus 25, say, or 212, and says the remainder were either killed or wounded, Porter having 255 men at first, This remainder was 43. Hilyar stating that of his 161 prisoners 42 were wounded. His account thus gives the Americans 111 killed and wounded. James's silence about Hilyar's last sentence enables him to make the loss but 69, and his willful omission is quite on a par with the other meannesses and falsehoods which utterly destroy the reliability of his work. By Hilyar's own letter it is thus seen that Porter's loss in killed and wounded was certainly 111, perhaps 116. Or if Porter had, as James says, 265 men, 126. There still remain some discrepancies between the official accounts, which can be compared in tabular form. Hilyar: prisoners unwounded 119, prisoners wounded 42, taken away wounded 3, those who reached shore 25, remainder killed or wounded 43, killed 23, for a total of 255. Porter: 75 prisoners unwounded, 27 prisoners slightly wounded, 39 prisoners severely wounded, 58 killed, 31 missing, 25 reached shore, total 255. The explanation probably is that Hilyar's 42 wounded do not include Porter's 27 slightly wounded, and that his 161 prisoners include Porter's 25 who reached shore, and his 25 who reached shore comes under Porter's 31 missing. This would make the accounts nearly tally. At any rate, in Porter's book are to be found the names of all his killed, wounded, and missing, and their relatives received pensions from the American government, which, if the returns were false, would certainly have been a most elaborate piece of deception. It is far more likely that Hilyar was mistaken, or he may have counted in the Essex Junior's crew, which would entirely account for the discrepancies. In any event, it must be remembered that he makes the American killed and wounded 111, Porter 124, and not 69, as James says. The latter's statement is wilfully false, as he had seen Hilyar's letter. End of footnote. He also bears very candid testimony to the defense of the Essex, having been effective enough to at one time render the result doubtful, saying, "Our first attack produced no visible effect, our second was not more successful, and having lost the use of our mainsail, jib, and mainstay, appearances looked a little inauspicious." Throughout the war no ship was so desperately defended as the Essex, taking into account the frightful odds against which she fought, which always enhances the merit of a defense. The Lawrence, which suffered even more, was backed by a fleet. The Frolic was overcome by an equal foe, and the Reindeer fought at far less of a disadvantage, and suffered less. None of the frigates, British or American, were defended with anything like the resolution she displayed. But it is perhaps permissible to inquire whether Porter's course, after the accident to his topmast occurred, was altogether the best that could have been taken. On such a question no opinion could have been better than Farragut's, although, of course, his judgment was ex post facto, as he was very young at the time of the fight. In the first place, I consider our original and greatest error was in attempting to regain the anchorage. Being greatly superior in sailing powers, we should have borne up and run before the wind. If we had come in contact with the Phoebe, we should have carried her by boarding. If she avoided us, as she might have done by her greater ability to maneuver, then we should have taken her fire and passed on, leaving both vessels behind until we had replaced our topmast, by which time they would have been separated, as unless they did so it would have been no chase, the Cherub being a dull sailor. Secondly, when it was apparent to everybody that we had no chance of success under the circumstances, the ship should have been run ashore, throwing her broadside to the beach to prevent raking, and fought as long as was consistent with humanity, and then set on fire. But having determined upon anchoring, we should have bent a spring on to the ring of the anchor instead of to the cable, where it was exposed, and could be shut away as fast as put on. But it must be remembered that when Porter decided to anchor near shore, in neutral water, he could not anticipate Hilyar's deliberate and treacherous breach of faith. I do not allude to the mere disregard of neutrality. Whatever international moralists may say, such disregard is a mere question of expediency. If the benefits to be gained by attacking a hostile ship in neutral waters are such as to counterbalance the risk of incurring the enmity of the neutral power, why then the attack ought to be made. Had Hilyar, when he first made his appearance off Valparaiso, sailed in with his 2 ships, the men at quarters and guns out, and at once attacked Porter, considering the destruction of the Essex as outweighing the insult to Chile, why, his behavior would have been perfectly justifiable. In fact, this is unquestionably what he intended to do. But he suddenly found himself in such a position that in the event of hostilities his ship would be the captured one, and he owed his escape purely to Porter's over-forbearance, under great provocation. Then he gave his word to Porter that he would not infringe on the neutrality, and he never dared to break it until he saw Porter was disabled and almost helpless. This may seem strong language to use about a British officer, but it is justly strong. Exactly as any outsider must consider Warrington's attack on the British brig Nautilus in 1815 as a piece of needless cruelty, so any outsider must consider Hilyar as having most treacherously broken faith with Porter. After the fight, Hilyar behaved most kindly and courteously to the prisoners, and, as already said, he fought his ship most ably, for it would have been quixotic to a degree to forego his advantages. But previous to the battle his conduct had been over-cautious. It was to be expected that the Essex would make her escape as soon as practicable, and so he should have used every effort to bring her to action. Instead of this, he always declined the fight when alone, and he owed his ultimate success to the fact that the Essex, instead of escaping, as she could several times have done, stayed hoping to bring the Phoebe to action single-handed. It must be remembered that the Essex was almost as weak compared to the Phoebe as the Cherub was compared to the Essex. The latter was just about midway between the British ships, as may be seen by the following comparison. In the action the Essex fought all 6 of her long 12s, and the Cherub both her long 9s, instead of the corresponding broadside carronades which the ships regularly used. This gives the Essex a better armament than she would have had fighting her guns as they were regularly used. But it can be seen how great the inequality still was. It must also be kept in mind that while the battles between the American 44s and British 38s, the short-weight 24-pounders of the former, had in reality no greater range or accuracy than the full-weight 18s of their opponents. In this case the Phoebe's full weight 18s had the much greater range and accuracy than the short weight 12s of the Essex. Comparative force. The Phoebe, 320 men. Broadside guns, 13 long 18s with a weight of 234 pounds, 1 long 12 with a weight of 12 pounds, and 1 long 9 with a weight of 9 pounds, for a total long gun weight of 255 pounds. 7 short 32s for a total weight of 224 pounds, and 1 short 18, total weight 18 pounds, for a total short gun weight of 242 pounds. The totals were 23 guns and 497 pounds. The Cherub had 180 men. Broadside guns, 2 long 9s for a total of 18 pounds, and a total of 18 pounds of long gun weight. 2 short 18s for a total of 36 pounds, 9 short 32s for a total of 288 pounds, and a total short gun weight of 324 pounds. Total of 13 guns and 342 pounds. The total British force, 500 men, 36 guns, 839 pounds of metal, 273 long and 566 short. The Essex had 255 men, 6 long 12s, for a total of 66 pounds of long gun weight, and 17 short 32s for a total of 504 pounds of short gun weight, taking 7% off for short weight. And the totals for the Essex, 255 men, 23 guns, and 570 pounds of metal. All accounts agree as to the armament of the Essex. I have taken that of the Phoebe and Cherub from James, but Captain Porter's official letter and all the other American accounts make the Phoebe's broadside 15 long 18s and 8 short 32s, and give the Cherub in all 18 short 32s, 8 short 24s, and 2 long 9s. This would make their broadside 904 pounds, 288 long, 616 short. I would have no doubt that the American accounts were right if the question rested solely on James's veracity, but he probably took his figures from official sources. At any rate, remembering the difference between long guns and carronades, it appears that the Essex was really nearly intermediate in force between the Phoebe and the Cherub. The battle being fought, with a very trifling exception, at long range, it was in reality conflict between a crippled ship throwing a broadside of 66 pounds of metal, and 2 ships throwing 273 pounds, who, by their ability to maneuver, could choose positions where they could act with full effect, while their antagonist could not return a shot. Contemporary history does not afford a single instance of so determined a defense against such frightful odds.
The official letters of Captains Hillyer and Porter agree substantially in all respects.
The details of the fight, as seen in the Essex, are found in the Life of Farragut. But although the British captain does full justice to his foe, British historians have universally tried to belittle Porter's conduct. It is much to be regretted that we have no British account worth paying attention to of the proceedings before the fight, when the Phoebe declined single combat with the Essex. James, of course, states that the Phoebe did not decline it, but he gives no authority, and his unsupported assertion would be valueless even if uncontradicted. His account of the action is grossly inaccurate, as he has inexcusably garbled Hillyer's report. One instance of this I have already mentioned, as regards Hillyer's account of Porter's loss. Again, Hilliard distinctly states that the Essex was twice on fire, yet James, page 418, utterly denies this, thereby impliedly accusing the British captain of falsehood. There is really no need of the corroboration of Porter's letter, but he has it most fully in the Life of Farragut, page 37. The men came rushing up from below, many with their clothes burning, which were torn from them as quickly as possible, and those for whom this could not be done were told to jump overboard and quench the flames. One man swam to shore with scarcely a square inch of his body which had not been burned, and although he was deranged for some days, he ultimately recovered and afterwards served with me in the West Indies. The third unfounded statement in James's account is that buckets of spirits were found in all parts of the main deck of the Essex, and that most of the prisoners were drunk. No authority is cited for this, and there is not a shadow of truth in it. He ends by stating that few even in his own country will venture to speak well of Captain David Porter. After these various paragraphs we are certainly justified in rejecting James's account in toto. An occasional mistake is perfectly excusable, and gross ignorance of a good many facts does not invalidate a man's testimony with regard to some others with which he is acquainted, but a wilful and systematic perversion of the truth in a number of cases throws a very strong doubt on a historian's remaining statements, unless they are supported by unquestionable authority. But if British historians have generally given Porter much less than his due by omitting all reference to the inferiority of his guns, his lost topmast, etc., it is no worse than Americans have done in similar cases. The latter, for example, will make great allowances in the case of the Essex for her having carronades only, but utterly fail to allude to the Cyane and Levant as having suffered under the same disadvantage. They should remember that the rules cut both ways. The Essex having suffered chiefly above the waterline, she was repaired sufficiently in Valparaiso to enable her to make the voyage to England, where she was added to the British Navy. The Essex Junior was disarmed, and the American prisoners embarked in her for New York on parole. But Lieutenant McKnight, Chaplain Adams, Midshipman Lyman, and 11 seamen were exchanged on the spot for some of the British prisoners on board the Essex Junior. McKnight and Lyman accompanied the Phoebe to Rio de Janeiro, where they embarked on a Swedish vessel, were taken out of her by the Wasp, Captain Blakely, and were lost with the rest of the crew of that vessel. The others reached New York in safety. Of the prizes made by the Essex, some were burnt or sunk by the Americans, and some retaken by the British, and so, after nearly 2 years' uninterrupted success, the career of the Essex terminated amid disasters of all kinds. But at least her officers and crew could reflect that they had afforded an example of courage in adversity that it would be difficult to match elsewhere. The first of the new heavy sloops of war that got to sea was the Frolic, Master Commandant Joseph Bainbridge, which put out early in February. Shortly afterwards she encountered a large Carthaginian privateer, which refused to surrender and was sunk by a broadside, nearly 100 of a crew being drowned. Before daylight, on the 20th of April, latitude 24 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 81 degrees 25 minutes west, she fell in with the British 36-gun frigate Orpheus, Captain Pigot, and the 12-gun schooner Shelburne, Lieutenant Hope, both to leeward. The schooner soon weathered the Frolic.
but of course was afraid to close,
and the American sloop continued beating to windward in the effort to escape for nearly 13 hours. The water was started, the anchors cut away, and finally the guns thrown overboard, a measure by means of which both the Hornet, the Rattlesnake, and the Adams succeeded in escaping under similar circumstances. But all was of no avail, and she was finally captured. The court of inquiry honorably acquitted both officers and crew. As was to be expected, James considers the surrender a disgraceful one, because the guns were thrown overboard. As I have said, this was a measure which had proved successful in several cases of a like nature. The criticism is a piece of petty meanness. Fortunately, we have Admiral Codrington's dictum on the surrender, Memoirs, Volume 1, page 310, which he evidently considered as perfectly honorable. A sister ship to the Frolic, the Peacock, Captain Lewis Warrington, sailed from New York on March 12th, and cruised southward on the 28th of April at 7 in the morning. Latitude 17 degrees 47 minutes north, longitude 80 degrees 7 minutes west. Several sail were made to windward. Footnote: official letter of Captain Warrington, April 29, 1814. End of footnote. These were a small convoy of merchantmen bound for the Bermudas, under the protection of the 18-gun brig sloop Epervier, Captain Wales, 5 days out of Havana, and with $118,000 in specie aboard. Footnote: James, volume 6, page 424.
End of footnote.
The Epervier, when discovered, was steering north by east, the wind being from the eastward. Soon afterward the wind veered gradually round to the southward, and the Epervier hauled up close on the port tack, while the convoy made all sail away, and the Peacock came down with the wind on her starboard quarter. At 10 a.m. the vessels were within gunshot, and the Peacock edged away to get in a raking broadside, but the Epervier frustrated this by putting her helm up until close on her adversary's bow, when she rounded to and fired her starboard guns, receiving in return the starboard broadside of the Peacock at 10:20 a.m. These first broadsides took effect aloft, the brig being partially dismantled, while the Peacock's foreyard was totally disabled by 2 round shot in the starboard quarter, which deprived the ship of the use of her foresail and fore topsail, and compelled her to run large. However, the Epervier eased away. Footnote: according to some accounts, she at this time tacked. End of footnote. When abaft her foe's beam, and ran off alongside of her, using her port guns, while the American still had the starboard battery engaged at 10:35. The Peacock's fire was now very hot, and directed chiefly at her adversary's hull, on which it told heavily, while she did not suffer at all in return. The Epervier coming up into the wind, owing somewhat to the loss of head sail, Captain Wales called his crew aft to try boarding, but they refused, saying, "She's too heavy for us." Footnote: James Naval Occurrences, page 243. End of footnote. And then at 11:05 the colors were hauled down. Except the injury to her foreyard, the Peacock's damages were confined to the loss of a few topmast and topgallant backstays, and some shot holes through her sails. Of her crew, consisting all told 166 men and boys, footnote: Niles' Register, volume 6, page 196, says only 160. The above is taken from Warrington's letter of June 1st, preserved with the other manuscript letters in the Naval Archives. The crew contained about 10 boys, was not composed of picked men, and did not number 185. See James. Only 2 were wounded, both slightly. The Epervier, on the other hand, had 45 shot holes in her hull, 5 feet of water in her hold, main topmast over the side, main mast nearly in two, main boom shot away, bowsprit wounded severely, and most of the fore-rigging and stays shot away, and of a crew of 128 men, according to the list of prisoners given by Captain Warrington. James says 118, but he is not backed up by any official report. 9 were killed and mortally wounded, and 14 severely and slightly wounded. Instead of 2 long 6s for bow chasers and a shifting carronade, she had 2 18-pound carronades, according to the American prize list. Footnote: American State Papers, volume 14, page 427. End of footnote. Captain Warrington says 32s. Otherwise she was armed as usual. She was, like the rest of her kind, very tubby, being as broad as the Peacock, though 10 feet shorter on deck. Allowing as usual 7% for short weight of the American shot, we get the comparative force. Comparative force. The Peacock 509 tons, number of broadside guns 11, weight of metal 315 pounds, crew 166, loss of 2. The Epervier 477 tons, 9, number of broadside guns, weight of metal 274 pounds, crew of 128, loss 23. This is the relative force, being as 12 is to 10. The relative execution done was as 12 is to 1, and the Epervier surrendered before she had lost a fifth of her crew. The case of the Epervier closely resembles that of the Argus. In both cases the officers behaved finely. In both cases, too, the victorious foe was heavier in about the same proportion, while neither the crew of the Argus nor the crew of the Epervier fought with the determined bravery displayed by the combatants in almost every other struggle of the war. But it must be added that the Epervier did worse than the Argus, and the Peacock, American, better than the Pelican. The gunnery of the Epervier was extraordinarily poor. The most disgraceful part of the affair was that our ship was cut to pieces and the enemy hardly scratched. Footnote: Memoirs of Admiral Codrington, volume 1, page 322. End of footnote. James states that after the first 2 or 3 broadsides several carronades became unshipped, and that the others were dismounted by the fire of the Peacock, that the men had not been exercised at the guns, and, most important of all, that the crew, which contained several foreigners, but was chiefly British, as the Argus was chiefly American, was disgracefully bad. The Peacock, on the contrary, showed skillful seamanship as well as excellent gunnery. In 45 minutes after the fight was over, the foreyard had been sent down and fished, the foresail set up, and everything in complete order again. Footnote: Letter of Captain Warrington, April 29, 1814. End of footnote. The prize was got in sailing order by dark, though great exertions had to be made to prevent her sinking. Mr. Nicholson, first of the Peacock, was put in charge as prize master. The next day the 2 vessels were abreast of Amelia Island, when 2 frigates were discovered in the north, to leeward. Captain Warrington at once directed the prize to proceed to St. Mary's, while he separated and made sail on a wind to the south, intending to draw the frigates after him, as he was confident that the Peacock, a very fast vessel, could outsail them. Footnote: letter of Captain Warrington, May 4th, 1814. End of footnote. The plan succeeded perfectly, the brig reaching Savannah on the 1st of May, and the ship 3 days afterwards. The Epervier was purchased for the U.S. Navy under the same name and rate. The Peacock sailed again on June 4th. Footnote: letter of Captain Warrington, October 30th, 1814. End of footnote. Going first northward to the Grand Banks, then to the Azores. Then she stationed herself in the mouth of the Irish Channel, and afterward cruised off Cork, the mouth of the Shannon, and the north of Ireland, capturing several very valuable prizes and creating great consternation. She then changed her station to elude the numerous vessels that had been sent after her, and sailed southward off Cape Ortegal, Cape Finisterre, and finally among the Barbados, reaching New York on October 29th. During this cruise she encountered no war vessel smaller than a frigate, but captured 14 sail of merchantmen, some containing valuable cargoes, and manned by 148 men. On April 29th, HMS schooner Ballyhoo, 6, Lieutenant King, while cruising off the American coast, was captured by the Perry privateer, a much heavier vessel, after an action of 10 minutes' duration. The general peace prevailing in Europe allowed the British to turn their energies altogether to America, and in no place was this increased vigor so much felt as in Chesapeake Bay, where a great number of line-of-battle ships, frigates, sloops, and transports had assembled in preparation for the assault on Washington and Baltimore. The defense of these waters was confided to Captain Joshua Barney. Footnote: he was born in Baltimore, July 7th, 1759. James, with habitual accuracy, calls him an Irishman. He makes Decatur, by the way, commit the geographical solecism of being born in Maryland, Virginia. End of footnote. With a flotilla of gunboats. These consisted of 3 or 4 sloops and schooners, but mainly of barges, which were often smaller than the ship's boats that were sent against them. These gunboats were manned by from 20 to 40 men each, and each carried, according to its size, 1 or 2 long 24, 18, or 12-pounders. They were bad craft at best, and in addition, it is difficult to believe that they were handled to the fullest advantage. On June 1st, Commodore Barney, with the block sloop Scorpion and 14 smaller gunboats, chiefly row galleys, passed the mouth of the Patuxent and chased the British schooner St. Lawrence and 7 boats under Captain Barry, until they took refuge with the Dragon 74, which in turn chased Barney's flotilla into the Patuxent, where she blockaded it in company with the Albion 74. They were afterward joined by the Loire 36, Narcissus 32, and La Sueur 18, and Commodore Barney moved 2 miles up St. Leonard's Creek, while the frigates and sloop blockaded its mouth. A deadlock now ensued. The gunboats were afraid to attack the ships, and the ships' boats were just as afraid of the gunboats. On the 8th, 9th, and 11th, skirmishes occurred. On each occasion the British boats came up till they caught sight of Barney's flotilla, and were promptly chased off by the latter, which, however, took great care not to meddle with the larger vessels. Finally, Colonel Wadsworth of the artillery, with 2 long 18-pounders, assisted by the marines under Captain Miller and a few regulars, offered to cooperate from the shore, while Barney assailed the 2 frigates with the flotilla. On the 26th the joint attack took place most successfully. The Loire and Narcissus were driven off, although not much damaged, and the flotilla rowed out in triumph, with a loss of but 4 killed and 7 wounded. But in spite of this small success, which was mainly due to Colonel Wadsworth, Commodore Barney made no more attempts with his gunboats. The bravery and skill which the flotilla men showed at Bladensburg proved conclusively that their ill success on the water was due to the craft they were in, and not to any failing of the men. At the same period the French gunboats were even more unsuccessful, but the Danes certainly did very well with theirs. Barney's flotilla in the Patuxent remained quiet until August 22nd, and then was burned when the British advanced on Washington. The history of this advance, as well as of the unsuccessful one on Baltimore, concerns less the American than the British Navy, and will be but briefly alluded to here. On August 20th, Major General Ross and Rear Admiral Cockburn, with about 5,000 soldiers and marines, moved on Washington by land, while a squadron composed of the Seahorse 38, Euryalus 36, bombs, Devastation, Etna and Meteor, and rocket ship Erebus, under Captain James Alexander Gordon, moved up the Potomac to attack Fort Washington near Alexandria, and Sir Peter Parker in the Menelaus 38 was sent to create a diversion above Baltimore. Sir Peter's diversion turned out most unfortunately for him, for having landed to attack 120 Maryland militia under Colonel Reed, he lost his own life, while 50 of his followers were placed hors de combat, and the remainder chased back to the ship by the victors, who had but 3 wounded. The American army which was to oppose Ross and Cockburn consisted of some 7,000 militia, who fled so quickly that only about 1,500 British had time to become engaged. The fight was really between these 1,500 British regulars and the American flotilla men. These consisted of 78 marines under Captain Miller and 370 sailors, some of whom served under Captain Barney, who had a battery of 2 18s and 3 12s, while the others were armed with muskets and pikes and acted with the marines. Both sailors and marines did nobly, inflicting most of the loss the British suffered, which amounted to 256 men, and in return lost over 100 of their own men, including the 2 captains who were wounded and captured with the guns. Footnote: the optimistic Cooper thinks that 2 regular regiments would have given the Americans this battle, which is open to doubt. End of footnote. Ross took Washington and burned the public buildings, and the panic-struck Americans foolishly burned the Columbia 44 and Argus 18, which were nearly ready for service. Captain Gordon's attack on Fort Washington was conducted with great skill and success. Fort Washington was abandoned as soon as fired upon, and the city of Alexandria surrendered upon most humiliating conditions. Captain Gordon was now joined by the Fairy 18, Captain Baker, who brought him orders to return from Vice Admiral Cochrane, and the squadron began to work down the river, which was very difficult to navigate. Commodore Rodgers, with some of the crew of the 244s Guerrière and Java, tried to bar their progress, but had not sufficient means. On September 1st an attempt was made to destroy the devastation by fire-ships, but it failed. On the 4th the attempt was repeated by Commodore Rodgers with a party of some 40 men, but they were driven off and attacked by the British boats under Captain Baker, who in turn was repulsed with the loss of his second lieutenant killed and some 25 men killed or wounded. The squadron also had to pass and silence a battery of light field pieces on the 5th, where they suffered enough to raise their total loss to 7 killed and 35 wounded. Gordon's inland expedition was thus concluded most successfully, at a very trivial cost. It was a most venturesome feat, reflecting great honor on the captains and crews engaged in it. Baltimore was threatened actively by sea and land early in September. On the 13th an indecisive conflict took place between the British regulars and American militia, in which the former came off with the honor and the latter with the profit. The regulars held the field, losing 350 men, including General Ross. The militia retreated in fair order, with a loss of but 200. The water attack was also unsuccessful. At 5 a.m. on the 13th, the bomb vessels Meteor, Etna, Terror, Volcano, and Devastation, the rocket ship Erebus, and the frigates Severn, Euryalus, Havana, and Hebros opened on Fort McHenry, one of the other fortifications, being occasionally fired at. A furious but harmless cannonade was kept up between the forts and ships until 7 a.m. on the 14th, when the British fleet and army retired. I have related these events out of their natural order, because they really had very little to do with our navy, and yet it is necessary to mention them in order to give an idea of the course of events. The British and American accounts of the various gunboat attacks differ widely, and it is very certain that the gunboats accomplished little or nothing of importance. On the other hand, their loss amounted to nothing, for many of those that were sunk were afterward raised, and the total tonnage of those destroyed would not much exceed that of the British barges captured by them from time to time or destroyed by the land batteries. The purchased brig Rattlesnake 16 had been cruising in the Atlantic with a good deal of success, but in latitude 40 degrees north, longitude 33 degrees west, it was chased by a frigate, from which Lieutenant Renshaw, the brig's commander, managed to escape only by throwing overboard all his guns except 2 long 9s. And on June 22nd he was captured by the Leander 50, Captain Sir George Ralph Collier, K.C.B. The third of the new sloops to get to sea was the Wasp 22, Captain Johnston Blakely, which left Portsmouth on May 1st with a very fine crew of 173 men, almost exclusively New Englanders. There was said not to have been a single foreign seaman on board. It is at all events certain that during the whole war no vessel was ever better manned and commanded than this daring and resolute cruiser. The Wasp slipped unperceived through the blockading frigates and ran into the mouth of the English Channel, right in the thick of the English cruisers. Here she remained several weeks, burning and scuttling many ships. Finally, on June 28th at 4 a.m., in latitude 48 degrees 36 minutes north, longitude 11 degrees 15 minutes west, footnote, letter of Captain Blakely, July 8, 1814, end of footnote. while in chase of 2 merchant men. A sail was made on the weather beam. This was the British brig sloop Reindeer, 18, Captain William Manners, footnote James, volume 6, page 429, end of footnote, with a crew of 118, as brave men as ever sailed or fought on the narrow seas. Like the Peacock British, the Reindeer was only armed with 24-pounders, and Captain Manners must have known well that he was to do battle with a foe heavier than himself. But there was no more gallant seaman in the whole British navy, fertile as it was in men who cared but little for odds of size or strength. As the day broke, the Reindeer made sail for the Wasp, then lying in the west-southwest. The sky was overcast with clouds, and the smoothness of the sea was hardly disturbed by the light breeze that blew out of the northeast. Captain Blakely hauled up and stood for his antagonist, as the latter came slowly down, with the wind nearly aft, and so light was the weather that the vessels kept almost on even keels. It was not till 1:15 that the Wasp's drum rolled out its loud challenge as it beat to quarters, and a few minutes afterward the ship put about and stood for the foe, thinking to weather him. But at 1:50 the brig also tacked and stood away, each of the cool and skilful captains being bent on keeping the weather gauge. At 2:30 the Reindeer again tacked, and taking in her staysails stood for the Wasp, who furled her royals, and seeing that she would be weathered at 2:50, put about in her turn and ran off, with the wind a little forward the port beam, brailing up the mizzen, while the Reindeer hoisted her flying jib to close, and gradually came up on the Wasp's weather quarter. At 3:17, when the vessels were not 60 yards apart, the British opened the conflict, firing the shifting 12-pound carronade loaded with round and grape. To this the Americans could make no return, and it was again loaded and fired with the utmost deliberation. This was repeated 5 times, and would have been a trying ordeal to a crew less perfectly disciplined than the Wasp's. At 3:26 Captain Blakely, finding his enemy did not get on his beam, put his helm alee and luffed up, firing his guns from aft forward as they bore. For 10 minutes the ship and the brig lay abreast, not 20 yards apart, while the cannonade was terribly destructive. The concussion of the explosions almost deadened what little way the vessels had on, and the smoke hung over them like a pall. The men worked at the guns with desperate energy, but the odds in weight of metal, 3-2, were too great against the Reindeer, where both sides played their part so manfully. Captain Manners stood at his post as resolute as ever, though wounded again and again. A grape shot passed through both his thighs, bringing him to the deck, but, maimed and bleeding to death, he sprung to his feet, cheering on the seamen. The vessels were now almost touching, and put his helm a-weather. He ran the Wasp aboard on her port. Footnote letter of Captain Blakely, July 8, 1814. Cooper starboard. It is a point of little importance. All accounts agree as to the relative positions of the craft. End of footnote. Quarter, while the boarders gathered forward to try it with the steel. But the Carolina captain had prepared for this with cool confidence. The marines came aft. Close under the bulwarks crouched the boarders, grasping in their hands the naked cutlasses, while behind them were drawn up the pikemen. As the vessels came grinding together, the men hacked and thrust at one another through the open port-holes, while the black smoke curled up from between the hulls. Then through the smoke appeared the grim faces of the British sea-dogs, and the fighting was bloody enough, for the stubborn English stood well in the hard hand-play, but those who escaped the deadly fire of the topmen escaped only to be riddled through by the long Yankee pikes. So, avenged by their own hands, the foremost of the assailants died, and the others gave back. The attack was foiled, though the Reindeer's marines kept answering well the American fire. Then the English captain, already mortally wounded, but with the indomitable courage that nothing but death could conquer, cheering and rallying his men, himself sprang, sword in hand, into the rigging to lead them on, and they followed him with a will. At that instant a ball from the Wasp's main-top crashed through his skull, and still clenching in his right hand the sword he had shown he would wear so worthily, with his face to the foe, he fell back on his own deck dead, while above him yet floated the flag for which he had given his life. No Norse Viking, slain over shield, ever died better. As the British leader fell, and his men recoiled, Captain Blakely passed the word to board. With wild hurrahs the boarders swarmed over the hammock nettings. There was a moment's furious struggle. The surviving British were slain or driven below, and the captain's clerk, the highest officer left, surrendered the brig at 3:44, just 27 minutes after the Reindeer had fired the first gun, and just 18 after the Wasp had responded. Both ships had suffered severely in the short struggle, but as with the Shannon and Chesapeake, the injuries were much less severe aloft than in the hulls. All the spars were in their places. The Wasp's hull had received 6 round and many grape. A 24-pound shot had passed through the foremast, and of her crew of 173, 11 were killed or mortally wounded, and 15 wounded severely or slightly. The Reindeer was completely cut to pieces, in a line with her ports, her upper works, boats, and spare spars, being one entire wreck. Of her crew of 118 men, 33 were killed outright or died later, and 34 were wounded, nearly all severely. Comparative force. The Wasp, 509 tons, 315 pounds of broadside metal,
22 guns,
173 men, number of loss 26. The Reindeer, 477 tons, 10 guns, 210 pounds of broadside metal, 118 crew, 67 loss. It is thus seen that the Reindeer fought at a greater disadvantage than any other of the various British sloops that were captured in single action during the war, and yet she made a better fight than any of them, though the Frolic, and the Frolic only, was defended with the same desperate courage. A pretty sure proof that the heavy metal is not the only factor to be considered in accounting for the American victories. It is difficult to say which vessel behaved the best in this short but gallant combat. Footnote Cooper, Volume 2, page 287.
End of footnote.
I doubt if the war produced 2 better single-ship commanders than Captain Blakely and Captain Manners, and an equal meed of praise attaches to both crews. The British could rightly say that they yielded purely to heavy odds in men and metal, and the Americans that the difference in execution was fully proportioned to the difference in force. It is difficult to know which to admire most, the wary skill with which each captain manoeuvred before the fight, the perfect training and discipline that their crews showed, the decision and promptitude with which Captain Manners tried to retrieve the day by boarding, and the desperate bravery with which the attempt was made, or the readiness with which Captain Blakely made his preparations, and the cool courage with which the assault was foiled. All people of the English stock, no matter on which side of the Atlantic they live, if they have any pride in the many feats of fierce prowess done by the men of their blood and race, should never forget this fight. Although we cannot but feel grieved to find that such men of one race and one speech, brothers in blood as well as in bravery, should ever have had to turn their weapons against one another. The day after the conflict, the prize's foremast went by the board, and as she was much damaged by shot, Captain Blakely burned her, put a portion of his wounded prisoners on board a neutral, and with the remainder proceeded to France, reaching Lorient on the 8th day of July. Part 14 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. On July 4th, Sailing Master Percival and 30 volunteers of the New York flotilla, [Footnote: Letter of Commander J. Lewis, July 6, 1814.] concealed themselves on board a fishing smack, and carried by surprise the Eagle tender, which contained a 32-pound howitzer and 14 men, 4 of whom were wounded. On July 12th, while off the west coast of South Africa, the American brig Siren was captured after a chase of 11 hours by the Medway 74 Captain Brine. The chase was to windward during the whole time, and made every effort to escape, throwing overboard all her boats, anchors, cables, and spare spars. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Brine to Vice Admiral Tyler, July 12, 1814.] Her commander, Captain Parker, had died, and she was in charge of Lieutenant N. J. Nicholson. By a curious coincidence, on the same day, July 12th, H.M. Cutter Landral 4, [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 436. His statement is wrong as regards the privateer.] of 20 men, Lieutenant Lancaster, was captured by the American privateer Siren, a schooner mounting one long heavy gun, with a crew of 70 men. The Landrail had 7, and the Siren 3 men wounded. On July 14th, gunboat No. 88, Sailing Master George Clement, captured after a short skirmish the tender of the Tenedos frigate, with her second lieutenant, 2 midshipmen, and 10 seamen. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Isaac Hull, July 15, 1814.] The Wasp stayed in Lorient till she was thoroughly refitted, and had filled in part the gaps in her crew from the American privateers in port. On August 27th Captain Blakely sailed again, making 2 prizes during the next 3 days. On September 1st she came up on a convoy of 10 sail under the protection of the Armada 74, all bound for Gibraltar. The swift cruiser hovered round the merchantmen like a hawk, and though chased off again and again by the line of battle ship, always returned the instant the pursuit stopped, and finally actually succeeded in cutting off and capturing one ship laden with iron and brass cannon, muskets, and other military stores of great value.
At 6:30 on the evening of the same day,
in latitude 47 degrees 30 minutes north, longitude 11 degrees west, while running almost free, 4 sail, 2 on the starboard bow and 2 on the port, rather more to leeward, were made out. [Footnote: Official letter of Captain Blakely, September 8, 1814.] End of footnote. Captain Blakely at once made sail for the most weatherly of the 4 ships in sight, though well aware that more than one of them might prove to be hostile cruisers, and they were all of unknown force. But the determined Carolinian was not one to be troubled by such considerations. He probably had several men less under his command than in the former action, but had profited by his experience with the Reindeer in one point, having taken aboard her 12-pounder boat carronade, of whose efficacy he had had very practical proof. The chase, the British brig sloop Avon, 18, Captain the Honorable James Arbuthnot, [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 432.] End of footnote, was steering almost southwest, the wind, which was blowing fresh from the southeast, being a little abaft the port beam. At 7 o'clock the Avon began making night signals with the lanterns, but the Wasp, disregarding these, came steadily on. At 8:38 the Avon fired a shot from her stern chaser. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 432.] End of footnote, and shortly afterward another from one of her lee or starboard guns. At 20 minutes past 9 the Wasp was on the port or weather quarter of the Avon, and the vessels interchanged several hails. One of the American officers then came forward on the forecastle and ordered the brig to heave to, which the latter declined doing, and set her port foretopmast studding sail. The Wasp then at 9:29 fired the 12-pound carronade into her, to which the Avon responded with her stern chaser and the aftermost port guns. Captain Blakely then put his helm up, for fear his adversary would try to escape, and ran to leeward of her, and then ranged up alongside, having poured a broadside into her quarter. A close and furious engagement began, at such short range that the only one of the Wasp's crew who was wounded was hit by a wad. 4 round shot struck her hull, killing 2 men, and she suffered a good deal in her rigging. The men on board did not know the name of their antagonist, but they could see through the smoke and the gloom of the night, as her black hull surged through the water, that she was a large brig, and aloft against the sky the sailors could be discerned clustering in the tops. [Footnote: Captain Blakely's letter.] End of footnote. In spite of the darkness, the Wasp's fire was directed with deadly precision. The Avon's gaff was shot away at almost the first broadside, and most of her main rigging and spars followed suit. She was hulled again and again, often below waterline. Some of her carronades were dismounted, and finally the mainmast went by the board. At 10 o'clock, after 31 minutes of combat, her fire had been completely silenced, and Captain Blakely hailed to know if she had struck. No answer being received, and the brig firing a few random shot, the action recommenced. But at 10:12 the Avon was again hailed, and this time answered that she had struck. while lowering away a boat to take possession, another sail, H.B.M. brig sloop Castilian, 18, Captain Bramer, was seen astern. The men were again called to quarters, and everything put in readiness as rapidly as possible. But at 10:36 two more sail were seen, one of which was H.B.M. Tartarus, 20. [Footnote: Niles Register, Vol. 6, page 216.] The braces being cut away, the Wasp was put before the wind until new ones could be rove. The Castilian pursued till she came up close, when she fired her lee guns into, or rather over, the weather quarter of the Wasp, cutting her rigging slightly. Repeated signals of distress having now been made by the Avon, which had lost 10 men killed and 32 wounded, the Castilian tacked and stood for her, and on closing found out she was sinking. Hardly had her crew been taken out when she went down. Counting the Wasp's complement as full, though it was probably 2 or 3 short, taking James's statement of the crew of the Avon as true, including the boat carronades of both vessels, and considering the Avon's stern chaser to have been a 6-pounder, we get the comparative force: Wasp 509 tons, 12 guns, 327 pounds of metal, 160 crew, 3 loss. The Avon 477 tons, 11 guns, 280 pounds of metal, 117 crew, 42 loss. It is self-evident that in the case of this action the odds, 14-11, are neither enough to account for the loss inflicted, being as 14-1, nor for the rapidity with which during a night encounter the Avon was placed in a sinking condition. The gallantry of Avon's officers and crew cannot for a moment be questioned, but the gunnery of the latter appears to have been not one whit better than, to the discredit of the British Navy, had frequently before been displayed in combats of this kind. Nor, judging from the specimen given by the Castilian, it is likely that she would have performed any better. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 435.] On the other hand, Captain Blakely's conduct on this occasion had all the merit shown in the previous action, with the additional claim of engaging an enemy under circumstances which led him to believe that her consorts were in the immediate vicinity. The steady, officer-like way in which the Avon was destroyed, and the coolness with which he prepared to engage the Castilian within 10 minutes after his first antagonist had struck, are the best encomiums on this officer's character and spirit, as well as on the school in which he had been trained. [Footnote: Cooper, Vol. 2, page 291.] The Wasp now cruised to the southward and westward, taking and scuttling 1 or 2 prizes. On September 21st, latitude 33 degrees 12 minutes north, longitude 14 degrees 56 minutes west, she captured the brig Atalanta, 8, with 19 men, which proved a valuable prize, and was sent in with one of the midshipmen, Mr. Geisinger, aboard as prize master, who reached Savannah in safety on November 4th. Meanwhile the Wasp kept on toward the southeast. On October 9th, in latitude 18 degrees 35 minutes north, longitude 30 degrees 10 minutes west, she spoke and boarded the Swedish brig Adonis, and took out of her Lieutenant McKnight and Mr. Lyman, a master's mate, both late of the Essex, on their way to England from Brazil. This was the last that was ever heard of the gallant but ill-fated Wasp. How she perished none ever knew. All that is certain is that she was never seen again. She was as good a ship, as well manned, and as ably commanded as any vessel in our little navy, and it may be doubted if there was at that time any foreign sloop of war of her size and strength that could have stood against her in fair fight. As I have said, the Wasp was manned almost exclusively by Americans. James says they were mostly Irish, the reason he gives for the assertion being that Captain Blakely spent the first 16 months of his life in Dublin. This argument is quite on a par with another piece of logic which I cannot resist noticing. The point he wishes to prove is that Americans are cowards. Accordingly, on page 475, on her capstan, the Constitution now mounted a piece resembling 7 musket barrels, fixed together with iron bands. It was discharged by one lock, and each barrel threw 25 balls. What could have impelled the Americans to invent such extraordinary implements of war but fear, downright fear? Then, a little further on, the men were provided with leather boarding caps, fitted with bands of iron, another strong symptom of fear. Now, such a piece of writing as this is simply evidence of an unsound mind. It is not so much malicious as idiotic. I only reproduce it to help prove what I have all along insisted on, that any of James's unsupported statements about the Americans, whether respecting the tonnage of the ships or the courage of the crews, are not worth the paper they are written on. On all points connected purely with the British Navy, or which can be checked off by official documents or ship's logs, or where there would be no particular object in falsifying, James is an invaluable assistant, from the diligence and painstaking care he shows, and the thoroughness and minuteness with which he goes into details. A fair-minded and interesting English critic, [Footnote: Lord Howard Douglas, Treatise on Naval Gunnery, page 416, whose remarks are generally very just, seems to me to have erred somewhat in commenting on this last sloop action. He says that the Avon was first crippled by dismantling shot from long guns. Now, the Wasp had but one long gun on the side engaged, and moreover began the action with the shortest and lightest of her carronades. Then he continues that the Avon, like the Peacock, was hulled so low that the shot holes could not be got at, and yielded to this fatal circumstance only. It certainly cannot be said when a brig has been dismasted, has had a third of her crew placed hors de combat, and has been rendered an unmanageable hulk, that she yields only because she has received a few shot below the waterline. These shot holes undoubtedly hastened the result, but both the Peacock and the Avon would have surrendered even if they had remained absolutely watertight. The Adams, 28, had been cut down to a sloop of war at Washington, and then lengthened into a flush-decked heavy corvette, mounting on each side 13 medium 18s or Columbiads and one long 12, with a crew of 220 men, under the command of Captain Charles Morris, late first lieutenant of the Constitution. [Footnote: Autobiography of Commodore Morris, Annapolis, 1880, page 172.] She slipped out of the Potomac and passed the blockaders on January 18th, and cruised eastward to the African coast and along it from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, thence to the Canaries and Cape de Verde. She returned very nearly along the equator, thence going toward the West Indies. The cruise was unlucky, but a few small prizes, laden with palm oil and ivory, being made. In hazy weather, on March 25th, a large Indiaman, the Woodbridge, was captured, but while taking possession the weather cleared up, and Captain Morris found himself to leeward of 25 sail, 2 of which, a 2-decker and a frigate, were making for him, and it took him till the next day to shake them off.
He entered Savannah on May 1st and sailed again on the 8th,
standing in to the Gulf Stream, between Mackinac and Florida, to look out for the Jamaica fleet. He found this fleet on the 24th, but the discovery failed to do him much good, as the ships were under the convoy of a 74, 2 frigates, and 3 brigs. The Adams hovered on their skirts for a couple of days, but nothing could be done with them, for the merchantmen sailed in the closest possible order, and the 6 war vessels exercised the greatest vigilance. So the corvette passed northward to the Newfoundland banks, where she met with nothing but fogs and floating ice, and then turned her prow toward Ireland. On July 4th she made out and chased 2 sail, who escaped into the mouth of the Shannon. After this the Adams, heartily tired of fogs and cold, stood to the southward and made a few prizes. Then in latitude 44 degrees north, longitude 10 degrees west, on July 15th, she stumbled across the 18-pounder 36-gun frigate Tigress, Captain Henderson. The frigate was to leeward, and a hard chase ensued. It was only by dint of cutting away her anchors and throwing overboard some of her guns that the Adams held her own till sunset, when it fell calm. Captain Morris and his first lieutenant, Mr. Wadsworth, had been the first and second lieutenants of Old Ironsides in Hull's famous cruise, and they proved that they had not forgotten their early experience, for they got out the boats to tow and employed their time so well that by sunrise the frigate was 2 leagues astern. After 18 hours more chase the Adams dropped her, but in a day or 2 she ran across a couple more, one of which, an old bluff bows, was soon thrown out, but the other was very fast and kept close on the corvette's heels. As before, the frigate was to leeward. The Adams had been built by contract. One side was let to a subcontractor of economical instincts, and accordingly turned out rather shorter than the other. The result was the ship sailed a good deal faster on one tack than on the other. In this case she finally got on her good tack in the night, and so escaped. Footnote: this statement is somewhat traditional. I have also seen it made about the John Adams, but some old officers have told me positively that it occurred to the Adams on this cruise. End of footnote. Captain Morris now turned homeward. During his 2 cruises he had made but 10 prizes, manned by 161 men, none of very great value. His luck grew worse and worse. The continual cold and damp produced scurvy, and soon half of his crew were prostrated by the disease, and the weather kept on foggy as ever. Off the Maine coast a brig sloop, the Rifleman, Captain Pierce, was discovered and chased, but it escaped in the thick weather. The fog grew heavier, and early on the morning of August 17th the Adams struck land, literally struck it, too, for she grounded on the Isle of Haut, and had to throw over provisions, spare spars, etc., before she could be got off. Then she entered the Penobscot and sailed 27 miles up it to Hampton. The riflemen meanwhile conveyed intelligence of her whereabouts to a British fleet, consisting of 2 line-of-battle ships, 3 frigates, 3 sloops, and 10 troop transports, under the joint command of Rear Admiral Griffith and Lieutenant General Sherbrooke. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 479.] This expedition accordingly went into the Penobscot and anchored off Castine. Captain Morris made every preparation he could to defend his ship, but his means were very limited. 70 of his men were dead or disabled by the scurvy. The remainder, many of them also diseased, were mustered out, to the number of 130 officers and seamen, without muskets, and 20 marines. He was joined, however, by 30 regulars, and later by over 300 militia armed with squirrel guns, ducking and fowling pieces, etc., in all between 500 and 550 men. [Footnote: Autobiography of Commodore Morris.] Only 180 of whom, with 50 muskets among them, could be depended upon. On September 3rd the British advanced by land and water, the land force being under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel John, and consisting of 600 troops, 80 marines, and 80 seamen. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 481. Whenever militia are concerned, James has not much fear of official documents, and lets his imagination run riot. He here says the Americans had 1,400 men, which is as accurate as he generally is in writing about this species of force, his aim being to overestimate the number of the Americans in the various engagements. He always supplies militia ad libitum to make up any possible deficiency. The flotilla was composed of barges, launches, and rocket boats, under the command of Captain Barry of the Dragon 74. In all there were over 1,500 men. The seamen of the Adams from the wharf opened fire on the flotilla, which returned it with rockets and carronades, but the advance was checked. Meanwhile the British land forces attacked the militia, who acted up to the traditional militia standard, and retreated with the utmost promptitude and celerity, omitting the empty formality of firing. This left Captain Morris surrounded by 8 times his number, and there was nothing to do but set fire to the corvette and retreat. The seamen, marines, and regulars behaved well, and no attempt was made to molest them. None of Captain Morris's men were hit. His loss was confined to 1 sailor and 1 marine, who were too much weakened by scurvy to retreat with the others, who marched to Portland, 200 miles off. The British lost 10 men killed or wounded. On September 9th, gunboats number 160 and 151, commanded by Mr. Thomas M. Pendleton, captured off Sopoleo Bar, Georgia, the British privateer Fortune of War. Armed with 2 heavy pivot guns and 35 men, she made a brief resistance, losing 2 of her men. [Footnote: Letter from Commodore H. E. Campbell, St. Mary's, September 12, 1814. On September 15th the British 20-gun ship sloops Hermes and Caron and 18-gun brig sloops Sophie and Childers, and a force of 200 men on shore. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 527.] attacked Fort Boyer on Mobile Point, but were repulsed without being able to do any damage whatever to the Americans. The Hermes was sunk, and the assailants lost about 80 men. On the 26th of September, while the privateer schooner General Armstrong of New York, Captain Samuel C. Reed, of 1 long 24, 8 long 9s, and 90 men, was lying at anchor in the road of Fayal, a British squadron, composed of the Plantagenet 74, Captain Robert Floyd, Rota 38, Captain Philip Somerville, and Carnation 18, Captain George Bentham, hove in sight. [Footnote: Letter of Captain S. C. Reed, October 7, 1814, and of John B. Dabney, consul at Fayal, October 5, 1814.] One or more boats were sent in by the British to reconnoitre the schooner, as they asserted, or, according to the American accounts, to carry her by a coup de main. At any rate, after repeatedly warning them off, the privateer fired into them, and they withdrew. Captain Reed then anchored, with springs on his cables, nearer shore, to await the expected attack, which was not long deferred. At 8 p.m. 4 boats from the Plantagenet and 3 from the Rota, containing in all 180 men. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 509. Both American accounts say 12 boats with 400 men, and give the British loss as 250. According to my usual rule, I take each side's statement of its own force and loss. Under the command of Lieutenant William Matterface, first of the Rota, pulled in toward the road, while the Carnation accompanied them to attack the schooner if she got under way. The boats pulled in under cover of the small reef of rocks, where they lay for some time, and about midnight made the attack. The Americans opened with the pivot gun, and immediately afterward with their long 9s, while the boats replied with their carronades, and pulling spiritedly on amidst a traffic fire of musketry from both sides, laid the schooner aboard on her bow and starboard quarter. The struggle was savage enough, the British hacking at the nettings and trying to clamber up on deck, while the Americans fired their muskets and pistols in the faces of their assailants, and thrust the foremost through with their long pikes. The boats on the quarter were driven off, but on the forecastle all 3 of the American lieutenants were killed or disabled, and the men were giving back when Captain Reed led all the after division up and drove the British back into their boats. This put an end to the assault. 2 boats were sunk, most of the wounded being saved, as the shore was so near. 2 others were captured, but 3 of the scattered flotilla returned to the ships. Of the Americans, 2 were killed, including the second lieutenant, Alexander O. Williams, and 7 were wounded, including the first and third lieutenants, Frederick A. Worth and Robert Johnson. Of the British, 34 were killed and 86 were wounded, among the former being the Rota's first and third lieutenants, William Matterface and Charles R. Norman, and among the latter her second lieutenant and first lieutenant of marines, Richard Rawle and Thomas Park. The schooner's Long 24 had been knocked off its carriage by a carronade shot, but it was replaced, and the deck cleared for another action. Next day the Carnation came in to destroy the privateer, but was driven off by the judicious use the latter made of her Long Tom. But affairs being now hopeless, the General Armstrong was scuttled and burned, and the Americans retreated to the land. The British squadron was bound for New Orleans, and on account of the delay and loss that it suffered, it was late in arriving, so that this action may be said to have helped in saving the Crescent City. Few regular commanders could have done as well as Captain Reid. On October 6th, while gunboat No. 160 was convoying some coasters from Savannah, it was carried by a British tender and 9 boats. [Footnote: Letter from Commander H. C. Campbell, October 12, 1814.] The gun vessel was lying at anchor about 8 leagues from St. Mary's, and the boats approached with muffled oars early in the morning. They were not discovered till nearly aboard, but the defence, though short, was spirited, the British losing about 20 men. Of the gunboat's 30 men, but 16 were fit for action. Those under Sailing Master Thomas Paine behaved well. Mr. Paine especially fought with the greatest gallantry. His thigh was broken by a grape shot at the very beginning, but he hobbled up on his other leg to resist the boarders, fighting till he was thrust through by a pike and had received 2 sabre cuts. Any one of his wounds would have been enough to put an ordinary man hors de combat. On October 11th another desperate privateer battle took place. The brigantine Prince de Neuchatel, Captain Ordonneau of New York, was a superbly built vessel of 310 tons, mounting 17 guns, and originally possessing a crew of 150 men. [Footnote: History of American Privateers, by George Coggeshall, page 241, New York, 1876.] She had made a very successful cruise, having on board goods to the amount of $300,000, but had manned and sent in so many prizes that only 40 of her crew were left on board, while 37 prisoners were confined in the hold. One of her prizes was in company, but had drifted off to such a distance that she was unable to take part in the fight. At midday on the 11th of October, while off Nantucket, the British frigate Endymion, 40, Captain Henry Hope, discovered the privateer and made sail in chase. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 527.] At 8:30 p.m., a calm having come on, the frigate dispatched 5 boats containing 111 men. [Footnote: According to Captain Ordronneau, James does not give the number, but says 28 were killed, 37 wounded, and the crew of the launch captured. 10 of the latter were unwounded and 18 wounded. I do not know if he included these last among his 37 wounded.] under the command of the first Lieutenant Abel Hawkins, to take the brigantine, while the latter triced up the boarding nettings, loaded the guns with grape and bullets, and prepared herself in every way for the coming encounter. She opened fire on the boats as they drew near, but they were soon alongside, and a most desperate engagement ensued. Some of the British actually cut through the nettings and reached the deck, but were killed by the privateersmen, and in a few minutes one boat was sunk, 3 others drifted off, and the launch, which was under the brigantine's stern, was taken possession of. The slaughter had been frightful, considering the number of the combatants. The victorious privateersmen had lost 7 killed, 15 badly, and 9 slightly wounded, leaving but 9 untouched. Of the Endymion's men, James says 28, including the first lieutenant and a midshipman, were killed, and 37, including the second lieutenant and a master's mate, wounded, besides which the launch was captured and the crew made prisoners. I do not know if this means 37 wounded besides the wounded in the launch or not. Footnote: I think James does not include the wounded in the launch, as he says 28 wounded were sent aboard the Saturn. This could hardly have included the men who had been captured. End of footnote. Of the prisoners captured, 18 were wounded and 10 unhurt, so the loss was either 28 killed, 55 wounded, and 10 unhurt prisoners, or else 28 killed, 37 wounded, and 10 prisoners. But whether the total was 93 or 75 does not much matter. It was a most desperate conflict, and remembering how short-handed the brigantine was, it reflected the highest honor on the American captain and his crew. After their repulse before Baltimore, the British concentrated their forces for an attack upon New Orleans. Accordingly, a great fleet of line-of-battle ships, frigates, and smaller vessels, under Vice-Admiral Cochrane, conveying a still larger number of store-ships and transports, containing the army of General Pakenham, appeared off the Chandeleur Islands on December 8th. The American navy in these parts consisted of the ship Louisiana and schooner Carolina in the Mississippi River, and in the shallow bayous a few gunboats, of course without quarters, low in the water and perfectly easy of entrance. There were also a few tenders and small boats. The British frigates and sloops anchored off the broad, shallow inlet called Lake Borgne on the 12th. On this inlet there were 5 gunboats and 2 small tenders under the command of Lieutenant Thomas Catesby Jones. It was impossible for the British to transport their troops across Lake Borgne, as contemplated, until this flotilla was destroyed. Accordingly, on the night of the 12th, 42 launches, armed with 24 18- and 12-pounder carronades, and 3 unarmed gigs carrying 980 seamen and marines, under the orders of Captain Lockyer. Footnote: James, volume 6, page 521. End of footnote. Pushed off from the Armide, 38, in 3 divisions, the first under the command of Captain Lockyer, the second under Captain Montresor, and the third under Captain Roberts. Footnote: letter of Captain Lockyer to Vice Admiral Cochrane, December 18, 1814. End of footnote. Lieutenant Jones was at anchor with his boats at the Malheureux Islands when he discovered on the 13th the British flotilla advancing toward Port Christian. He at once dispatched the Seahorse of 1 6-pounder and 14 men, under Sailing Master William Johnston, to destroy the stores at Bay St. Louis. She moored herself under the bank, where she was assisted by 2 6-pounders. There the British attacked her with 7 of their smaller boats, which were repulsed after sustaining for nearly half an hour a very destructive fire. Footnote: James, volume 6, page 521. End of footnote. However, Mr. Johnston had to burn his boat to prevent it from being taken by a larger force. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Jones got under way with the 5 gun vessels, trying to reach Les Petites Coquilles, near a small fort at the mouth of a creek. But as the wind was light and baffling, and the current very strong, the effort was given up, and the vessels came to anchor off Malhero Island Passage at 1 a.m. on the 14th. [Footnote: Official letter of Lieutenant Jones, March 12, 1815.] End of footnote. The other tender, the Alligator, Sailing Master Shepherd, of 1 4-pounder and 8 men, was discovered next morning trying to get to her consorts, and taken with a rush by Captain Roberts and his division. At daybreak Lieutenant Jones saw the British boats about 9 miles to the eastward, and moored his 5-gun vessel abreast in the channel, with their boarding nettings triced up, and everything in readiness. But the force of the current drifted 2 of them, numbers 156 and 163, 100 yards down the pass and out of line, number 156 being the headmost of all. Their exact force was as follows: number 156, Lieutenant Jones, 41 men and 5 guns, 1 long 24 and 4 12-pound carronades; number 163, Sailing Master George Ulrich, 21 men, 3 guns, 1 long 24 and 2 12-pound carronades; number 162, Lieutenant Robert Speds, 35 men, 5 guns, 1 long 24 and 4 light 6s; number 5, Sailing Master John D. Ferris, 36 men, 5 guns, 1 long 24, 4 12-pound carronades; number 23, Lieutenant Isaac McKeever, 39 men and 5 guns, 1 long 32 and 4 light 6s. There was thus in all 182 men and a broadside of 14 guns, throwing 212 pounds of shot. The British forces amounted, as I have said, to 980 men, and supposing they had equal numbers of 24s, 18s, and 12s, the flotilla threw 758 pounds of shot. The odds, of course, were not as much against the Americans as these figures would make them, for they were stationary, had some long heavy guns and boarding nettings. On the other hand, the fact that 2 of their vessels had drifted out of line was a very serious misfortune. At any rate, the odds were great enough, considering that he had the British sailors to deal with, to make it anything but a cheerful lookout for Lieutenant Jones. But nowise daunted by the almost certain prospect of defeat, the American officers and seamen prepared very coolly for the fight. In this connection it should be remembered that simply to run the boats on shore would have permitted the men to escape if they had chosen to do so. Captain Lockyer acted as coolly as his antagonist. When he had reached a point just out of gunshot, he brought the boats to a grapnel, to let the sailors eat breakfast and get a little rest after the fatigue of their long row. When his men were rested and in good trim, he formed the boats in open order, and they pulled gallantly on against the strong current. At 10:50 the Americans opened fire from their long guns, and in about 15 minutes the cannonade became general on both sides. At 11:50, [Footnote: Lieutenant Jones's letter.] Captain Lockyer's barge was laid alongside number 156, and a very obstinate struggle ensued, in which the greater part of the officers and crew of the barge were killed or wounded. [Footnote: Captain Lockyer's letter.] including among the latter the gallant captain himself, severely, and his equally gallant first lieutenant, Mr. Pratt, of the Seahorse frigate, mortally. At the same time Lieutenant Tatnall, of the Tonnant, also laid his barge aboard the gunboat, only to have it sunk. Another shared the same fate, and the assailants were for the moment repulsed. But at this time Lieutenant Jones, who had shown as much personal bravery during the assault as forethought in preparing for it, received a dangerous and disabling wound, while many of his men received the same fate. The boarding nettings, too, had all been cut or shot away. Several more barges at once assailed the boats, the command of which had devolved on a young midshipman, Mr. George Parker. The latter, fighting as bravely as his commander, was like him severely wounded, whereupon the boat was carried at 12:10. Its guns were turned on No. 163, and this, the smallest of the gunboats, was soon taken. Then the British dashed at No. 162 and carried it, after a very gallant defence, in which Lieutenant Speds was badly wounded. No. 5 had her long 24 dismounted by the recoil and was next carried. Finally, No. 23, being left entirely alone, hauled down her flag at 12:30. [Footnote: Minutes of the Court of Inquiry, held May 15, 1851.] Poster's note: the date 1851 above may well have been 1815 in the original. If you have a copy of this book we would appreciate confirmation. The Americans had lost 6 killed and 35 wounded; the British 17 killed and 77, many mortally wounded. The greater part of the loss on both sides occurred in boarding No. 156, and also the next 2 gunboats. I have in this case, as usual, taken each commander's account of his own force and loss. Lieutenant Jones states the British force to have been 1,000, which tallies almost exactly with their own account, but believes that they lost 300 in killed and wounded. Captain Lockyer, on the other hand, gives the Americans 225 men and 3 additional light guns; but on the main points the two accounts agree perfectly. The victors certainly deserve great credit for the perseverance, gallantry, and dash they displayed, but still more belongs to the vanquished for the cool skill and obstinate courage with which they fought, although with the certainty of ultimate defeat before them, which is always the severest test of bravery. No comment is needed to prove the effectiveness of their resistance. Even James says that the Americans made an obstinate struggle, that Lieutenant Jones displayed great personal bravery, and that the British loss was very severe. On the night of December 23rd, General Jackson beat up the quarters of the British encamped on the bank of the Mississippi. The attack was opened by Captain Patterson in the schooner Carolina 14. She was manned by 70 men, and mounted on each side 6 12-pound carronades and 1 long 12. Dropping down the stream unobserved till opposite the bivouac of the troops, and so close to the shore that his first command to fire was plainly heard by the foe, Patterson opened a slaughtering cannonade on the flank of the British, and kept it up without suffering any loss in return, as long as the attack lasted. But on the 27th the British had their revenge, attacking the little schooner as she lay at anchor, unable to ascend the current on account of the rapid current and a strong headwind. The assailants had a battery of 5 guns throwing hot shot and shell, while the only gun of the schooners that would reach was the long 12. After half an hour's fighting the schooner was set on fire and blown up. The crew escaped to the shore with the loss of 7 men killed and wounded. The only remaining vessel, exclusive of some small unarmed rowboats, was the Louisiana, 16, carrying on each side 8 long 24s. She was of great assistance in the battle of the 28th, throwing during the course of the cannonade over 800 shot, and suffering very little in return. Footnote Cooper, Volume 2, page 320. End of footnote.
Afterward, the American seamen and marines played a most gallant part in all the engagements on shore.
They made very efficient artillerists.
Summary.
The following vessels were got ready for sea during this year. Footnote: American State Papers, Volume 14, page 828. Also Emmons's Statistical History.
End of footnote.
The Wasp, a ship built in Newburyport, cost $77,459.60. 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, built. The Frolic, a ship built in Boston, $72,094.82. 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and that was built. The Peacock, a ship built in New York, cost of $75,644.36. 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. The Ontario, a ship built in Baltimore, cost $59,343.69. 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. The Erie, a ship also built in Baltimore, cost of $56,174.36. 160 men, 22 guns, 509 tons, and it was built. Tom Bowline, a schooner built in Portsmouth, cost of $13,000. 90 men, 12 guns, 260 tons, purchased. The Lynx, a schooner built in Washington, no cost available. 50 men, 6 guns, and it was built. The Epervier, a brig built in England, $50,000 cost. 130 men, 18 guns, 477 tons, captured. The Flambeau, a brig built in Baltimore, a cost of $14,000. 90 men, 14 guns, 300 tons, purchased. The Spark, a ship built in Baltimore, cost of $17,389. 90 men, 14 guns, 300 tons, and was purchased. The Firefly, brig built in Baltimore, cost of $17,435. 90 men, 14 guns, 333 tons, purchased. The Torch, a schooner built in Baltimore, cost of $13,000. 60 men, 12 guns, 260 tons, purchased. The Spitfire, a schooner built in Baltimore, $20,000 cost. 60 men, 12 guns, 286 tons, purchased. The Eagle, schooner, New Orleans, no cost available. 60 men, 12 guns, 270 tons, purchased. The Prometheus was a schooner built in Philadelphia, a cost of $20,000. 60 men, 12 guns, 290 tons, purchased. The Chippeway, a brig built in Rhode Island,
$52,000 cost.
90 men, 14 guns, 390 tons purchased. The Saranac, a brig built in Middleton, $26,000. 90 men, 14 guns, 360 tons purchased. The Boxer, a brig built in Middleton, $26,000 cost. 90 men, 14 guns, 370 tons purchased. The Dispatch, a schooner, place built unavailable, cost unavailable, 23 men, 2 guns, 52 tons. The first 5 small vessels that are bracketed were to cruise under Commodore Porter, the next 4 under Commodore Perry, but the news of peace arrived before either squadron put to sea. Some of the vessels under this catalogue were really almost ready for sea at the end of 1813, and some that I have included in the catalogue of 1815 were almost completely fitted at the end of 1814. But this arrangement is practically the best. Part 15 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. List of vessels lost to the British. 1. Destroyed by British armies. The Columbia, 1,508 tons, 52 guns. The Adams, 760 tons, 28 guns. The Argus, 509 tons, 22 guns. All 3 of these vessels were destroyed to prevent them falling into hands of the enemy. The Carolina, 230 tons, 14 guns, destroyed by battery, for a total of 3,007 tons, 116 guns. 2. Captured, etc., by British Navy on ocean. The Essex, 860 tons, 46 guns, captured by frigate and corvette. The Frolic, 509 tons, 22 guns, captured by frigate and schooner. The Rattlesnake, 258 tons, 16 guns, captured by frigate. The Siren, 250 tons, 16 guns, captured by 74, for a total of 1,877 tons and 100 guns. Total of 4,884 tons and 216 guns. There were also a good many gunboats, which I do not count because, as already said, they were often not as large as the barges that were sunk and taken in attacking them, as at Craney Island, etc. List of vessels taken from the British. 1. Captured by the American privateers. The Ballyhoo, 86 tons, 4 guns. The Landrail, 76 tons, 4 guns. 2. Captured, etc., by American Navy on ocean. The Epervier, 477 tons, 18 guns, captured by the sloop Peacock. The Avon, 477 tons, 20 guns, sunk by the sloop Wasp. The Reindeer, 477 tons, 19 guns, sunk by the sloop Wasp. Pick 2, 300 tons, 14 guns, captured by frigate. 3. Sunk in attacking port, the Hermes, 500 tons, 22 guns, for a total of 2,393 tons and 101 guns. Taking into account the losses on the lakes, there was not very much difference in the amount of damage done to each combatant by the other. But
Both as regards the material results and the moral effects, the balance inclined largely to the Americans. The chief damage done to our navy was by the British land forces, and consisted mainly in forcing us to burn an unfinished frigate and sloop. On the ocean our 3 sloops were captured in each case by an overwhelming force, against which no resistance could be made, and the same was true of the captured British schooner. The Essex certainly gained as much honor as her opponents. There were but 3 single ship actions, in all of which the Americans were so superior in force as to give them a very great advantage. Nevertheless, in 2 of them the victory was won with such perfect impunity, and the difference in the loss and damage inflicted was so very great, that I doubt if the result would have been affected if the odds had been reversed. In the other case, that of the Reindeer, the defeated party fought at a still greater disadvantage, and yet came out of the conflict with full as much honor as the victor. No man with a particle of generosity in his nature can help feeling the most honest admiration for the unflinching courage and cool skill displayed by Captain Manners and his crew. It is worthy of notice, remembering the sneers of so many of the British authors at the wary circumspection of the Americans, that Captain Manners, who has left a more honorable name than any other British commander of the war, excepting Captain Broke, behaved with the greatest caution as long as it would serve his purpose, while he showed the most splendid personal courage afterward. It is this combination of courage and skill that made him so dangerous an antagonist. It showed that the traditional British bravery was not impaired by refusing to adhere to the traditional British tactics of rushing into a fight bull-headed. Needless exposure to danger denotes not so much pluck as stupidity. Captain Manners had no intention of giving his adversary any advantage he could prevent. No one can help feeling regret that he was killed, but if he has to fall, what more glorious death could he meet? It must be remembered that while paying all homage to Captain Manners, Captain Blakely did equally well. It was a case where the victory between 2 combatants, equal in courage and skill, was decided by superior weight of metal and number of men. Prizes made: the President 3, the Constitution 6, the Adams 10, the Frolic 2, the Wasp 15, the Peacock 15, Hornet 1, small craft 35, for a total of 87. Chapter 8. 1814. On the Lakes. Ontario. The winter was spent by both parties in preparing more formidable fleets for the ensuing summer. All the American schooners had proved themselves so unfit for service that they were converted into transports, except the Sylph, which was brig-rigged and armed like the Oneida. Sackett's Harbor possessed but slight fortifications, and the Americans were kept constantly on the alert, through fear lest the British should cross over. Commodore Chauncey and Mr. Eckford were as unremitting in their exertions as ever. In February, 2 22-gun brigs, the Jefferson and Jones, and 1 large frigate of 50 guns, the Superior, were laid. Afterward a deserter brought in news of the enormous size of one of the new British frigates, and the Superior was enlarged to permit her carrying 62 guns. The Jefferson was launched on April 7th, the Jones on the 10th, and the Superior on May 2nd. An attempt on the part of the British to blow her up, having been foiled a few days before. Another frigate, the Mohawk, 42, was at once begun. Neither guns nor men for the first 3 ships had as yet arrived, but they soon began to come in, as the roads got better and the streams opened. Chauncey and Eckford, besides building ships that were literally laid down in the forest, and seeing that they were armed with heavy guns, which, as well as all their stores, had to be carried overland hundreds of miles through the wilderness, were obliged to settle quarrels that occurred among the men, the most serious being one that arose from a sentinel's accidentally killing a shipwright, whose companions instantly struck work in a body. What was more serious, they had to contend with such constant and virulent sickness that it almost assumed the proportions of a plague. During the winter it was seldom that 2/3 of the force were fit for duty, and nearly 1/6 of the whole number of men in the port died before navigation opened. Footnote: Cooper mentions that in 5 months the Madison buried 1/5 of her crew. End of footnote. Meanwhile, Yeo had been nearly as active at Kingston, laying down 2 frigates and a huge line of battleship, but his shipwrights did not succeed in getting the latter ready much before navigation closed. The Prince Regent, 58, and Princess Charlotte, 42, were launched on April 15th. I shall anticipate somewhat by giving tabular lists of the comparative forces. After the 2 British frigates, the 2 American frigates, and the 2 American brigs had all been equipped and manned. Commodore Yeo's original 6 cruisers had been all renamed, some of them rearmed, and both the schooners changed into brigs. The Wolfe, Royal George, Melville, Moira, Beresford, and Sydney Smith were all now named respectively Montreal, Niagara, Star, Charwell, Netley, and Magnet. On the American side there had been but slight changes, beyond the alteration of the Sylph into a brig, like the Oneida. Of the Superior's 62 guns, 4 were very shortly sent on shore again. Chauncey's squadron. Superior, a ship, 1,580 tons, a crew of 500, broadside metal 1,050 pounds, 30 long 32s, 2 long 24s, and 26 short 42s. The Mohawk, ship, 1,350 tons, 350 crew, 554 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 long 18s, and 14 short 32s. The Pike, a ship, 875 tons, 300 crew, 360 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 long 24s. The Madison, a ship, 593 tons, 200 crew, 364 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 22 short 32s. The Jones, a brig, 500 tons, 160 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 20 short 32s. The Jefferson, a brig, 500 tons, 160 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 20 short 32s. The Sylph, a brig, 300 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 24s. The Oneida, a brig, 243 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 24s, for a total of 8 vessels, 5,941 tons, 1,870 crew, 3,352 pounds of broadside metal, and 228 guns. This is considerably less than James makes it, as he includes all the schooners, which were abandoned as cruisers and only used as transports or gunboats. Similarly, Sir James has a large number of gunboats which are not included in his cruising force. James thus makes Chauncey's force 2,321 men and a broadside of 4,188 pounds. Yeo's squadron. The Prince Regent, a ship 1,450 tons, 485 crew, 872 pounds of broadside metal, 32 long 24s, 4 short 68s, 22 short 32s. The Princess Charlotte ship, 1,215 tons, 315 crew, 604 pounds of broadside metal, 26 long 24s, 2 short 68s, 14 short 32s. The Montreal, a ship, 637 tons, 220 crew, 258 pounds of broadside metal, 7 long 24s and 18 long 18s. The Niagara, a ship, 510 tons, 200 crew, 332 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 20 short 32s. The Charwell, a brig, 279 tons, 110 crew, 236 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 14 short 32s. The Star, a brig, 262 tons, 110 crew, 236 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 14 short 32s. The Netley, a brig, 216 tons, 100 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s, 14 short 24s. The Magnet, a ship, 187 tons, 80 crew, 156 pounds of broadside metal, 2 long 12s and 12 short 24s, for a total of 8 vessels, 4,756 tons, 1,620 crew, 2,874 pounds of broadside metal, and 209 guns. This tallies pretty well with James's statement, which, on page 488, is 1,517 men, and a broadside of 2,752 pounds. But there are very probably errors as regards the armament of the small brigs, which were continually changed. At any rate, the American fleet was certainly the stronger, about in the proportion of 6 to 5. The disproportion was enough to justify Sir James in his determination not to hazard a battle, although the odds were certainly not such as British commanders had been previously accustomed to pay much regard to. Chauncey would have acted exactly as his opponent did, had he been similarly placed. The odds against the British commodore were too great to be overcome where the combatants were otherwise on a par. Although the refusal to do battle against them would certainly preclude Yeo from advancing any claims to superiority in skill or courage. The Princess Charlotte and Niagara were just about equal to the Mohawk and Madison, and so were the Charwell and Netley to the Oneida and Sylph, but both the Star and Magnet together could hardly have matched either the Jones or the Jefferson, while the main deck 32's of the Superior gave her a great advantage over the Prince Regent's 24's, where the crews were so equal, and the Pike was certainly too heavy for the Montreal. A decided superiority in the effectiveness of both crews and captains could alone have warranted Sir James Lucas Yeo in engaging, and this superiority he certainly did not possess. This year the British architects outstripped ours in the race for supremacy, and Commodore Yeo put out of port with his 8 vessels long before the Americans were ready. His first attempt was a successful attack on Oswego. This town is situated some 60 miles distant from Sackett's Harbor, and is the first port on the lake which the stores sent from the seaboard to Chauncey reached. Accordingly it was a place of some little importance, but was very much neglected by the American authorities. It was insufficiently garrisoned, and was defended only by an entirely ruined fort of 6 guns, 2 of them dismounted. Commodore Yeo sailed from Kingston to attack it on the 3rd of May, having on board his ships a detachment of 1,080 troops. Oswego was garrisoned by less than 300 men. [Footnote: General order of General Jacob Brown, by R. Jones, Assistant Adjutant General, May 12, 1814.] chiefly belonging to a light artillery regiment, with a score or 2 of militia. They were under the command of Colonel Mitchell. The recaptured schooner Growler was in port, with 7 guns destined for the harbor. She was sunk by her commander, but afterward raised and carried off by the foe. On the 5th Yeo appeared off Oswego and sent in Captain Collier and 13 gunboats to draw the fort's fire. After some firing between them and the 4 guns mounted in the fort, 2 long 24's, 1 long 12, and 1 long 6, the gunboats retired. The next day the attack was seriously made. The Princess Charlotte, Montreal, and Niagara engaged the batteries, while the Charwell and Star scoured the woods with grape to clear them of the militia. [Footnote: Letter of General Gordon Drummond, May 7, 1814.] The debarkation of troops was superintended by Captain O'Connor, and until it was accomplished the Montreal sustained almost the whole fire of the fort, being set on fire 3 times, and much cut up in hull, masts, and rigging. [Footnote: Letter of Sir James Lucas Yeo, May 17, 1814.] Under this fire 800 British troops were landed, under Lieutenant Colonel Fisher, assisted by 200 seamen, armed with long pikes, under Captain Mulcaster. They moved gallantly up the hill under a heavy fire, and carried the fort by assault. Mitchell then fell back unmolested to the falls, about 12 miles above the town, where there was a large quantity of stores, but he was not again attacked. The Americans lost 6 men killed, including Lieutenant Blaney, 38 wounded and 25 missing, both of these last falling into the enemy's hands. The British lost 22 soldiers, marines, and seamen, including Captain Holloway, killed, and 73, including the gallant Captain Mulcaster, dangerously, and Captain Popham slightly wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Colonel V. Fisher, May 17, 1814. James says 18 killed and 64 wounded, why I do not know. The official report of Colonel Fisher, as quoted, says: "Of the army, 19 killed and 62 wounded; of the navy, 3 killed and 11 wounded." The total loss being 95, nearly a third of the American force engaged. General Drummond, in his official letter, reports that the fort being everywhere almost open, the whole of the garrison effected their escape, except about 60 men, half of them wounded. No doubt the fort's being everywhere almost open afforded excellent opportunities for retreat, but it was not much of a recommendation of it as a structure intended for defence. The British destroyed the 4 guns in the battery, and razed the Growler and carried her off, with her valuable cargo of 7 long guns. They also carried off a small quantity of ordnance, stores, and some flour, and burned the barracks. Otherwise but little damage was done, and the Americans reoccupied the place at once. It certainly showed great lack of energy on Commodore Yeo's part that he did not strike a really important blow by sending an expedition up to destroy the quantity of stores and ordnance collected at the Falls. But the attack itself was admirably managed. The ships were well placed, and kept up so heavy a fire on the fort as to effectually cover the debarkation of the troops, which was very cleverly accomplished, and the soldiers and seamen behaved with great gallantry and steadiness, their officers leading them, sword in hand, up a long steep hill under a destructive fire. It was similar to Chauncy's attacks on York and Fort George, except that in this case the assailants suffered a much severer loss compared to that inflicted on the assailed. Colonel Mitchell managed the defence with skill, doing all he could with his insufficient materials. After returning to Kingston, Yeo sailed with his squadron for Sackett's Harbor, where he appeared on May 19th and began a strict blockade. This was especially troublesome because most of the guns and cables for the 2 frigates had not yet arrived, and though the lighter pieces and stores could be carried overland, the heavier ones could only go by water, which route was now made dangerous by the presence of the blockading squadron. The very important duty of convoying these great guns was entrusted to Captain Woolsey, an officer of tried merit. He decided to take them by water to Stony Creek, whence they might be carried by land to the harbor, which was but 3 miles distant, and on that success of his enterprise depended Chauncy's chances of regaining command of the lake. On the 28th of May, at sunset, Woolsey left Oswego with 19 boats, carrying 21 long 32s, 10 long 24s, 3 42-pound carronades, and 10 cables, one of the latter for the Superior, being a huge rope 22 inches in circumference and weighing 9,600 pounds. The boats rowed all through the night, and at sunrise on the 29th 18 of them found themselves off the Big Salmon River, and, as it was unsafe to travel by daylight, Woolsey ran up into Big Sandy Creek, 8 miles from the harbor. The other boat, containing 2 long 24s and a cable, got out of line, ran into the British squadron, and was captured. The news she brought induced Sir James Yeo at once to send out an expedition to capture the others. He accordingly dispatched Captains Popham and Spilsbury in 2 gunboats, one armed with one 68-pound and one 24-pound carronade, and the other with a long 32, accompanied by 3 cutters and a gig, mounting between them 2 long 12s and 2 brass 6s, with a total of 180 men. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 487. While Cooper says 186, James says the British loss was 18 killed and 50 wounded. Major Appling says 14 were killed, 28 wounded, and 27 marines and 106 sailors captured.] They rowed up to Sandy Creek and lay off its mouth all the night, and began ascending it shortly after daylight on the 30th. Their force, however, was absurdly inadequate for the accomplishment of their object. Captain Woolsey had been reinforced by some Oneida Indians, a company of light artillery, and some militia, so that his only care was not to repulse but to capture the British party entire, and even this did not need any exertion. He accordingly dispatched Major Appling down the river with 120 riflemen. [Footnote: Letter of Major D. Appling, May 30th, 1814.] and some Indians to lie in ambush. [Footnote: Letter of Captain M. T. Woolsey, June 1st, 1814. There were about 60 Indians. In all, the American force amounted to 180 men. James adds 30 riflemen, 140 Indians, and a large body of militia and cavalry, none of whom were present. When going up the creek, the British marines, under Lieutenant Cox, were landed on the left bank, and the small arm men, under Lieutenant Brown, on the right bank, while the 2 captains rowed up the stream between them, throwing grape into the bushes to disperse the Indians. Major Appling waited until the British were close up, when his riflemen opened with so destructive a volley as to completely demoralize and stampede them, and their whole force was captured with hardly any resistance, the American having only 1 man slightly wounded. The British loss was severe, 18 killed and 50 dangerously wounded, according to Captain Popham's report, as quoted by James, or 14 killed and 28 wounded, according to Major Appling's letter. It was a very clever and successful ambush. On June 6th Yeo raised the blockade of the harbor, but Chauncey's squadron was not in condition to put out till 6 weeks later, during which time nothing was done by either fleet, except that 2 very gallant cutting-out expeditions were successfully attempted by Lieutenant Francis H. Gregory, U.S.N. On June 16th he left the harbor, accompanied by Sailing Masters Vaughan and Dixon, and 22 seamen in 3 gigs, to intercept some of the enemy's provision schooners. On the 19th he was discovered by the British gunboat Black Snake, of 1 18-pound carronade and 18 men, commanded by Captain H. Landon. Lieutenant Gregory dashed at the gunboat and carried it without the loss of a man. He was afterward obliged to burn it, but he brought the prisoners, chiefly Royal Marines, safely into port. On the 1st of July he again started out with Messrs. Vaughan and Dixon and 2 gigs. The plucky little party suffered greatly from hunger, but on the 5th he made a sudden descent on Presque Island and burned a 14-gun schooner, just ready for launching. He was off before the foe could assemble, and reached the harbor in safety next day. On July 31st Commodore Chauncy sailed with his fleet. Some days previously the larger British vessels had retired to Kingston, where a 100-gun 2-decker was building. Chauncy sailed up to the head of the lake, where he intercepted the small brig Magnet. The Sylph was sent in to destroy her, but her crew ran her ashore and burned her. The Jefferson, Sylph, and Oneida were left to watch some other small craft in the Niagara. The Jones was kept cruising between the harbor and Oswego, and with the 4 larger vessels Chauncy blockaded Yeo's 4 large vessels lying in Kingston. The 4 American vessels were in the aggregate of 4,398 tons, manned by rather more than 1,350 men, and presenting in broadside 77 guns, throwing 2,328 pounds of shot. The 4 British vessels measured in all about 3,812 tons, manned by 1,220 men, and presenting in broadside 74 guns, throwing 2,066 pounds of shot. The former were thus superior by about 15%, and Sir James Yeo very properly declined to fight with the odds against him, although it was a nicer calculation than British commanders had been accustomed to enter into. Major General Brown had written to Commodore Chauncy on July 13th: "I do not doubt my ability to meet the enemy in the field, and to march in any direction over his country, your fleet carrying for me the necessary supplies. We can threaten Forts George and Niagara, and carry Burlington Heights and York, and proceed direct to Kingston, and carry that place. For God's sake let me see you. Sir James will not fight." To which Chauncy replied: "I shall afford every assistance in my power to cooperate with the army whenever it can be done without losing sight of the great object for the attainment of which this fleet has been created, the capture or destruction of the enemy's fleet. But that I consider the primary object. We are intended to seek and fight the enemy's fleet, and I shall not be diverted from my efforts to effectuate it by any sinister attempt to render us subordinate to, or an appendage of, the army; that is, by any sinister attempt to make him cooperate intelligently in a really well concerted scheme of invasion." In further support of these noble and independent sentiments he writes to the Secretary of the Navy on August 10th, [Footnote: See Niles, vol. 7, page 12, and other places, under Chauncy in Index.] "I told General Brown that I should not visit the head of the lake unless the enemy's fleet did so. To deprive the enemy of an apology for not meeting me, I have sent ashore 4 guns from the Superior to reduce her armament in number to an equality with the Prince Regent's, yielding the advantage of their 68-pounders. The Mohawk mounts 2 guns less than the Princess Charlotte, and the Montreal and Niagara are equal to the Pike and Madison." He here justifies his refusal to cooperate with General Brown by saying that he was of only equal force with Sir James, and that he has deprived the latter of an apology for not meeting him. This last was not at all true. The Mohawk and Madison were just about equal to the Princess Charlotte and Niagara, but the Pike was half as strong again as the Montreal, and Chauncy could very well afford to yield the advantage of their 68-pounders, when in return Sir James had to yield the advantage of Chauncy's long 32's and 42-pound carronades. The Superior was a 32-pounder frigate, and even without her 4 extra guns was about a fourth heavier than the Prince Regent with her 24-pounders. Sir James was not acting more warily than Chauncy had acted during June and July, 1813. Then he had a fleet which tonned 1,701, was manned by 680 men, and threw at a broadside 1,099 pounds of shot, and he declined to go out of port or in any way try to check the operation of Yeo's fleet, which tonned 2,091, was manned by 770 men, and threw at a broadside 1,374 pounds of shot. Chauncy then acted perfectly proper, no doubt, but he could not afford to sneer at Yeo for behaving in the same way. Whatever either commander might write, in reality he well knew that his officers and crew were, man for man, just about on a par with those of his antagonists, and so, after the first brush or two, he was exceedingly careful to see that the odds were not against him. Chauncy, in his petulant answers to Brown's letter, ignored the fact that his superiority of force would prevent his opponent from giving battle, and would therefore prevent anything more important than a blockade occurring. His ideas of the purpose for which his command had been created were erroneous, and very hurtful to the American cause. That purpose was not, except incidentally, the destruction of the enemy's fleet, and if it was, he entirely failed to accomplish it. The real purpose was to enable Canada to be successfully invaded, or to assist in repelling an invasion of the United States. These services could only be efficiently performed by acting in union with the land forces, for his independent action could evidently have little effect. The only important services he had performed had been in attacking Forts George and York, where he had been rendered subordinate to and an appendage of the army. His only chance of accomplishing anything lay in similar acts of cooperation, and he refused to do these. Had he acted as he ought to have done, and assisted Brown to the utmost, he would certainly have accomplished much more than he did, and might have enabled Brown to assault Kingston, when Yeo's fleet would of course have been captured. The insubordination, petty stickling for his own dignity, and lack of appreciation of the necessity of acting in concert that he showed, were the very faults which proved most fatal to the success of our various land commanders in the early part of the war. Even had Chauncy's assistance availed nothing, he could not have accomplished less than he did. He remained off Kingston blockading Yeo, being once or twice blown off by gales. He sent Lieutenant Gregory, accompanied by Midshipman Hart and 6 men, in to reconnoitre on August 25th. The lieutenant ran across 2 barges containing 30 men, and was captured after the midshipman had been killed, and the lieutenant and 4 men wounded. On September 21st he transported General Izard and 3,000 men from Sackett's Harbor to the Genesee, and then again blockaded Kingston until the 2-decker was nearly completed, when he promptly retired to the harbor. The equally cautious Yeo did not come out on the lake till October 15th. He did not indulge in the empty and useless formality of blockading his antagonist, but assisted the British army on the Niagara frontier till navigation closed, about November 21st. A couple of days before, Midshipman McGowan headed an expedition to blow up the two-decker, named the St. Lawrence, with a torpedo, but was discovered by two of the enemy's boats, which he captured and brought in. The attempt was abandoned because the St. Lawrence was found not to be lying in Kingston. For this year the material loss again fell heaviest on the British, amounting to one 14-gun brig burned by her crew, one 10-gun schooner burned on the stocks, 3 gunboats, 3 cutters, and 1 gig captured, while in return the Americans lost 1 schooner loaded with 7 guns, 1 boat loaded with 2, and a gig captured and 4 guns destroyed at Oswego. In men the British loss was heavier still relatively to that of the Americans, being in killed, wounded, and prisoners about 300 to 80. But in spite of this loss and damage, which was too trivial to be of any account to either side, the success of the season was with the British, inasmuch as they held command over the lake for more than 4 months, during which time they could cooperate with their army, while the Americans held it for barely 2 months and a half. In fact, the conduct of the two fleets on Lake Ontario during the latter part of the war was almost farcical. As soon as one, by building, acquired the superiority, the foe at once retired to port, where he waited until he had built another vessel or two, when he came out and the other went into port in turn. Under such circumstances it was hopeless ever to finish the contest by a stand-up sea fight, each commander calculating the chances with mathematical exactness. The only hope of destroying the enemy's fleet was by cooperating with the land forces in a successful attack on his main post, when he would be forced to be either destroyed or to fight. And this cooperation Chauncey refused to give. He seems to have been an excellent organizer, but he did not use, certainly not in the summer of 1813, his materials by any means to the best advantage. He was hardly equal to his opponent, and the latter seems to have been little more than an average officer. Yeo blundered several times, as in the attack on Sackett's Harbor, in not following up his advantage at Oswego, in showing so little resource in the action off the Genesee, etc., and he was not troubled by any excess of daring. But during the period when he was actually cruising against Chauncey on the lake, he certainly showed to better advantage than the American did. With an inferior force he won a partial victory over his opponent off Niagara, and then kept him in check for 6 weeks, while Chauncey, with his superior force, was not only partially defeated once, but when he did gain a partial victory, failed to take advantage of it. In commenting upon the timid and dilatory tactics of the two commanders on Ontario, however, it must be remembered that the indecisive nature of the results attained had been often paralleled by the numerous similar encounters that took place on the ocean during the wars of the preceding century. In the War of the American Revolution the English fought some 19 fleet actions with the French, Dutch, and Spaniards. 1 victory was gained over the French and 1 over the Spaniards, while the 17 others were all indecisive, both sides claiming the victory and neither winning it. Of course, some of them, though indecisive as regards loss and damage were strategical victories. Thus Admiral Arbuthnot beat back Admiral Barras off the Chesapeake in March of 1781, and near the same place in September of the same year the French had their revenge in the victory, won at least in its results, of the Comte de Grasse over Sir Thomas Graves. In the 5 desperate and bloody combats which de Suffren waged with Sir Edward Hughes in the East Indies, the laurels were very evenly divided. These 5 conflicts were not rendered indecisive by any overweariness in manoeuvring, for de Suffren's attacks were carried out with as much boldness as skill, and his stubborn antagonist was never inclined to balk him of a fair battle. But the 2 hardy fighters were so evenly matched that they would pound one another till each was helpless to inflict injury. Very different were the 3 consecutive battles that took place in the same waters on the 25th of April, 1758, the 3rd of August, 1758, and on the 10th of September, 1759, between Pocock and Daché. Footnote: La marine française sur la reine de Louis XVI, par Henri Rivière, lieutenant des vaisseaux, chevalier de la Légion d'honneur, Paris et Toulon, 1859, pages 385 and 439, end of footnote, where by skilful manoeuvring the French admiral saved his somewhat inferior force from capture, and the English admiral gained indecisive victories. M. Rivière, after giving a most just and impartial account of the battles, sums up with the following excellent criticism. Footnote: Ibid, page 425. End of footnote. I pay more attention to the sense than to the letter of my translation. In this battle, won by Hawke the 20th of November, 1757, and the combats of Pocock and Daché, from which date 2 distinct schools in the naval affairs of the 18th century, one of these was all for promptness and audacity, which were regarded as the indispensable conditions for victory. The other, on the contrary, praised skilful delays and able evolutions, and created success by science united to prudence. But these 2 schools were true only according to circumstances, not absolutely. When 2 fleets of equal force are facing one another, as in the War of the American Revolution, then tactics should come into play, and audacity would often be mere foolhardiness. If it happens, on the other hand, as in the Republic, or during the last years of Louis XV, that an irresolute fleet without organization has to contend with a fleet prepared in every way, then, on the part of this last, audacity is wisdom, and prudence would be cowardice, for it would give an enemy who distrusts himself time to become more hardy. The only school always true is that one which, freed from all routine, produces men whose genius will unite in one, in knowing how to apply them appropriately, the audacity which will carry off victory, and the prudence which knows how to obtain it in preparing for it. These generalizations are drawn from the results of mighty battles, but they apply just as well to the campaigns carried on a small scale, or even to single ship actions. Chauncey, as already said, does not deserve the praise which most American historians, and especially Cooper, have lavished on him, as well as on all our other officers of that period. Such indiscriminate eulogy entirely detracts from the worth of a writer's favorable criticisms. Our average commander was, I firmly believe, at that time superior to the average commander of any other nation; but to get at this average we must include Chauncy, Rogers, and Angus, as well as Hull, Macdonough, Perry, Porter, Bainbridge, Biddle, Lawrence, and Warrington. Sir James Yeo did to the full as well as his opponent, and like him was a good organizer. But he did little enough. His campaigns must be considered as being conducted well or ill, according as he is believed to have commanded better men than his opponent or not. If, as many British writers contend, his crews were an overmatch for the Americans, man for man, even to a slight degree, then Yeo's conduct was very cowardly. If, on the contrary, the officers and men of the two fleets were on a par, then he acted properly and out-generaled his opponent. It is to be regretted that most of the histories written on the subject on either side of the Atlantic should be of the hurrah order of literature, with no attempt whatever to get at the truth, but merely to explain away the defeats or immensely exaggerate the victories suffered or gained by their own side. Erie and the Upper Lakes. Hitherto the vessels on these lakes, as well as on Ontario, had been under the command of Commodore Chauncy, but they were now formed into a separate department under Captain Arthur Sinclair. The Americans had, of course, complete supremacy, and no attempt was seriously made to contest it with them; but they received a couple of stinging, if not very important, defeats. It is rather singular that here the British, who began with a large force, while there was none whatsoever to oppose it, should have had it by degrees completely annihilated, and should have then, and not till then, when apparently rendered harmless, have turned round and partially revenged themselves by two cutting-out expeditions which were as boldly executed as they were skilfully planned. Captain Sinclair sailed into Lake Huron with the Niagara, Caledonia, Ariel, Scorpion, and Tigress, and on July 20th burnt the fort and barracks of St. Joseph, which were abandoned by their garrison. On August 4th he arrived off the fort of Machillimackinac, which was situated on such an eminence that the guns of the vessels could not reach it. Accordingly the troops under Colonel Croghan were landed, covered by the fire of the schooners very successfully; but when they tried to carry the fort they were driven back with a loss of 70 men. Thence Sinclair sailed to the Nattagawassa Creek, attacked and destroyed a blockhouse 3 miles up it, which mounted 3 light guns, and also a schooner called the Nancy, but the commander of the schooner, Lieutenant Worsley, with his crew, escaped up the river. Captain Sinclair then departed for Lake Erie, leaving the Scorpion, Lieutenant Turner, and Tigress, Sailing Master Champlain, to blockade the Nattagawassa. News was received by the British from a party of Indians that the two American vessels were 5 leagues apart, and it was at once resolved to attempt their capture. On the 1st of September, in the evening, 4 boats started out, one manned by 20 seamen under Lieutenant Worsley, the 3 others by 72 soldiers under Lieutenants Bulger, Armstrong, and Raderhurst of the army, in all 92 men and 2 guns, a 6 and a 3-pounder. A number of Indians accompanied the expedition, but took no part in the fighting. At sunset on the 2nd the boats arrived at St. Mary's Strait, and spent 24 hours in finding out where the American schooners were. At 6 P.M. on the 3rd the nearest vessel, the Tigress, was made out 6 miles off, and they pulled for her. It was very dark, and they were not discovered till they had come within 50 yards, when Champlain at once fired his long 24 at them. Before it could be reloaded, the 4 boats had dashed up, those of Lieutenant Worsley and Armstrong placing themselves on the starboard, and those of Lieutenants Bulger and Raderhurst on the port side. There was a short, sharp struggle, and the schooner was carried. Of a crew of 28 men, 3 were killed, and 5, including Mr. Champlain, dangerously wounded. The assailants lost 3 seamen killed, Lieutenant Bulger, 7 soldiers, and several seamen wounded. Footnote: letter of Lieutenant A.H. Bulger, September 7, 1814. James says only 3 killed and 8 wounded, but Lieutenant Bulger distinctly says in addition, and several seamen wounded. End of footnote. The defense of this vessel, writes Lieutenant Bulger, did credit to her officers, who were all severely wounded. Next day the prisoners were sent on shore, and on the 5th the Scorpion was discovered working up to join her consort, entirely ignorant of what had happened. She anchored about 2 miles from the Tigress, and next morning at 6 o'clock the latter slipped her cable and ran down under the jib and foresail, the American ensign and pendant still flying. When within 10 yards of the Scorpion, the concealed soldiers jumped up, poured a volley into her which killed 2 and wounded 2 men, and the next moment carried her, her surprised crew of 30 men making no resistance. The whole affair reflected great credit on the enterprise and pluck of the British, without being discreditable to the Americans. It was like Lieutenant Elliott's capture of the Detroit and Caledonia. End of Part 14. Meanwhile, a still more daring cutting-out expedition had taken place at the foot of Lake Erie. The 3 American schooners, Ohio, Somers, and Porcupine, each with 30 men, under Lieutenant Conkling, were anchored just at the outlet of the lake, to cover the flank of the works at Fort Erie. On the night of August 12th, Captain Dobbs of the Charwell and Lieutenant Radcliffe of the Netley, with 75 men and marines from their 2 vessels, which were lying off Fort Erie, resolved to attempt the capture of the schooners. The seamen carried the captain's gig upon their shoulders from Queenstown to Frenchman's Creek, a distance of 20 miles. Thence, by the aid of some militia, 5 bateaux as well as the gig were carried 8 miles across the woods to Lake Erie, and the party, whether with or without the militia I do not know, embarked in them. Between 11 and 12 the boats were discovered a short distance ahead of the Somers and hailed. Provision boats! Which deceived the officer on deck, as such boats had been in the habit of passing and repassing continually during the night. Before he discovered his mistake, the boats drifted across his hawse, cut his cables, and ran him aboard with a volley of musketry, which wounded 2 of his men, and before the others could get on deck, the schooner was captured. In another moment the British boats were alongside the Ohio, Lieutenant Conkling's vessel. Here the people had hurried on deck, and there was a moment's sharp struggle, in which the assailants lost Lieutenant Radcliffe, and 1 seaman killed, and 6 seamen and marines wounded. But on board the Ohio, Lieutenant Conkling and Sailing Master M. Cayley were shot down, 1 seaman killed and 4 wounded, and Captain Dobbs carried her, sword in hand. The Porcupine was not molested, and made no effort to interfere with the British in their retreat. So they drifted down the rapids with their 2 prizes, and secured them below. The boldness of this enterprise will be appreciated when it is remembered that but 75 British seamen, unless there were some militia along, with no artillery, attacked and captured 2 out of 3 fine schooners, armed each with long 32 or 24, and an aggregate of 90 men, and that this had been done in waters where the gig and 5 bateaux of the victors were the only British vessels afloat. Champlain. This lake, which had hitherto played but an inconspicuous part, was now to become the scene of the greatest naval battle of the war. A British army of 11,000 men, under Sir George Prevost, undertook the invasion of New York by advancing up the western bank of Lake Champlain. This advance was impracticable unless there was a sufficiently strong British naval force to drive back the American squadron at the same time. Accordingly, the British began to construct a frigate, the Confiance, to be added to their already existing force, which consisted of a brig, 2 sloops, and 12 or 14 gunboats. The Americans already possessed a heavy corvette, a schooner, a small sloop, and 10 gunboats, or row galleys. They now began to build a large brig, the Eagle, which was launched about the 16th of August. 9 days later, on the 25th, the Confiance was launched. The 2 squadrons were equally deficient in stores, etc., the Confiance having locks to her guns, some of which could not be used, while the American schooner Ticonderoga had to fire her guns by means of pistols flashed at the touch-holes, like Barclay on Lake Erie. Macdonough and Downey were hurried into action before they had time to prepare themselves thoroughly. But it was a disadvantage common to both, and arose from the nature of the case, which called for immediate action. The British army advanced slowly toward Plattsburg, which was held by General Macomb with less than 2,000 effective American troops. Captain Thomas Macdonough, the American commodore, took the lake a day or 2 before his antagonist, and came to anchorage in Plattsburg harbor. The British fleet, under Captain George Downey, moved from Isle aux Noix on September 8th, and on the morning of the 11th sailed into Plattsburg harbor. Part 16 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 16. The American force consisted of the ship Saratoga, Captain T. Macdonough, of about 734 tons. Footnote in the Naval Archives, Master's Commandant Letters, 1814, Volume 1, number 134, is a letter from Macdonough in which he states that the Saratoga is intermediate in size between the Pike of 875 and the Madison of 593 tons. This would make her 734. The Eagle was very nearly the size of the Lawrence or Niagara on Lake Erie. The Ticonderoga was originally a small steamer, but Commodore Macdonough had her schooner rigged because he found that her machinery got out of order on almost every trip that he took. Her tonnage is only approximately known, but she was of the same size as the Linnet, carrying 8 long 24-pounders, 6 42-pound and 12 32-pound carronades. The brig Eagle, Captain Robert Henley, of about 500 tons, carrying 8 long 18s and 12 32-pound carronades. Schooner Ticonderoga, Lieutenant Commander Stephen Casson, of about 350 tons, carrying 8 long 12-pounders, 4 long 18-pounders, and 5 32-pound carronades. Sloop Preble, Lieutenant Charles Budd, of about 80 tons, mounting 7 long 9s. The row galleys Boxer, Centipede, Nettle, Allen, Viper, and Burrows, each of about 70 tons, and mounting 1 long 24 and 1 short 18-pounder. And the row galleys Wilmer, Ludlow, Alwyn, and Ballard, each of about 40 tons, and mounting 1 long 12. James puts down the number of men on board the squadron as 950, merely a guess, as he gives no authority. Cooper says about 850 men, including officers, and a small detachment of soldiers to act as marines. Lossing, page 866, note 1, says 882 in all. Volume 14 of the American State Papers contains on page 572 the prize money list presented by the purser George Beale, Jr. This numbers the men, the dead being represented by their heirs or executors, up to 915, including soldiers and seamen, but many of the numbers are omitted, probably owing to the fact that their owners, though belonging on board, happened to be absent on shore or in the hospital, so that the actual number of names tallies very closely with that given by Lossing, and accordingly I shall take that. Footnote: in the Naval Archives are numerous letters from Macdonough in which he states continually that as fast as they arrive he substitutes sailors for the soldiers with which the vessels were originally manned. Men were continually being sent ashore on account of sickness. In the Bureau of Navigation is the logbook of sloop of war Surprise, Captain Robert Henley. Surprise was the name the Eagle originally went by. It mentions from time to time that men were buried and sent ashore to the hospital, 5 being sent ashore on September 2nd, and finally mentions that the places of the absent were partially filled by a draft of 21 soldiers to act as marines. The notes on the day of battle are very brief. End of footnote. The total number of men in the galleys, including a number of soldiers, as there were not enough sailors, was 350. The exact proportions in which this force was distributed among the gunboats cannot be told, but it may be roughly said to be 41 in each large galley and 26 in each small one. The complement of the Saratoga was 210, of the Eagle 130, of the Ticonderoga 100, and of the Preble 30. but the first three had also a few soldiers distributed between them. The following list is probably pretty accurate as to the aggregate, but there may have been a score or two fewer men on the gunboats or more on the larger vessels. Macdonough's force: the Saratoga, 734 tons, 240 crew, 414 pounds of broadside, 96 pounds of metal from long guns, and 318 pounds from short guns. The Eagle, 500 tons, 150 crew, 264 pounds of broadside metal, 72 pounds from long guns, 192 from short guns. Ticonderoga, 350 tons, 112 crew, 180 pounds of broadside metal, 84 pounds from long guns, and 96 pounds from short guns. The Preble, 80 tons, 30 crew, 36 pounds of broadside metal, 36 pounds from long guns. 6 gunboats, 420 tons, 246 crew, 252 pounds of broadside metal, 144 pounds from long guns, 108 pounds from short guns. 4 gunboats, 160 tons, 104 crew, 48 pounds of broadside metal, 48 pounds from long guns. In all, 14 vessels of 2,244 tons and 882 men, with 86 guns, throwing at a broadside 1,194 pounds of shot, 480 from long and 714 from short guns. The force of the British squadron in guns and ships is known accurately, as most of it was captured. The Confiance, rated for years in our lists as a frigate of the class of the Constellation, Congress, and Macedonian. She was thus of over 1,200 tons. Cooper says more, nearly double the tonnage of the Saratoga. She carried on her main deck 30 long 24s, 15 in each broadside. She did not have a complete spar deck. On her poop, which came forward to the mizzen-mast, were 2 32-pound or possibly 42-pound carronades, and on her spacious top-gallant forecastle were 4 32 or 42-pound carronades, and a long 24 on a pivot. Footnote: this is her armament, as given by Cooper, on the authority of Lieutenant E.A.F. Lavalette, who was in charge of her for 3 months, and went aboard her 10 minutes after the Linnet struck. End of footnote. She had aboard her a furnace for heating shot, 8 or 10 of which heated shot were found with the furnace. Footnote: James stigmatizes the statement of Commodore Macdonough about the furnace as gross a falsehood as ever was uttered, but he gives no authority for the denial, and it appears to have been merely an ebullition of spleen on his part. Every American officer who went aboard the Confiance saw the furnace and the hot shot. End of footnote. This was, of course, a perfectly legitimate advantage. The Linnet, Captain Daniel Pring, was a brig of the same size as the Ticonderoga, mounting 16 long 12s. The Chubb and Finch, Lieutenants James McGee and William Hicks, were formerly the American sloops Growler and Eagle, of 112 and 110 tons respectively. The former mounted 10 18-pound carronades and 1 long 6, the latter 6 18-pound carronades, 4 long 6s, and 1 short 18. There were 12 gunboats. Footnote: letter of General George Prevost, September 11, 1814. All the American accounts say 13. The British official account had best be taken. James says only 10, but gives no authority. He appears to have been entirely ignorant of all things connected with this action. 5 of these were large, of about 70 tons each. 3 mounted a long 24 and a 32-pound carronade each. 1 mounted a long 18 and a 32-pound carronade. 1 a long 18 and a short 18. 7 were smaller, of about 40 tons each. 3 of these carried each a long 18 and 4 carried each a 32-pound carronade. There is greater difficulty in finding out the number of men in the British fleet. American historians are unanimous in stating it at from 1,000 to 1,100. British historians never do anything but copy James blindly. Midshipman Leah of the Confiance, in a letter already quoted, published in the London Naval Chronicle, volume 32, page 292, gives her crew as 300. But more than this amount of dead and prisoners were taken out of her. The number given her by Commander Ward in his Naval Tactics is probably nearest right, 325. [Footnote: James gives her but 270 men, without stating his authority.] The Linnet had about 125 men, and the Chubb and Finch about 50 men each. According to Admiral Paulding, given by Lossing in his Field Book of the War of 1812, page 868, their gun-boats averaged 50 men each. This is probably true, as they were manned largely by soldiers, any number of whom could be spared from Sir George Prevost's great army. But it may be best to consider the large ones as having 41, and the small 26 men, which were the complements of the American gunboats of the same sizes. The following, then, is the force of Downey's squadron: Confiance, 1,200 tons, 325 crew, 480 pounds of broadside metal, 384 pounds from long guns, and 96 pounds from short guns. The Linnet, 350 tons, 125 crew, 96 pounds of broadside metal, 96 pounds from long guns. Chubb, 112 tons, 50 crew, 96 pounds of broadside metal, 6 pounds from long guns, 90 pounds from short guns. The Finch, 110 tons, 50 crew, 84 pounds of broadside metal, 12 pounds from long guns, 72 pounds from short guns. 5 gunboats, 350 tons, 205 crew, 254 pounds of broadside metal, 12 pounds from long guns, 72 pounds from short guns. 7 gunboats, 280 tons, 182 crew, 182 pounds of broadside metal, 54 pounds from long guns, 128 pounds from short guns. In all, 16 vessels of about 2,402 tons, with 937 men. [Footnote: About. There were probably more rather than less.] And a total of 92 guns, throwing at a broadside 1,192 pounds, 660 from long and 532 from short pieces. These are widely different from the figures that appear in the pages of most British historians, from Sir Archibald Alison down and up. Thus in the History of the British Navy by C.D. Young, already quoted, it is said that on Lake Champlain the British force was manifestly and vastly inferior. There the American, broadside, outweighing ours in more than the proportion of 3 to 2, while the difference in their tonnage and in the number of their crew was still more in their favor. None of these historians or quasi-historians have made the faintest effort to find out the facts for themselves, following James's figures with blind reliance, and accordingly it is only necessary to discuss the latter. This reputable gentleman ends his account, Naval Occurrences, page 424, by remarking that Macdonough wrote as he did because he knew that nothing would stamp a falsehood with currency equal to a pious expression, his falsehoods equaling in number the lines of his letter. These remarks are interesting, as showing the unbiased and truthful character of the author, rather than for any particular weight they will have in influencing anyone's judgment on Commodore Macdonough. James gives the engaged force of the British as 8 vessels of 1,426 tons, with 537 men, and throwing 765 pounds of shot. To reduce the force down to this, he first excludes the Finch, because she grounded opposite on an American battery before the engagement commenced, which reads especially well in connection with Captain Pring's official letter. Lieutenant Hicks of the Finch had the mortification to strike on a reef of rocks to the eastward of Crab Island about the middle of the engagement. [Footnote: The italics are mine. The letter is given in full in the Naval Chronicle.] End of footnote. What James means cannot be imagined. No stretch of language will convert about the middle of into before. The Finch struck on the reef in consequence of having been disabled and rendered helpless by the fire from the Ticonderoga. Adding her force to James's statement, counting her crew only as he gives it, we get 9 vessels, 1,536 tons, 577 men, 849 pounds of shot. James also excludes 5 gunboats because they ran away almost as soon as the action commenced. Volume 6, page 501. This assertion is by no means equivalent to the statement in Captain Pring's letter that the flotilla of gunboats had abandoned the object assigned to them, and if it was, it would not warrant his excluding the 5 gunboats. Their flight may have been disgraceful, but they formed part of the attacking force nevertheless. Almost any general could say that he had won against superior numbers if he refused to count in any of his own men whom he suspected of behaving badly. James gives his 10 gunboats 294 men and 13 guns, 2 long 24s, 5 long 18s, 6 32-pound carronades, and makes them average 45 tons. Adding on the 5 he leaves out, we get 14 vessels of 1,761 tons with 714 men, throwing at a broadside 1,025 pounds of shot, 591 from long guns, 434 from carronades. But Sir George Prevost, in the letter already quoted, says that there were 12 gunboats, and the American accounts say more. Supposing the 2 gunboats James did not include at all to be equal respectively to one of the largest and one of the smallest of the gunboats as he gives them, Naval Occurrences, page 417, that is, one to have had 35 men, a long 24, and a 32-pound carronade, the other 25 men and a 32-pound carronade, we get for Downey's force 16 vessels of 1,851 tons, with 774 men, throwing at a broadside 1,113 pounds of shot, 615 from long guns, 498 from carronades. It must be remembered that so far I have merely corrected James by means of the authorities from which he draws his account, the official letters of the British commanders. I have not brought up a single American authority against him, but have only made such alterations as a writer could with nothing whatever but the accounts of Sir George Prevost and Captain Pring before him to compare with James. Thus it is seen that according to James himself, Downie really had 774 men to Macdonough's 882, and threw at a broadside 1,113 pounds of shot to Macdonough's 1,194 pounds. James says, Naval Occurrences, page 410 and 413, "Let it be recollected, no musketry was employed on either side, and the marines were of no use, as the action was fought out of the range of musketry. The 106 additional men on the part of the Americans were thus not of much consequence, the action being fought at anchor, and there being men enough to manage the guns and perform every other duty. So we need only attend to the broadside force." Here, then, Downie could present at a broadside 615 pounds of shot from long guns to Macdonough's 480 and 498 pounds, from carronades to Macdonough's 714, or he threw 135 pounds of shot more than his long guns and 216 less from his carronades. This is equivalent to Downie's having 7 long 18s and 1 long 9, and Macdonough's having 1 24-pound and 6 32-pound carronade. A 32-pound carronade is not equal to a long 18, so that even by James's own showing Downie's force was slightly the superior. Thus far, I may repeat, I have corrected James solely by the evidence of his own side. Now I shall bring in some American authorities. These do not contradict the British official letters, for they virtually agree with them, but they do go against James's unsupported assertions, and being made by naval officers of irreproachable reputation, will certainly outweigh them. In the first place, James asserts that on the main deck of the Confiance but 13 guns were presented in broadside, 2 32-pound carronades being thrust through the bridle and 2 others through the stern ports, so he excludes 2 of her guns from the broadside. Such guns would have been of great use to her at certain stages of the combat, and ought to be included in the force. But besides this, the American officers positively say that she had a broadside of 15 guns. Adding these 2 guns and making a trifling change in the arrangement of the guns in the row galleys, we get a broadside of 1,192 pounds, exactly as I have given it above. There is no difficulty in accounting for the difference of tonnage as given by James and by the Americans, for we have considered the same subject in reference to the Battle of Lake Erie. James calculates the American tonnage as if for sea vessels of deep holds, while, as regards the British vessels, he allows for the shallow holds that all the lake craft had. That is, he gives in one the nominal and in the other the real tonnage. This fully accounts for the discrepancy. It only remains to account for the difference in the number of men. From James we get 772. In the first place, we can reason by analogy. I have already shown that as regards the battle of Lake Erie, he is convicted by English, not by American, evidence, of having underestimated Barclay's force by about 25 per cent. If he did the same thing here, the British force was over 1,000 strong, and I have no doubt that it was. But we have other proofs. On page 417 of the Naval Occurrences, he says the complement of the 4 captured British vessels amounted to 420 men, of whom 54 were killed in action, leaving 366 prisoners, including the wounded. But the report of prisoners, as given by the American authorities, gives 369 officers and seamen unhurt or but slightly wounded, 57 wounded men paroled, and other wounded whose number was unspecified. Supposing this number to have been 82, and adding 54 dead, we would get in all 550 men for the 4 ships, the number I have adopted in my list. This would make the British wounded 129 instead of 116, as James says. But neither the Americans nor the British seem to have enumerated all their wounded in this fight. Taking into account all these considerations, it will be seen that the figures I have given are probably approximately correct, and, at any rate, indicate pretty closely the relative strength of the 2 squadrons. The slight differences in tonnage and crews, 158 tons and 55 men in favor of the British, are so trivial that they need not be taken into account, and we will merely consider the broadside force. In absolute weight of metal, the 2 combatants were evenly matched, almost exactly. But whereas from Downey's broadside of 1,192 pounds, 660 were from long and 532 from short guns, of Macdonough's broadside of 1,194 pounds, but 480 were from long and 714 from short pieces. The forces were thus equal, except that Downey opposed 180 pounds from long guns to 182 from carronades, as if 10 long 18s were opposed to 10 18-pound carronades. This would make the odds on their face about 10 to 9 against the Americans. In reality they were greater, for the possession of the Confiance was a very great advantage. The action is, as regards metal, the exact reverse of those between Chauncey and Yeo. Take, for example, the fight off Burlington on September 28, 1813. Yeo's broadside was 1,374 pounds to Chauncey's 1,288, but whereas only 180 of Yeo's was from long guns, of Chauncey's but 536 was from carronades. Chauncey's fleet was thus much the superior. At least we must say this: if Macdonough beat merely an equal force, then Yeo made a most disgraceful and cowardly flight before an inferior foe. But if we contend that Macdonough's force was inferior to that of his antagonist, then we must admit that Yeo was in like manner inferior to Chauncey's. These rules work both ways. The Confiance was a heavier vessel than the Pike, presenting in broadside 1 long 24 and 3 32-pound carronades more than the latter. James, volume 6, page 355, says the Pike alone was nearly a match for Sir James Yeo's squadron, and Brenton says, Volume 2, page 503, the General Pike was more than a match for the whole British squadron. Neither of these writers means quite as much as he says, for the logical result would be that the Confiance alone was a match for all of Macdonough's force. Still, it is safe to say that the Pike gave Chauncey a great advantage, and that the Confiance made Downey's fleet much superior to Macdonough's. Macdonough saw that the British would be forced to make an attack in order to get control of the waters. On this long, narrow lake, the winds usually blow pretty nearly north or south, and the set of the current is of course northward. All the vessels, being flat and shallow, could not beat to windward well, so there was little chance of the British making the attack when there was a southerly wind blowing. So late in the season there was danger of sudden and furious gales, which would make it risky for Downey to wait outside the bay till the wind suited him, and inside the bay the wind was pretty sure to be light and baffling. Young Macdonough, then but 28 years of age, calculated all these chances very coolly, and decided to await the attack at anchor in Plattsburg Bay, with the head of his line so far to the north that it could hardly be turned, and then proceeded to make all the other preparations with the same foresight. Not only were his vessels provided with springs, but also with anchors to be used astern in any emergency. The Saratoga was further prepared for a change of wind, or for the necessity of winding ship, by having a kedge planted broad off on each of her bows, with a hawser and preventer hawser hanging in bights under water, leading from each quarter to the kedge on that side. There had not been time to train the men thoroughly at the guns, and to make these produce their full effect the constant supervision of the officers had to be exerted. The British were laboring under this same disadvantage, but neither side felt the want very much, as the smooth water, stationary position of the ships, and fair range made the fire of both sides very destructive. Plattsburg Bay is deep and opens to the southward, so that a wind which would enable the British to sail up the lake would force them to beat when entering the bay. The east side of the mouth of the bay is formed by Cumberland Head. The entrance is about a mile and a half across, and the other boundary, southwest from the head, is an extensive shoal and a small low island. This is called Crab Island, and on it was a hospital and one 6-pounder gun, which was to be manned in case of necessity by the strongest patients. Macdonough had anchored in a north and south line, a little to the south of the outlet for the Saranac, and out of range of the shore batteries, being 2 miles from the western shore. The head of his line was so near Cumberland Head that an attempt to turn it would place the opponent under a very heavy fire, while in the south the shoal prevented a flank attack. The Eagle lay to the north, flanked on each side by a couple of gunboats. Then came the Saratoga, with 3 gunboats between her and the Ticonderoga, the next in line. Then came 3 gunboats and the Preble. The 4 large vessels were at anchor, the galleys being under their sweeps and forming a second line about 40 yards back. some of them keeping their places, and some not doing so. By this arrangement his line could not be doubled upon. There was not room to anchor on his broadside out of reach of his carronades, and the enemy was forced to attack him by standing in bows on. The morning of September 11th opened with a light breeze from the northeast. Downey's fleet weighed anchor at daylight, and came down the lake with the wind nearly aft, the booms of the two sloops swinging out to starboard. At 7:30, [Footnote: The letters of the two commanders conflict a little as to time, but absolutely and relatively. Pring says the action lasted 2 hours and 3/4. The American accounts 2 hours and 20 minutes. Pring says it began at 8 o'clock. McDonough says a few minutes before 9, etc. I take the mean time. End of footnote. The people in the ships could see their adversaries' upper sails across the narrow strip of land ending in Cumberland Head, before the British doubled the latter. Captain Downey hove to with his 4 large vessels when he had fairly opened the bay, and waited for his galleys to overtake him. Then his 4 vessels filled on the starboard tack and headed for the American line, going abreast, the Chubb to the north, heading well to windward of the Eagle, for whose bows the Linnet was headed, while the Confiance was to be laid athwart the hawse of the Saratoga. The Finch was to leeward with the 12-gun boats, and was to engage the rear of the American line. As the British squadron stood bravely in, young Macdonough, who feared his foes not at all, but his God a great deal, knelt for a moment with his officers on the quarter-deck, and then ensued a few minutes of perfect quiet, the men waiting with grim expectancy for the opening of the fight. The Eagle spoke first with her long 18s, but to no effect, for the shot fell short. Then, as the Linnet passed the Saratoga, she fired her broadside of long 12s, but her shot also fell short, except one that struck a hen coop, which happened to be aboard the Saratoga. There was a gamecock inside, and instead of being frightened at his sudden release, he jumped up on a gun slide, clapped his wings, and crowed lustily. The men laughed and cheered, and immediately afterward Macdonough himself fired the first shot from one of the long guns. The 24-pound ball struck the Confiance near the hawse hole, and ranged the length of her deck, killing and wounding several men. All the American long guns now opened and were replied to by the British galleys. The Confiance stood steadily on without replying, but she was baffled by shifting winds, and was soon so cut up, having both her port-bow anchors shot away and suffering much loss, that she was obliged to port her helm and come to, while still nearly a quarter of a mile distant from the Saratoga. Captain Downey came to anchor in grand style, securing everything carefully before he fired a gun, and then opening with a terribly destructive broadside. The Chubb and Linnet stood farther in, and anchored forward the Eagle's beam. Meanwhile the Finch got abreast of the Ticonderoga under her sweeps, supported by the gun-boats. The main fighting was thus to take place between the vans, where the Eagle, Saratoga, and 6 or 7 gun-boats were engaged, with the Chubb, Linnet, Confiance, and 2 or 3 gun-boats, while in the rear the Ticonderoga, the Preble, and the other American galleys engaged the Finch and the remaining 9 or 10 English galleys. The battle at the foot of the line was fought on the part of the Americans to prevent their flank being turned, and on the part of the British to effect that object. At first the fighting was at long range, but gradually the British galleys closed up, firing very well. The American galleys at this end of the line were chiefly the small ones, armed with one 12-pounder apiece, and they by degrees drew back before the heavy fire of their opponents. About an hour after the discharge of the first gun had been fired, the Finch closed up toward the Ticonderoga, and was completely crippled by a couple of broadside from the latter. She drifted helplessly down the line and grounded near Crab Island. Some of the convalescent patients manned the 6-pounder and fired a shot or two at her, when she struck, nearly half of her crew being killed or wounded. About the same time the British gunboats forced the Preble out of line, whereupon she cut her cable and drifted inshore out of the fight. 2 or 3 of the British gunboats had already been sufficiently damaged by some of the shot from the Ticonderoga's long guns to make them wary, and the contest at this part of the line narrowed down to one between the American schooner and the remaining British gunboats, who combined to make a most determined attack upon her. So hastily had the squadron been fitted out that many of the matches for her guns were at the last moment found to be defective. The captain of one of the divisions was a midshipman, but 16 years old, Hiram Paulding. When he found the matches to be bad, he fired the guns of his section by having pistols flashed at them, and continued this through the whole fight. The Ticonderoga's commander, Lieutenant Cassin, fought his schooner most nobly. He kept walking the taffrail amidst showers of musketry and grape, coolly watching the movements of the galleys and directing the guns to be loaded with canister and bags of bullets when the enemy tried to board. The British galleys were handled with determined gallantry under the command of Lieutenant Bell. Had they driven off the Ticonderoga they would have won the day for their side, and they pushed up till they were not a boat hook's length distant to try to carry her by boarding, but every attempt was repulsed, and they were forced to draw off, some of them so crippled by the slaughter they had suffered that they could hardly man the oars. Meanwhile the fighting at the head of the line had been even fiercer. The first broadside of the Confiance, fired from 16 long 24s, double-shotted, coolly sighted in smooth water, at point-blank range, produced the most terrible effect on the Saratoga. Her hull shivered all over with the shock, and when the crash subsided nearly half of her people were seen stretched on deck, for many had been knocked down who were not seriously hurt. Among the slain was her first lieutenant, Peter Gamble. He was kneeling down to sight the bow gun when a shot entered the port, split the quoin, and drove a portion of it against his side, killing him without breaking the skin. The survivors carried on the fight with undiminished energy. Macdonough himself worked like a common sailor in pointing and handling a favorite gun. While bending over to sight it, a round shot cut in two the spanker boom, which fell on his head and struck him senseless for 2 or 3 minutes. He then leaped to his feet and continued as before, when a shot took off the head of the captain of the gun and drove it in his face with such a force as to knock him to the other side of the deck. But after the first broadside not so much injury was done. The guns of the Confiance had been levelled to point-blank range, and as the quoins were loosened by the successive discharges, they were not properly replaced, so that her broadsides kept going higher and higher, and doing less and less damage. Very shortly after the beginning of the action, her gallant captain was slain. He was standing behind one of the long guns, when a shot from the Saratoga struck it and threw it completely off the carriage against his right groin, killing him almost instantly. His skin was not broken. A black mark about the size of a small plate was the only visible injury. His watch was found flattened, with its hands pointing to the very second at which he received the fatal blow. As the contest went on, the fire gradually decreased in weight, the guns being disabled. The inexperience of both crews partly caused this. The American sailors overloaded their carronades so as to very much destroy the effect of their fire. When the officers became disabled, the men would cram the guns with shot till the last projected from the muzzle. Of course this lessened the execution, and also gradually crippled the guns. On board the Confiance the confusion was even worse. After the battle the charges of the guns were drawn, and on the side she had fought one was found with a canvas bag containing 2 rounds of shot rammed home and wadded without any powder, another with 2 cartridges and no shot, and a third with a wad below the cartridge. At the extreme head of the line the advantage had been with the British. The Chubb and Linnet had begun a brisk engagement with the Eagle and American gunboats. In a short time the Chubb had her cable, bowsprit, and main boom shot away, drifted within the American lines, and was taken possession of by one of the Saratoga's midshipmen. The Linnet paid no attention to the American gunboats, directing her whole fire against the Eagle, and the latter was, in addition, exposed to part of the fire of the Confiance. After keeping up a heavy fire for a long time, her springs were shot away, and she came up into the wind, hanging so that she could not return a shot to the well-directed broadsides of the Linnet. Henley accordingly cut his cable, started home his topsails, ran down and anchored by the stern between and inshore of the Confiance and Ticonderoga, from which position he opened on the Confiance. The Linnet now directed her attention to the American gunboats, which at this end of the line were very well fought, but she soon drove them off, and then sprung her broadside so as to rake the Saratoga on her bows. Macdonough by this time had his hands full, and his fire was slackening. He was bearing the whole brunt of the action, with the frigate on his beam and the brig raking him. Twice his ship had been set on fire by the hot shot of the Confiance. One by one his long guns were disabled by shot, and his carronades were either treated the same way or else rendered useless by excessive overcharging. Finally, but a single carronade was left in the starboard batteries, and on firing it, the naval bolt broke. The gun flew off the carriage and fell down the main hatch, leaving the Commodore without a single gun to oppose to the few the Confiance still presented. the battle would have been lost had not Macdonough's foresight provided the means of retrieving it. The anchor suspended astern of the Saratoga was let go, and the men hauled in on the hawser that held to the starboard quarter, bringing the ship's stern up over the kedge. The ship now rode by the kedge and by a line that had been bent to a bight in the stream cable, and she was raked badly by the accurate fire of the Linnet. By rousing on the line the ship was at length got so far round that the aftermost gun of the port broadside bore on the Confiance. The men had been sent forward to keep as much out of harm's way as possible, and now some were at once called back to man the piece, which then opened with effect. The next gun was treated in the same manner, but the ship now hung and would go no further round. The hawser leading from the port quarter was then got forward under the bows and passed aft to the starboard quarter, and a minute afterward the ship's whole port battery opened with fatal effect. The Confiance, meanwhile, had also attempted to round. Her springs, like those of the Linnet, were on the starboard side, so of course could not be shot away as the Eagle's were. But as she had nothing but springs to rely on, her efforts did little beyond forcing her forward, and she hung with her head to the wind. She had lost over half of her crew. [Footnote: Midshipman Lee, in his letter already quoted, says not 5 men were left unhurt. This would of course include bruises, etc., as hurts.] Most of her guns on the engaged side were dismounted, and her stout masts had been splintered till they looked like bundles of matches. Her sails had been torn to rags, and she was forced to strike, about 2 hours after she had fired the first broadside. Without pausing a minute, the Saratoga again hauled on her starboard hawser till her broadside was sprung to bear on the Linnet, and the ship and brig began a brisk fight, which the Eagle from her position could take no part in, while the Ticonderoga was just finishing up the British galleys. The shattered and disabled state of the Linnet's masts, sails, and yards precluded the most distant hope of Captain Prigg's effecting his escape by cutting his cable. But he kept up a most gallant fight with his greatly superior foe, in hopes that some of the gunboats would come and tow him off, and dispatched a lieutenant to the Confiance to ascertain her state. The lieutenant returned with news of Captain Downie's death, while the British gunboats had been driven half a mile off; and after having maintained the fight single-handed for 15 minutes, until, from the number of shot between wind and water, the water had risen a foot above her lower deck, the plucky little brig hauled down her colors, and the fight ended a little over 2 hours and a half after the first gun had been fired. Not one of the larger vessels had a mast that would bear canvas, and the prizes were in a sinking condition. The British galleys drifted to leeward, none with their colors up, but as the Saratoga's boarding officer passed along the deck of the Confiance, he accidentally ran against a locking string of one of her starboard guns. [Footnote: A sufficient commentary, by the way, on James's assertion that the guns of the Confiance had to be fired by matches, as the gun locks did not fit.] and it went off. This was apparently understood as a signal by the galleys, and they moved slowly off, pulling but a very few sweeps, and not one of them hoisting an ensign. On both sides the ships had been cut up in the most extraordinary manner. The Saratoga had 55 shot holes in her hull, and the Confiance 105 in hers, and the Eagle and Linnet had suffered in proportion. The number of killed and wounded cannot be exactly stated. It was probably about 200 on the American side and over 300 on the British. [Footnote: Macdonough returned his loss as follows: Saratoga, 28 killed, 29 wounded; the Eagle, 13 killed, 20 wounded; the Ticonderoga, 6 killed, 6 wounded; the Preble, 2 killed; the Boxer, 3 killed, 1 wounded; the Centipede, 1 wounded; the Wilma, 1 wounded. A total of 52 killed and 58 wounded, but the latter had apparently only included those who had to go to the hospital. Probably about 90 additional were more or less slightly wounded. Captain Pring, in his letter of September 12th, says the Confiance had 41 killed and 40 wounded; the Linnet 10 killed and 14 wounded; the Chubb 6 killed and 16 wounded; the Finch 2 wounded; in all 57 killed and 72 wounded. But he adds that no opportunity has offered to muster. This is the whole as yet ascertained to be killed or wounded. The Americans took out 180 dead and wounded from the Confiance, 50 from the Linnet, and 40 from the Chubb and Finch; in all 270. James, Naval Occurrences, page 412, says the Confiance had 83 wounded. As Captain Pring wrote his letter in Plattsburg Bay the day after the action, he of course could not give the loss aboard the British gun-boats, so James at once assumed that they suffered none. As well as could be found out, they had between 50 and 100 killed and wounded. The total British loss was between 300 and 400, as nearly as can be ascertained. For this action, as already shown, James is of no use whatever. Compare his statements, for example, with those of Midshipman Lee in the Naval Chronicle. The comparative loss, as a means of testing the competitive prowess of the combatants, is not of much consequence in this case, as the weaker party in point of force conquered. Captain Macdonough at once returned the British officers their swords. Captain Pring writes: "I have much satisfaction in making you acquainted with the humane treatment the wounded have received from Commodore Macdonough. They were immediately removed to his own hospital on Crab Island, and furnished with every requisite. His generous and polite attention to myself, the officers, and men will ever hereafter be gratefully remembered." The effects of this victory were immediate and of the highest importance. Sir George Prevost and his army at once fled in great haste and confusion back to Canada, leaving our northern frontier clear for the remainder of the war, while the victory had a very great effect on the negotiations for peace. In this battle the crews on both sides behaved with equal bravery, and left nothing to be desired in this respect. But from their rawness they of course showed far less skill than the crews of most of the American and some of the British ocean cruisers, such as the Constitution, United States, or Shannon, the Hornet, Wasp, or Reindeer. Lieutenant Casson handled the Ticonderoga, and Captain Pring the Linnet, with the utmost gallantry and skill, and after Macdonough they divide the honors of the day. But Macdonough in this battle won a higher fame than any other commander of the war, British or American. He had a decidedly superior force to contend against, the officers and men of the two sides being about on a par in every respect, and it was solely owing to his foresight and resource that we won the victory. He forced the British to engage at a disadvantage by his excellent choice of position, and he prepared beforehand for every possible contingency. His personal prowess had already been shown at the cost of the rovers of Tripoli, and in this action he helped fight the guns as ably as the best sailor. His skill, seamanship, quick eye, readiness of resource, and indomitable pluck are beyond all praise. Down to the time of the Civil War he is the greatest figure in our naval history. A thoroughly religious man, he was as generous and humane as he was skillful and brave. One of the greatest of our sea captains, he has left a stainless name behind him. British loss: brig, 100 tons, 10 guns, burnt by Lieutenant Gregory; the Magnet, 187 tons, 12 guns, burnt by her crew. The Black Snake, 30 tons, 1 gun, captured. Gunboat, 50 tons, 2 guns, captured. Another gunboat, 50 tons, 3 guns, captured. The Confiance, 1,200 tons, 37 guns, captured. The Linnet, 350 tons, 16 guns, captured. The Chubb, 112 tons, 11 guns, captured. The Finch, 110 tons, 11 guns, captured. Total of 9 vessels, 2,189 tons, 103 guns. The American loss: the Growler, 81 tons, 7 guns, captured. A boat, 50 tons, 2 guns, captured. Tigress, 96 tons, 1 gun, captured. The Scorpion, 86 tons, 2 guns, captured. The Ohio, 94 tons, 1 gun, captured. The Somers, 98 tons, 2 guns, captured, for a total of 6 vessels, 505 tons. Part 17 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 17. Chapter 9, 1815. Concluding operations. The treaty of peace between the United States and Great Britain was signed at Ghent December 24th, 1814, and ratified at Washington February 18th, 1815. But during these first 2 months of 1815, and until the news reached the cruisers on the ocean, the warfare went on with much the same characteristics as before. The blockading squadrons continued standing on and off before the ports containing warships with the same unwearying vigilance. But the ice and cold prevented any attempts at harrying the coast, except from the few frigates scattered along the shores of the Carolinas and Georgia. There was no longer any formidable British fleet in the Chesapeake or Delaware, while at New Orleans the only available naval force of the Americans consisted of a few small rowboats, with which they harassed the rear of the retreating British. The Constitution, Captain Stewart, was already at sea, having put out from Boston on the 17th of December, while the blockading squadron, composed of the same 3 frigates she subsequently encountered, was temporarily absent. The Hornet, Captain Biddle, had left the port of New London, running in heavy weather, through the blockading squadron, and had gone into New York, where the President, Commodore Decatur, and Peacock, Captain Warrington, with the Tom Bowline brig, were already assembled, intending to start on a cruise for the East Indies. The blockading squadron off the port consisted of the 56-gun Razee Majestic, Captain Hayes, 24-pounder frigate Endymion, Captain Hope, 18-pounder frigate Pomone, Captain Lumley, and 18-pounder frigate Tenedos, Captain Parker. Footnote: letter of Rear Admiral Hotham, January 23, 1815. End of footnote. On the 14th of January a severe snowstorm came on and blew the squadron off the coast. Next day it moderated, and the ships stood off to the northwest to get into the track which they supposed the Americans would take if they attempted to put out in the storm. Singularly enough, at the instant of arriving at the intended point, an hour before daylight on the 15th, Sandy Hook, bearing west-northwest 15 leagues, a ship was made out on the Majestic's weather bow, standing southeast. Footnote: letter of Captain Hayes, January 17, 1815. End of footnote. This ship was the unlucky President. On the evening of the 14th she had left her consorts at anchor and put out to sea in the gale, but by a mistake of the pilots, who were to place boats to beacon the passage, the frigate struck on the bar, where she beat heavily for an hour and a half. Footnote: letter of Commodore Decatur, January 18, 1815. End of footnote. Springing her masts and becoming very much hogged and twisted. Footnote: report of court-martial, Alexander Murray presiding, April 20th, 1815. End of footnote. Owing to the severity of her injuries, the President would have put back to port, but was prevented by the westerly gale. Footnote: Decatur's letter, January 18th. End of footnote. Accordingly, Decatur steered at first along Long Island, then shaped his course to the southeast, and in the dark run into the British squadron, which, but for his unfortunate accident, he would thus have escaped. At daylight the President, which had hauled up and passed to the northward of her opponents. Footnote: Decatur's letter, January 18th. End of footnote. Found herself with the Majestic and Endymion astern, the Pomona on the port, and the Tenedos on the starboard quarter. Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 529. End of footnote. The chase now became very interesting. Footnote: letter of Captain Hayes. End of footnote. During the early part of the day, while the wind was still strong, the Majestic led the Endymion and fired occasionally at the President, but without effect. Footnote: letter of Commodore Decatur. End of footnote. The Pomona gained faster than the others, but by Captain Hayes's orders was signaled to go in chase of the Tenedos, whose character the captain could not make out. Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 529. End of footnote. And this delayed her several hours in the chase. Footnote: log of Pomona, published at Bermuda, January 29th, and quoted in full in the Naval Chronicle, volume 33, page 370. End of footnote. In the afternoon, the wind coming out light and baffling, the Endymion left the Majestic behind. Footnote: letter of Captain Hayes. End of footnote. And owing to the President's disabled state and the amount of water she made in consequence of the injuries received while on the bar, gained rapidly on her. Footnote: letter of Decatur. End of footnote. Although she lightened ship and did everything else that was possible to improve her sailing. Footnote: letter of Decatur. End of footnote. but a shift of wind helped the Endymion. [Footnote: Cooper, Vol. 2, page 466.] and the latter was able at about 2:30 to begin skirmishing with her bow chasers, answered by the stern chasers of the President. [Footnote: Log of Pomona.] At 5:30 the Endymion began close action. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Hayes.] within half point-blank shot on the President's starboard quarter. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 530.] where not a gun of the latter could bear. [Footnote: Letter of Decatur.] The President continued in the same course, steering east by north, the wind being northwest, expecting the Endymion soon to come up abeam; but the latter warily kept her position by yawing so as not to close. [Footnote: Letter of Decatur.] So things continued for half an hour, during which the President suffered more than during all the remainder of the combat. [Footnote: Cooper, page 470.] At 6 o'clock the President kept off, heading to the south, and the two adversaries ran abreast, the Americans using the starboard and the British the port batteries. [Footnote: Log of Pomone.] Decatur tried to close with his antagonist, but whenever he hauled nearer to the latter she hauled off. [Footnote: Report of court-martial.] and being the swiftest ship, could of course evade him. So he was reduced to the necessity of trying to throw her out of the combat. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Decatur.] by dismantling her. He was completely successful in this, and after 2 hours' fighting the Endymion's sails were all cut from her yards. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Hayes.] and she dropped astern, the last shot being fired from the President. [Footnote: Log of Pomone.] The Endymion was now completely silent. [Footnote: Log of Pomone.] and Commodore Decatur did not board her merely because her consorts were too close astern. [Footnote: Report of court-martial.] Accordingly the President hauled up again to try her chances at running, having even her royal studding sails set. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 538.] and exposed her stern to the broadside of the Endymion. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Decatur.] but the latter did not fire a single gun. [Footnote: Log of the Pomone.] 3 hours afterward, at 11, [Footnote: Letter of Captain Hayes.] the Pomone caught up with the President, and luffing to port gave her the starboard broadside. [Footnote: Log of the Pomone.] The Tenedos, being 2 cables' lengths distant astern, taking up a raking position. [Footnote: Decatur's letter.] the Pomone poured in another broadside within musket shot. [Footnote: Log of Pomone.] when the President surrendered, and was taken possession of by Captain Parker of the Tenedos. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 531.] A considerable number of the President's people were killed by these 2 last broadsides. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Decatur, March 6, 1815. Deposition of Chaplain Henry Robinson before Admiralty Court at St. George's, Bermuda, January, 1815.] The Endymion was at this time out of sight astern. [Footnote: Letter of Decatur, January 18th.] She did not come up, according to one account, for an hour and 3/4. [Footnote: Log of Pomone.] and according to another, for 3 hours. [Footnote: Letter of Decatur, March 6th.] and as she was a faster ship than the President, this means that she was at least 2 hours motionless repairing damages. Commodore Decatur delivered his sword to Captain Hayes of the Majestic, who returned it, stating in this letter that both sides had fought with great gallantry. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Hayes.] The President having been taken by an entire squadron, [Footnote: Admiral Hotham's letter, January 23rd.] the prize money was divided equally among the ships. [Footnote: Bermuda Royal Gazette, March 8, 1815.] The President's crew, all told, consisted of 450 men. [Footnote: Depositions of Lieutenant Gallagher and the other officers.] none of whom were British. [Footnote: Deposition of Commodore Decatur.] She had thus 100 more men than her antagonist, and threw about 100 pounds more shot at a broadside; but these advantages were more than counterbalanced by the injuries received on the bar, and by the fact that her powder was so bad that while some of the British shot went through both her sides, such a thing did not once happen to the Endymion. [Footnote: Bermuda Royal Gazette, January 6, 1818.] when fairly hulled. The President lost 24 killed and 55 wounded. [Footnote: Decatur's letter.] The Endymion 11 killed and 14 wounded. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Hope, January 15, 1815.] 2 days afterward, on their way to the Bermudas, a violent easterly gale came on, during which both ships were dismasted, and the Endymion in addition had to throw over all her spar deck guns. [Footnote: James, vol. 6, page 534.] As can be seen, almost every sentence of this account is taken, very nearly word for word, from the various official reports, relying especially on the log of the British frigate Pomone. I have been thus careful to have every point of the narrative established by unimpeachable reference. First, because there have been quite a number of British historians who have treated the conflict as if it were a victory and not a defeat for the Endymion; and in the second place, because I regret to say that I do not think that the facts bear out the assertions, on the part of most American authors, that Commodore Decatur covered himself with glory and showed the utmost heroism. As regards the first point, Captain Hope himself, in his singularly short official letter, does little beyond detail his own loss, and makes no claim to having vanquished his opponent. Almost all the talk about its being a victory comes from James, and in recounting this, as well as all the other battles, nearly every subsequent British historian simply gives James's statements over again, occasionally amplifying, but more often altering or omitting the vituperation. The point at issue is simply this: could a frigate, which, according to James himself, went out of action with every sail set, take another frigate which for 2 hours, according to the log of the Pomone, lay motionless and unmanageable on the waters, without a sail? To prove that it could not, of course, needs some not over scrupulous manipulation of the facts. The intention with which James set about his work can be gathered from the triumphant conclusion he comes to, that Decatur's name has been sunk quite as low as that of Bainbridge or Porter, which, comparing small things to great, is somewhat like saying that Napoleon's defeat by Wellington and Blucher sunk him to the level of Hannibal. For the account of the American crew and loss, James relies on the statements made in the Bermuda papers, of whose subsequent forced retraction he takes no notice, and of course largely overestimates both. On the same authority he states that the President's fire was silenced, Commodore Decatur stating the exact reverse. The point is fortunately settled by the log of the Pomone, which distinctly says that the last shot was fired by the President. His last resort is to state that the loss of the President was fourfold, in reality threefold, that of the Endymion. Now we have seen that the President lost a considerable number of men from the fire of the Pomone. Estimating these at only 19, we have a loss of 60 caused by the Endymion, and as most of this was caused during the first half hour when the President was not firing, it follows that while the two vessels were both fighting broadside and broadside, the loss inflicted was about equal; or the President, aiming at her adversary's rigging, succeeded in completely disabling her, and incidentally killing 25 men, while the Endymion did not hurt the President's rigging at all, and aiming at her hull, where of course the slaughter ought to have been far greater than when the fire was directed aloft, only killed about the same number of men. Had there been no other vessels in chase, Commodore Decatur, his adversary, having been thus rendered perfectly helpless, could have simply taken any position he chose, and compelled the latter to strike, without suffering any material additional loss himself. As in such a case he would neither have endured the unanswered fire of the Endymion on his quarter for the first half hour, nor the subsequent broadsides of the Pomone. The President's loss would probably have been no greater than that of the Constitution in taking the Java. It is difficult to see how any outsider with an ounce of common sense and fair-mindedness can help awarding the palm to Decatur as regards the action with the Endymion; but I regret to say that I must agree with James that he acted rather tamely, certainly not heroically, in striking to the Pomone. There was, of course, not much chance of success in doing battle with two fresh frigates, but then they only mounted 18-pounders, and judging from the slight results of the cannonading from the Endymion and the two first, usually the most fatal broadsides of the Pomone, it would have been rather a long time before they would have caused much damage. Meanwhile the President was pretty nearly as well off as ever as far as fighting and sailing went. A lucky shot might have disabled one of her opponents, and then the other would, in all probability, have undergone the same fate as the Endymion. At least it was well worth trying, and though Decatur could not be said to be disgraced, yet it is excusable to wish that Porter or Perry had been in his place. It is not very pleasant to criticize the actions of an American whose name is better known than that of almost any other single ship captain of his time; but if a man is as much to be praised for doing fairly or even badly as for doing excellently, then there is no use in bestowing praise at all. This is perhaps as good a place as any other to notice one or two of James's most common misstatements. They really would not need refutation were it not that they have been re-echoed, as usual, by almost every British historian of the war for the last 60 years. In the first place, James puts the number of the President's men at 475. She had 450. An exactly parallel reduction must often be made when he speaks of the force of an American ship. Then he says there were many British among them, which is denied under oath by the American officers. This holds good also for the other American frigates. He says there were but 4 boys. There were nearly 30, and on page 120 he says the youngest was 14, whereas we incidentally learn from the life of Decatur that several were under 12. A favorite accusation is that the American midshipmen were chiefly masters and mates of merchant men, but this was hardly ever the case. Many of the midshipmen of the war afterward became celebrated commanders, and most of these, a notable instance being Farragut, the greatest admiral since Nelson, were entirely too young in 1812 to have had vessels under them, and moreover came largely from the so-called best families. Again, in the first two frigate actions of 1812, the proportion of killed to wounded happened to be unusually large on board the American frigates. Accordingly, James states, page 146, that the returns of the wounded had been garbled, underestimated, and made subservient to the views of the commanders and their government. To support his position, that Captain Hull, who reported 7 killed and 7 wounded, had not given the list of the latter in full, he says that an equal number of killed and wounded, as given in the American account, hardly ever occurs except in cases of explosion, and yet on page 519 he gives the loss of the British Hermes as 25 killed and 24 wounded, disregarding the incongruity involved. On page 169, in noticing the loss of the United States 5 killed and 7 wounded, he says that the slightly wounded, as in all other American cases, are omitted. This is untrue, and the proportion on the United States, 5 to 7, is just about the same as that given by James himself on the Endymion, 11 to 14, and Nautilus, 6 to 8. In supporting his theory, James brings up the instances where the American wounded bore a larger proportion to their dead than on board the British ships, but passes over the actions with the Reindeer, Epervier, Penguin, Endymion, and Boxer, where the reverse was the case. One of James's most common methods of attempting to throw discredit on the much vilified Yankees is by quoting newspaper accounts of their wounded. Thus he says, page 562 of the Hornet, that several of her men told some of the Penguin's sailors that she lost 10 men killed, 16 wounded, etc. Utterly false rumors of this kind were as often indulged in by the Americans as the British. After the capture of the President, articles occasionally appeared in the papers to the effect that some American sailors had counted 23 dead on board the Endymion, that more than 50 of her men were wounded, etc. Such statements were as commonly made, and with as little foundation, by one side as by the other, and it is absurd for an historian to take any notice of them. James does no worse than many of our own writers of the same date, but while their writings have passed into oblivion, his work is often accepted as a standard. This must be my apology for devoting so much time to it. The severest criticism to which it can possibly be subjected is to compare it with the truth. Whenever dealing with purely American affairs, James's history is as utterly untrustworthy as its contemporary Niles' Register is in matters purely British, while both are invaluable in dealing with things relating strictly to their own nation. They supplement each other. On January 8th, General Pakenham was defeated and killed by General Jackson at New Orleans, the Louisiana and the seamen of the Carolina having their full share in the glory of the day, and Captain Henley being among the very few Americans wounded. On the same day Sailing Master Johnson, with 28 men in 2 boats, cut out the British armed transport brig Cyprus, containing provisions and munitions of war, and manned by 10 men. [Footnote: Letter of Sailing Master Johnson, January 9th, 1815.] On the 18th the British abandoned the enterprise and retreated to their ships, and Mr. Thomas Shields, a purser, formerly a sea officer, set off to harass them while embarking. At sunset on the 20th he left with 5 boats and a gig, manned in all with 53 men, and having under him Sailing Master Daly and Master's Mate Boyd. [Footnote: Letter of Thomas Shields to Commodore Patterson, January 25th, 1815.] At 10:00 P.M. a large barge, containing 14 seamen and 40 officers and men of the 14th Light Dragoons, was surprised and carried by boarding after a slight struggle. The prisoners outnumbering their captors, the latter returned to shore, left them in a place of safety, and again started at 2 a.m. on the morning of the 22nd. Numerous transports and barges of the enemy could be seen, observing very little order and apparently taking no precautions against attack, which they probably did not apprehend. One of the American boats captured a transport and 5 men. Another, containing Mr. Shields himself and 8 men, carried by boarding, after a short resistance, a schooner carrying 10 men. The flotilla then reunited and captured in succession, with no resistance, 5 barges containing 70 men. By this time the alarm had spread, and they were attacked by 6 boats, but these were repelled with some loss. 7 of the prisoners, who were now half as many again as their captors, succeeded in escaping in the smallest prize. Mr. Shields returned with the others, 78 in number. During the entire expedition he had lost but 3 men wounded. He had taken 132 prisoners and destroyed 8 craft, whose aggregate tonnage about equaled that of the 5 gun vessels taken on Lake Borgne. On January 30th, 1815, information was received by Captain Dent, commanding at North Edison, Georgia, that a party of British officers and men in 4 boats belonging to HMS Hebrus, Captain Palmer, were watering at one of the adjacent islands. [Footnote: Letter of Lawrence Kearney of January 30th, 1815. See in the Archives at Washington, Captain's Letters, volume 42, number 100.] Lieutenant Lawrence Kearney, with 3 barges containing about 75 men, at once proceeded outside to cut them off, when the militia drove them away. The frigate was at anchor out of gun shot, but as soon as she perceived the barges, began firing guns as signals. The British on shore left in such a hurry that they deserted their launch, which, containing a 12-pound boat carronade and 6 swivels, was taken by the Americans. The other boats, 2 cutters and a large tender, mounting 1 long 9 and carrying 30 men, made for the frigate, but Lieutenant Kearney laid the tender aboard and captured her after a sharp brush. The cutters were only saved by the fire of the Hebrus, which was very well directed, one of her shot taking off the head of a man close by Lieutenant Kearney. The frigate got under way and intercepted Kearney's return, but the lieutenant then made for South Edisto, whither he carried his prize in triumph. This was one of the most daring exploits of the war, and was achieved at a very small cost. On February 14th a similar feat was performed. Lieutenant Kearney had manned the captured launch with 25 men and the 12-pound carronade. News was received of another harrying expedition undertaken by the British, and Captain Dent, with 7 boats, put out to attack them, but was unable to cross the reef. Meanwhile Kearney's barge had gotten outside and attacked the schooner Brant, a tender to H.M.S. Severn, mounting an 18-pounder, and with a crew of 2 midshipmen and 21 marines and seamen. A running fight began, the Brant evidently fearing that the other boats might get across the reef and join in the attack. Suddenly she ran aground on a sand bank, which accident totally demoralized her crew. 8 of them escaped in her boat to the frigate. The remaining 15, after firing a few shot, surrendered and were taken possession of. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Dent, February 16th, in Captain Letters, Volume 42, No. 130. Most American authors, headed by Cooper, give this exploit a more vivid coloring by increasing the crew of the Brant to 40 men, omitting to mention that she was hard and fast aground, and making no allusion to the presence of the 5 other American boats which undoubtedly caused the Brant's flight in the first place. I have had occasion from time to time to speak of cutting out expeditions, successful and otherwise, undertaken by British boats against American privateers, and twice a small British national cutter was captured by an overwhelmingly superior American opponent of this class. We now for the only time come across an engagement between a privateer and a regular cruiser of approximately equal force. These privateers came from many different ports, and varied greatly in size. Baltimore produced the largest number, but New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Salem were not far behind, and Charleston, Bristol, and Plymouth supplied some that were very famous. Many were merely small pilot boats with a crew of 20 to 40 men, intended only to harry the West Indian trade. Others were large, powerful craft, unequaled for speed by any vessels of their size, which penetrated to the remotest corners of the ocean, from Man to the Spice Islands. When a privateer started, she was overloaded with men to enable her to man her prizes. A successful cruise would reduce her crew to a fifth of its original size. A favorite rig was that of a schooner, but there were many brigs and brigantines. Each was generally armed with a long 24 or 32 on a pivot, and a number of light guns in broadside, either long 9s or short 18s or 12s. Some had no pivot gun, others had nothing else. The largest of them carried 17 guns, a pivot 32, and 16 long 12s in broadside, with a crew of 150. Such a vessel ought to have been a match at her own distance for a British brig sloop, but we never hear of any such engagements, and there were several instances where privateers gave up, without firing a shot, to a force superior, it is true, but not enough to justify the absolute tameness of the surrender. [Footnote: As when the Epervier, some little time before her own capture, took without resistance the Alfred, of Salem, mounting 16 long 9s and having 108 men aboard. End of footnote. One explanation of this was that they were cruising as private ventures, and their object was purely to capture merchantmen with as little risk as possible to themselves. Another reason was that they formed a kind of sea militia, and like their compeers on land, some could fight as well as any regulars, but most would not fight at all, especially if there was need of concerted action between 2 or 3. The American papers of the day are full of glorious victories gained by privateers over packets and Indiamen. The British papers are almost as full of instances where the packets and Indiamen heroically repulsed the privateers. As neither side ever chronicles a defeat, and as the narration is apt to be decidedly figurative in character, there is very little hope of getting at the truth of such meetings. So I have confined myself to the mention of those cases where privateers of either side came into armed collision with regular cruisers. We are then sure to find some authentic account. The privateer brig Chasseur of Baltimore, Captain Thomas Boyle, carried 16 long 12s, and had, when she left port, 115 men aboard. She made 18 prizes on her last voyage, and her crew was thus reduced to less than 80 men. She was then chased by the Barossa frigate, and threw overboard 10 of her long 12s. Afterward 8 9-pound carronades were taken from a prize to partially supply the places of the lost guns; but as she had no shot of the caliber of these carronades, each of the latter was loaded with 1 4-pound and 1 6-pound ball, giving her a broadside of 76 pounds. On the 26th of February, 2 leagues from Havana, the Chasseur fell in with the British schooner St. Lawrence, Lieutenant H.C. Gordon, mounting 12 12-pound carronades and 1 long 9. Her broadside was thus 81 pounds, and she had between 60 and 80 men aboard. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Thomas Boyle of March 2nd, 1815. See Niles and Coggeshall. He says the schooner had 2 more carronades. I have taken the number given by James, page 539. Captain Boyle says the St. Lawrence had on board 89 men, and several more, including a number of soldiers and marines and gentlemen of the navy, as passengers. James says her crew amounted to 51, exclusive of some passengers, which I suppose must mean at least 9 men. So the forces were pretty equal. The Chasseur may have had 20 men more or 10 men less than her antagonist, and she threw from 5 to 21 pounds less weight of shot. End of footnote. The Chasseur mistook the St. Lawrence for a merchantman and closed with her. The mistake was discovered too late to escape, even had such been Captain Boyle's intention, and a brief but bloody action ensued. At 1:26 p.m. the St. Lawrence fired the first broadside within pistol shot, to which the Chasseur replied with the great guns and musketry. The brig then tried to close so as to board, but having too much way on, shot ahead under the lee of the schooner, which put her helm up to wear under the Chasseur's stern. Boyle, however, followed his antagonist's manoeuvre, and the 2 vessels ran along side by side, the St. Lawrence drawing ahead, while the firing was very heavy. Then Captain Boyle put his helm a starboard and ran his foe aboard. When in the act of boarding, her colors were struck at 1:41 p.m., 15 minutes after the first shot. Of the Chasseur's crew, 5 were killed and 8 wounded, including Captain Boyle slightly. Of the St. Lawrence's crew, 6 were killed and 17, according to James, 18 wounded. This was a very creditable action. The St. Lawrence had herself been an American privateer called the Atlas, and was of 241 tons, or just 36 less than the Chasseur. The latter could thus fairly claim that her victory was gained over a regular cruiser of about her own force. Captain Southcombe of the Lottery, Captain Reid of the General Armstrong, Captain Ordronaux of the Neufchatel, and Captain Boyle of the Chasseur deserve as much credit as any regularly commissioned sea officers. But it is a mistake to consider these cases as representing the average. An ordinary privateer was naturally enough no match for a British regular cruiser of equal force. The privateers were of incalculable benefit to us, and inflicted enormous damage on the foe, but in fighting they suffered under the same disadvantages as other irregular forces. They were utterly unreliable. A really brilliant victory would be followed by a most extraordinary defeat. After the Constitution had escaped from Boston, as I have described, she ran to the Bermudas, cruised in their vicinity a short while, thence to Madeira, to the Bay of Biscay, and finally off Portugal, cruising for some time in sight of the Rock of Lisbon. Captain Stewart then ran off southwest, and on February 20th, Madeira, bearing west-southwest 60 leagues. [Footnote: Letter of Captain Stewart to the Secretary of the Navy, May 20th, 1815.] The day being cloudy, with a light easterly breeze. [Footnote: Log of the Constitution, February 20th, 1815.] At 1 P.M. a sail was made 2 points on the port bow, and at 2 P.M. Captain Stewart, hauling up in chase, discovered another sail. The first of these was the frigate-built ship-corvette Cyane, Captain Gordon Thomas Falcon, and the second was the ship-sloop Levant, Captain the Honorable George Douglas. [Footnote: Naval Chronicle, volume 33, page 466.] Both were standing close hauled on the starboard tack, the sloop about 10 miles to leeward of the corvette. At 4 P.M. the latter began making signals to her consort that the strange sail was an enemy, and then made all sail before the wind to join the sloop. The Constitution bore up in chase, setting her topmast, top-gallant, and royal studding sails. In half an hour she carried away her main royal mast, but immediately got another prepared, and at 5 o'clock began firing at the corvette with her 2 port bow guns. As the shot fell short, the firing soon ceased. At 5:30 the Cyane got within hail of the Levant, and the latter's gallant commander expressed to Captain Gordon his intention of engaging the American frigate. The two ships accordingly hauled up their courses and stood on the starboard tack, but immediately afterward their respective captains concluded to try to delay the action till dark, so as to get the advantage of manoeuvring. [Footnote: Naval Chronicle, volume 33, page 466.] Accordingly they again set all sail and hauled close to the wind to endeavor to weather their opponent, but finding the latter coming down too fast for them to succeed, they again stripped to fighting canvas and formed on the starboard tack in head and stern line, the Levant about a cable's length in front of her consort. The American now had them completely under her guns, and showed her ensign, to which challenge the British ships replied by setting their colors. At 6:10 the Constitution ranged up to windward of the Cyane and Levant, the former on her port quarter, the latter on her port bow, both being distant about 250 yards from her. [Footnote: Testimony sworn to by Lieutenant W. B. Shubrick and Lieutenant of Marines Archibald Henderson, before Thomas Welsh, Jr., Justice of the Peace, Suffolk Street, Boston, July 20th, 1815. The depositions were taken in consequence of a report started by some of the British journals that the action began at a distance of a quarter of a mile. All the American depositions were that all three ships began firing at once, when equidistant from each other about 250 yards, the marines being engaged almost the whole time. So close that the American marines were constantly engaged almost from the beginning of the action. The fight began at once and continued with great spirit for a quarter of an hour, the vessels all firing broadsides. It was now moonlight, and an immense column of smoke formed under the lee of the Constitution, shrouding from sight her foes; and as the fire of the latter had almost ceased, Captain Stewart also ordered his men to stop, so as to find out the positions of the ships. In about 3 minutes the smoke cleared, disclosing to the Americans the Levant dead to leeward on the port beam, and the Cyane luffing up for her port quarter. Giving a broadside to the sloop, Stewart braced aback his main and mizzen topsails, with top-gallant sails set, shook all forward, and backed rapidly astern, under cover of the smoke, abreast the corvette, forcing the latter to fill again to avoid being raked. The firing was spirited for a few minutes, when the Cyanes almost died away. The Levant bore up to wear round and assist her consort, but the Constitution filled her topsails, and shooting ahead gave her 2 stern rakes, when she at once made all sail to get out of the combat. The Cyane was now discovered wearing, when the Constitution herself at once wore and gave her in turn a stern rake, the former luffing to and firing her port broadside into the starboard bow of the frigate. Then, as the latter ranged up on her port quarter, she struck at 6:50, just 40 minutes after the beginning of the action. She was at once taken possession of, and Lieutenant Hoffman, second of the Constitution, was put in command. Having manned the prize, Captain Stewart at 8 o'clock filled away after her consort. The latter, however, had only gone out of the combat to refit. Captain Douglas had no idea of retreat, and no sooner had he rove new braces than he hauled up to the wind, and came very gallantly back to find out his friend's condition. At 8:50 he met the Constitution, and, failing to weather her, the frigate and sloop passed each other on opposite tacks, exchanging broadsides. Finding her antagonist too heavy, the Levant then crowded all sail to escape, but was soon overtaken by the Constitution, and at about 9:30 the latter opened with her starboard bow chasers, and soon afterward the British captain hauled down his colors. Mr. Ballard, first of the Constitution, was afterward put in command of the prize. By 1 o'clock the ships were all in order again. The Constitution had been holed 11 times, more often than in either of her previous actions, but her loss was mainly due to the grape and musketry of the foe in the beginning of the fight. Footnote: deposition of her officers as before cited. The British certainly fired better than usual, especially considering the fact that there was much manoeuvring, and that it was a night action. The Americans lost 3 men killed, 3 mortally, and 9 severely and slightly wounded. The corvette, out of a crew of 180, had 12 men killed and 26 wounded, several mortally. The sloop, out of 140, had 7 killed and 16 wounded. The Constitution had started on her cruise very full-handed, with over 470 men, but several being absent on a prize, she went into battle with about 450. Footnote: 410 officers and seamen, and 41 marines, by her muster roll of February 19th. The muster rolls are preserved in the Treasury Department at Washington. End of footnote. The prizes had suffered a good deal in their hulls and rigging, and had received some severe wounds in their masts and principal spars. The Cyane carried on her main deck 20 32-pound carronades, and on her spar deck 2 long 12s and 10 18-pounder carronades. The Levant carried, all on one deck, 18 32-pound carronades and 2 long 9s, together with a shifting 12-pounder. Thus their broadside weight of metal was 763 pounds, with a total of 320 men, of whom 61 fell, against the Constitution's 704 pounds and 450 men, of whom 15 were lost, or nominally the relative force was 100 to 91, and the relative loss 100 to 24. But the British guns were almost exclusively carronades, which, as already pointed out in the case of the Essex and in the battle off Plattsburg, are no match for long guns. Moreover, the scantling of the smaller ships was, of course, by no means as stout as that of the frigate, so that the disparity of force was much greater than the figures would indicate, although not enough to account for the difference in loss. Both the British ships were ably handled, their fire was well directed, and the Levant in especial was very gallantly fought. As regards the Constitution, her manoeuvring was as brilliant as any recorded in naval annals, and it would have been simply impossible to surpass the consummate skill with which she was handled in the smoke, always keeping her antagonists to leeward, and while raking both of them, not being once raked herself. The firing was excellent, considering the short time the ships were actually engaged, and the fact that it was at night. Although the fight reflected the greatest credit on her, and also on her adversaries. Footnote: there is no British official account of the action. James states that the entire British force was only 302 men, of whom 12 were killed and 29 wounded. This is probably not based on any authority. Captain Stewart received on board 301 prisoners, of whom 42 were wounded, several mortally. Curiously enough, James also underestimates the American loss, making it only 12. He also says that many attempts were made by the Americans to induce the captured British to desert, while the Constitution's officers deny this under oath before Justice Welsh, as already quoted, and state that, on the contrary, many of the prisoners offered to enlist on the frigate, but were all refused permission, as the loss of the Chesapeake had taught us the danger of having renegades aboard. This denial, by the way, holds good for all the similar statements made by James as regards the Guerrière, Macedonian, etc. He also states that a British court-martial found various counts against the Americans for harsh treatment, but all of these were specifically denied by the American officers under oath, as already quoted. I have relied chiefly on Captain Stewart's narratives, but partly, as to time, etc., on the British account in the Naval Chronicle. End of footnote. The merits of this action can perhaps be better appreciated by comparing it with a similar one that took place a few years before between a British sloop and corvette on the one side and a French frigate on the other, and which is given in full by both James and Trude. Although these authors differ somewhat in the account of it, both agree that the Frenchman, the Nereide, of 44 guns, on February 14, 1810, fought a long and indecisive battle, with the Rainbow of 26 and Avon of 18 guns, the British sloops being fought separately in succession. The relative force was almost exactly as in the Constitution's fight. Each side claimed that the other fled. But this much is sure: the Constitution, engaging the Cyane and Levant together, captured both, while the Nereid, engaging the Rainbow and Avon separately, captured neither. The three ships now proceeded to the Cape de Verds, and on March 10th anchored in the harbor of Porto Praya, island of San Jago. There a merchant brig was taken as a cartel, and 100 of the prisoners were landed to help fit her for sea. The next day the weather was thick and foggy, with fresh breezes. [Footnote: Log of the Constitution, March 11, 1815.] The first and second lieutenants, with a good part of the people, were aboard the two prizes. At 5 minutes past 12, while Mr. Shubrick, senior remaining lieutenant, was on the quarter deck, the canvas of a large vessel suddenly loomed up through the haze, her hull being completely hidden by the fog bank. Her character could not be made out, but she was sailing close hauled and evidently making for the roads. Mr. Shubrick at once went down and reported the stranger to Captain Stewart, when that officer coolly remarked that it was probably a British frigate or an Indiaman, and directed the lieutenant to return on deck, call all hands, and get ready to go out and attack her. [Footnote: Cooper, Volume 2, page 459.] At that moment the canvas of two other ships was discovered rising out of the fog astern of the vessel first seen. It was now evident that all three were heavy frigates. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Hoffman, April 10, 1815.] In fact, they were the Newcastle, 50, Captain Lord George Stewart; Leander, 50, Captain Sir Ralph Collier, K.C.B., and Acasta, 40, Captain Robert Kerr, standing into Porto Praya, close hauled on the starboard tack, the wind being light northeast by north. [Footnote: Marshall's Naval Biography, Volume 2, page 535.] Captain Stewart at once saw that his opponents were far too heavy for a fair fight, and knowing that the neutrality of the port would not be the slightest protection to him, he at once signalled to the prizes to follow, cut his cable, and in less than 10 minutes from the time the first frigate was seen, was standing out of the roads, followed by Hoffman and Ballard. Certainly a more satisfactory proof of the excellent training of both officers and men could hardly be given than the rapidity, skill, and perfect order with which everything was done. Any indecision on the part of the officers, bungling on the part of the men, would have lost everything. The prisoners on shore had manned a battery and delivered a furious but ill-directed fire at their retreating conquerors. The frigate, sloop, and corvette stood out of the harbor in the order indicated on the port tack, passing close under the east point and a gunshot to windward of the British squadron, according to the American, or about a league, according to the British accounts. The Americans made out the force of the strangers correctly, and their own force was equally clearly discerned by the Acasta; but both the Newcastle and Leander mistook the Cyane and Levant for frigates, a mistake similar to that once made by Commodore Rodgers. The Constitution now crossed her top gallant yards and set the foresail, mainsail, spanker, flying jib, and top gallant sails; and the British ships, tacking, made all sail in pursuit. The Newcastle was on the Constitution's lee quarter and directly ahead of the Leander, while the Acasta was on the weather quarter of the Newcastle. All 6 ships were on the port tack. The Constitution cut adrift the boats towing astern, and her log notes that at 12:50 she found she was sailing about as fast as the ships on her lee quarter, but that the Acasta was luffing into her wake and dropping astern. The log of the Acasta says, "We had gained on the sloops, but the frigate had gained on us." At 1:10 the Cyane had fallen so far astern and to leeward that Captain Stewart signalled to Lieutenant Hoffman to tack, lest he should be cut off if he did not. Accordingly the lieutenant put about and ran off toward the northwest, no notice being taken of him by the enemy beyond an ineffectual broadside from the sternmost frigate. At 2:35 he was out of sight of all the ships and shaped his course for America, which he reached on April 10th. Footnote: letter of Lieutenant Hoffman, April 10th, 1815. End of footnote. End of Part 18 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 18. At 1:45 the Newcastle opened on the Constitution, firing by divisions, but the shot all fell short, according to the American statements, about 200 yards, while the British accounts, as given in Marshall's Naval Biography, make the distance much greater. At any rate, the vessels were so near that from the Constitution the officers of the Newcastle could be seen standing on the hammock nettings. But very strangely, both the 50-gun ships apparently still mistook the Levant, though a low, flush-decked sloop like the Hornet, for the President, Congress, or Macedonian, Captain Collier, believing that the Constitution had sailed with 2 other frigates in company. Footnote: Marshall, Volume 2, page 533. End of footnote. By 3 o'clock the Levant had lagged so as to be in the same position from which the Cyane had just been rescued. Accordingly, Captain Stewart signalled to her to tack, which she did, and immediately afterward all 3 British ships tacked in pursuit. Before they did so, it must be remembered, the Acasta had weathered on the Constitution, though left considerably astern, while the Newcastle and Leander had about kept their positions on her lee or starboard quarter, so that if any ship had been detached at the Levant it should have been the Leander, which had least chance of overtaking the American frigate. The latter was by no means as heavily armed as either of the 2 50s, and but little heavier than the Acasta. Moreover, she was short-handed, having manned her 2 prizes. The Acasta, at any rate, had made out the force of the Levant, and even had she been a frigate, it was certainly carrying prudence to an extreme to make more than 1 ship tack after her. Had the Newcastle and Acasta kept on after the Constitution, there was a fair chance of overtaking her, for the Acasta had weathered on her, and the chase could not bear up for fear of being cut off by the Newcastle. At any rate, the pursuit should not have been given up so early. Marshall says there was a mistake in the signalling. The British captains certainly bungled the affair. Even James says, page 558, It is the most blundering piece of business recorded in these 6 volumes. As for Stewart and his men, they deserve the highest credit for the cool judgment and prompt skilful seamanship they had displayed. The Constitution, having shaken off her pursuers, sailed to Maranham, where she landed her prisoners. At Porto Rico she learned of the peace, and forthwith made sail for New York, reaching it about the middle of May. As soon as he saw Captain Stewart's signal, Lieutenant Ballard had tacked, and at once made for the anchorage at Porto Praya, which he reached, though pursued by all his foes, and anchored within 150 yards of a heavy battery. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Ballard, May 2nd, 1815.] The wisdom of Captain Stewart's course in not trusting to the neutrality of the port now became evident. The Acasta opened upon the sloop as soon as the latter had anchored at 4:30. [Footnote: Newcastle's log, as given by Marshall and James.] The Newcastle, as soon as she arrived, also opened, and so did the Leander, while the British prisoners on shore fired the guns of the battery. Having borne this combined cannonade for 15 minutes, [Footnote: Ballard's letter.] the colors of the Levant were hauled down. The unskilful firing of the British ships certainly did not redeem the blunders previously made by Sir George Collier, for the 3 heavy frigates during 15 minutes' broadside practice in smooth water against a stationary and unresisting foe did her but little damage and did not kill a man. The chief effect of the fire was to damage the houses of the Portuguese town. [Footnote: James, Vol. 6, page 551.] After the capture of the President, the Peacock, Captain Warrington, the Hornet, Captain Biddle, and Tom Bowline, brig, still remained in New York harbor. On the 22nd of January a strong northwesterly gale began to blow, and the American vessels, according to their custom, at once prepared to take advantage of the heavy weather and run by the blockaders. They passed the bar by daylight under storm canvas, the British frigates lying to in the southeast being plainly visible. They were ignorant of the fate of the President, and proceeded toward Tristan d'Acunha, which was the appointed rendezvous. A few days out the Hornet parted company from the 2 others. These last reached Tristan d'Acunha about March 18th, but were driven off again by a gale. The Hornet reached the island on the 23rd, and at 10:30 in the morning, the wind being fresh south-southwest, when about to anchor off the North Point, a sail was made in the southeast, steering west. [Footnote: Letter from Captain Biddle to Commodore Decatur, March 25th, 1815.] This was the British brig sloop Penguin, Captain James Dickinson. She was a new vessel, having left port for the first time in September, 1814. While at the Cape of Good Hope she had received from Vice Admiral Tyler 12 marines from the Medway, 74, increasing her complement to 132, and was then dispatched on special service against a heavy American privateer, the Young Wasp, which had been causing great havoc among the homeward bound Indiamen. When the strange sail was first seen, Captain Biddle was just letting go his topsail sheets. He at once sheeted them home, and the stranger being almost instantly shut out by the land, made all sail to the west, and again caught sight of her. Captain Dickinson now, for the first time, saw the American sloop, and at once bore up for her. The position of the two vessels was exactly the reverse of the Wasp and Frolic, the Englishman being to windward. The Hornet hove to let her antagonist close. Then she filled her main topsail and continued to yaw, wearing occasionally to prevent herself from being raked. At 40 minutes past 1, the Penguin, being within musket shot, hauled to the wind on the starboard tack, hoisted a St. George's ensign, and fired a gun. The Hornet luffed up on the same tack, hoisting American colors, and the action began with heavy broadsides. The vessels ran along thus for 15 minutes, gradually coming closer together, and Captain Dickinson put his helm a-weather to run his adversary aboard. At this moment the brave young officer received a mortal wound, and the command devolved on the first lieutenant, Mr. Macdonald, who endeavored very gallantly to carry out his commander's intention, and at 1:56 the Penguin's bowsprit came in between the Hornet's main and mizzen rigging on the starboard side. The American seamen had been called away, and were at their posts to repel boarders, but as the British made no attempt to come on, the cutlass men began to clamber into the rigging to go aboard the brig. Captain Biddle very coolly stopped them, it being evident from the beginning that our fire was greatly superior both in quickness and effort. There was a heavy sea running, and as the Hornet forged ahead, the Penguin's bowsprit carried away her mizzen shrouds, stern davits, and spanker boom, and the brig then hung on her starboard quarter, where only small arms could be used on either side. An English officer now called out something which Biddle understood, whether correctly or not is disputed, to be the word of surrender. Accordingly he directed his marines to cease firing, and jumped on the taffrail. At that minute 2 of the marines on the Penguin's forecastle, not 30 feet distant, fired at him, one of the balls inflicting a rather severe wound in his neck. A discharge of musketry from the Hornet at once killed both the marines, and at that moment the ship drew ahead. As the vessels separated, the Penguin's foremast went overboard, the bowsprit breaking short off. The Hornet at once wore to present a fresh broadside, while the Penguin's disabled condition prevented her following suit, and having lost a third of her men killed and wounded, 14 of the former and 28 of the latter, her hull being riddled through and through, her foremast gone, mainmast tottering, and most of the guns on the engaged side dismounted, she struck her colors at 2 minutes past 2, 22 minutes after the first gun was fired. Of the Hornet's 150 men, 8 were absent in a prize. By actual measurement she was 2 feet longer and slightly narrower than her antagonist. Her loss was chiefly caused by musketry, amounting to 1 marine killed, 1 seaman mortally, Lieutenant Connor very severely, and Captain Biddle and 7 seamen slightly wounded. Not a round shot struck the hull, nor was a mast or spar materially injured, but the rigging and sails were a good deal cut, especially about the fore and main topgallant masts. The Hornet's crew had been suffering much from sickness, and 9 of the men were unable to be at quarters, thus reducing the vessels to an exact equality. Counting in these men and excluding the 8 absent in a prize, we get as comparative force: the Hornet 480 tons, 10 guns, 279 pounds of broadside metal, 140 crew, 11 loss. The Penguin 477 tons, 10 guns, 274 pounds of broadside metal, 132 crew, 42 loss. Footnote 1. This number of men is probably too great. I have not personally examined the Hornet's muster roll for that period. Lieutenant Emmons, in his history, gives her 132 men, but perhaps he did not include the 9 sick, which would make his statement about the same as mine. In response to my inquiries, I received a very kind letter from the Treasury Department, 4th Auditor's Office, which stated that the muster roll of the Hornet on this voyage showed 101 officers and crew, marines excepted. Adding the 20 marines would make but 121 in all. I think there must be some mistake in this, and so have considered the Hornet's crew as consisting originally of 150 men, the same as on her cruisers in 1812. The Penguin was in reality slightly larger than the Hornet, judging from the comparisons made in Biddle's letter, for the original of which see in the Naval Archives, Captain's Letters, Volume 42, number 112. He says that the Penguin, though 2 feet shorter on deck than the Hornet, had a greater length of keel, a slightly greater breadth of beam, stouter sides, and higher bulwarks, with swivels on the capstan and tops, and that she fought both her long 12s on the same side. I have followed James, however, as regards this. He says her long guns were 6-pounders, and that but one was fought on a side. End of footnote. Or, the force being practically equal, the Hornets inflicted 4-fold the loss and 10-fold the damage she suffered. Hardly any action of the war reflected greater credit on the United States marine than this, for the cool, skillful seamanship and excellent gunnery that enabled the Americans to destroy an antagonist of equal force in such an exceedingly short time. The British displayed equal bravery, but were certainly very much behind their antagonists in the other qualities which go to make up a first-rate man-of-warsman. Even James says he cannot offer the trifling disparity of force in this action as an excuse for the Penguin's capture. The chief cause is the immense disparity between the two vessels in the effectiveness of their crews. Footnote: after the action, but one official account, that of Captain Biddle, was published. None of the letters of the defeated British commanders were published after 1813. As regards this action, every British writer has followed James, who begins his account thus: had the vessel in sight to windward been rigged with 3 masts instead of 2, and had she proved to be a British cruiser, Captain Biddle would have marked her down in his log as a frigate, and have made off with all the canvas he could possibly spread. Had the ship overtaken the Hornet, and been in reality a trifle superior in force, Captain Biddle, we have no doubt, would have exhausted his eloquence in lauding the blessings of peace before he tried a struggle for the honors of war. After this preface, which should be read in connection with the Hornet's unaccepted challenge to the Bonne Citoyenne, a ship a trifle superior in force, it can be considered certain that James will both extenuate and also set down a good deal in malice. One instance of this has already been given in speaking of the President's capture. Again he says, "The Hornet received several round shot in her hull, which she did, a month after this action, from the Cornwallis 74. James knew perfectly well that not one of the Penguin's shot hit the Hornet's hull. The quotations I have given are quite enough to prove that nothing he says about the action is worth attending to. The funniest part of his account is where he makes Captain Biddle get drunk, lose his native cunning, and corroborate his, James's, statements. He does not even hint at the authority for this. End of footnote. The Penguin was so cut up by shot that she had to be destroyed. After the stores, etc., had been taken out of her, she was thoroughly examined, Captain Biddle, from curiosity, taking her measurements in comparison with those of the Hornet. Her destruction was hastened on account of a strange sail heaving in sight, but the latter proved to be the Peacock with the Tom Bowline in company. The latter was now turned to account by being sent in to Rio de Janeiro as a cartel with the prisoners. The Peacock and Hornet remained about the island till April 13th, and then, giving up all hopes of seeing the President, and rightly supposing she had been captured, started out for the East Indies. On the 27th of the month, in latitude 38 degrees 30 minutes south and longitude 33 degrees east, footnote letter of Captain Biddle, June 10th, and extracts from her log, end of footnote. The Peacock signalled a stranger in the southeast, and both sloops crowded sail in chase. The next morning they came down with the wind aft from the northwest, the studding sails set on both sides. The new 22-gun sloops were not only better war vessels, but faster ones, too, than any other ships of their rate, and the Peacock by afternoon was 2 leagues ahead of the Hornet. At 2 p.m. the former was observed to manifest some hesitation about approaching the stranger, which instead of avoiding had rather hauled up toward them. All on board the Hornet thought her an Indiaman, and the men began to wonder what they would do with the silks, when, a few minutes before 4, the Peacock signalled that it was a line of battle ship, which reversed the parts with a vengeance. Warrington's swift ship was soon out of danger, while Biddle hauled close to the wind on the port tack, with the Cornwallis 74 bearing the flag of Admiral Sir George Burleton, K.C.B. Footnote James, volume 6, page 564, end of footnote. In hot pursuit, 2 leagues on his lee quarter. The 74 gained rapidly on the Hornet, although she stopped to pick up a marine who had fallen overboard. Finding he had to deal with a most weatherly craft as well as a swift sailor, Captain Biddle at 9 p.m. began to lighten the Hornet of the mass of stores taken from the Penguin. The Cornwallis gained still, however, and at 2 a.m. on the 29th was ahead of the Hornet's lee or starboard beam, when the sloop put about and ran off toward the west. Daylight showed the 74 still astern and to leeward, but having gained so much as to be within gunshot, and shortly afterward she opened fire, her shot passing over the Hornet. The latter had recourse anew to the lightening process. She had already hove overboard the sheet anchor, several heavy spare spars, and a large quantity of shot and ballast. The remaining anchors and cables, more shot, 6 guns, and the launch now followed suit, and thus relieved, the Hornet passed temporarily out of danger. But the breeze shifted gradually round to the east, and the liner came looming up till at noon she was within a mile, a shorter range than that at which the United States crippled and cut up the Macedonian. And had the Cornwallis's fire been half as well aimed as that of the States, it would have been the last of the Hornet. But the 74's guns were very unskilfully served, and the shot passed for the most part away over the Chase, but 3 getting home. Captain Biddle and his crew had no hope of ultimate escape, but no one thought of giving up. All the remaining spare spars and boats, all the guns but one, the shot, and in fact everything that could be got at below or on deck was thrown overboard. This increased the way of the Hornet, while the Cornwallis lost ground by hauling off to give broadsides, which were as ineffectual as the fire from the chase guns had been. The Hornet now had gained a little, and managed to hold her own, and shortly afterward the pluck and skill of a crew. [Footnote: It is perhaps worth noting that the accounts incidentally mention the fact that almost the entire crew consisted of native Americans, of whom quite a number had served as impressed seamen on board British warships. James multiplies these threefold and sets them down as British.] were rewarded. The shift in the wind had been very much against them, but now it veered back again so as to bring them to windward, and every minute as it blew fresher and fresher their chances increased. By dark the Cornwallis was well astern, and during the night the wind kept freshening, blowing in squalls, which just suited the Hornet, and when day broke the liner was hull down astern. Then, on the morning of the 30th, after nearly 48 hours' chase, she abandoned the pursuit. The Hornet was now, of course, no use as a cruiser, and made sail for New York, which she reached on June 9th. This chase requires almost the same comments as the last chase of the Constitution. In both cases the American captains and their crews deserve the highest praise for plucky, skilful seamanship, but exactly as Stuart's coolness and promptitude might not have saved the Constitution had it not been for the blunders made by his antagonists, so the Hornet would have assuredly been taken, in spite of Biddle's stubbornness and resource, if the Cornwallis had not shown such unskilful gunnery, which was all the most discreditable since she carried an admiral's flag. The Peacock was thus the only one left of the squadron originally prepared for the East Indies. However, she kept on, went round the Cape of Good Hope, and cruised across the Indian Ocean, capturing 4 great Indiamen, very valuable prizes, manned by 291 men. Then she entered the Straits of Sunda, and on the 30th of June, off the fort of Angier, fell in with the East India Company's cruiser Nautilus, Lieutenant Boyce, a brig of 180, American measurement, over 200 tons, with a crew of 80 men and 14 guns, 4 long 9s and 10 18-pound carronades. [Footnote: History of the Indian Navy, by Charles Rathbone Low, late Lieutenant of the Indian Navy. London, 1877, page 285.] Captain Warrington did not know of the peace. One of the boats of the Nautilus, however, with her pursuer, Mr. Bartlett, boarded him. Captain Warrington declares the latter made no mention of the peace, while Mr. Bartlett swears that he did before he was sent below. As the Peacock approached, Lieutenant Boyce hailed to ask if she knew peace had been declared. Captain Warrington, according to his letter, regarded this as a ruse to enable the brig to escape under the guns of the fort, and commanded the lieutenant to haul down his colors, which the latter refused to do, and very gallantly prepared for a struggle with a foe of more than twice his strength. According to Captain Warrington, one, or by the deposition of Mr. Bartlett, [Footnote: As quoted by Low.] 2 broadsides were then interchanged, and the brig surrendered, having lost 7 men, including her first lieutenant, killed and mortally wounded, and 8 severely or slightly wounded. 2 of her guns and the sheet anchor were disabled, the bends on the starboard side completely shivered from aft to the forechains, the bulwarks from the chess-tree aft much torn, and the rigging cut to pieces. [Footnote: Letter of Lieutenant Boyce to Company's Marine Board, as quoted by Low.] The Peacock did not suffer the slightest loss or damage. Regarding the affair purely as a conflict between vessels of nations at war with each other, the criticism made by Lord Howard Douglas on the action between the President and Little Belt applies here perfectly. If a vessel meet an enemy of even greatly superior force, it is due to the honor of her flag to try the effect of a few rounds. But unless in this gallant attempt she leaves marks of her skill upon the larger body, while she, the smaller body, is hit at every discharge, she does but salute her enemy's triumph and discredit her own gunnery. [Footnote: Naval Gunnery, page 3.] There could not have been a more satisfactory exhibition of skill than that given by Captain Warrington, but I regret to say that it is difficult to believe he acted with proper humanity. It seems impossible that Mr. Bartlett did not mention that peace had been signed, and when the opposing force was so much less than his own, it would have been safe at least to defer the order, "Haul down your flag," for a short time, while he could have kept the brig within half pistol shot until he could have inquired into the truth of the report. Throughout this work I have, wherever possible, avoided all references to the various accusations and recriminations of some of the captains about unfairness, cruelty, etc., as in most cases it is impossible to get at the truth, the accounts flatly contradicting one another. In this case, however, there certainly seems some ground for the rather fervent denunciations of Captain Warrington indulged in by Lieutenant Low. But it is well to remember that a very similar affair, with the parties reversed, had taken place but a few months before on the coast of America. This was on February 22nd, after the boats of the Erebus 20 and Primrose 18, under Captains Bartholomew and Philot, had been beaten off with a loss of 30 men, including both captains wounded, in an expedition up St. Mary's River, Georgia. The 2 captains and their vessels then joined Admiral Cockburn at Cumberland Island, and on the 25th of February were informed officially of the existence of peace. 3 weeks afterward the American gunboat, No. 168, Mr. Hurlbut, sailed from Tybee Bar, Georgia, bearing dispatches for the British admiral. [Footnote: Letter from Commander Campbell to Secretary of Navy, March 29, 1815, including one from Sailing Master John H. Hurlburt of March 18, 1815, preserved in the Naval Archives in volume 43, number 125 of Captain's Letters. See also Niles's Register, volume 8, page 104, page 118, etc. On the same day, in the afternoon, she fell in with the Erebus, Captain Bartholomew. Peace having been declared, and having been known to exist for over 3 weeks, no effort was made to avoid the British vessel; but when the gunboat neared the latter, she was suddenly hailed and told to heave to. Mr. Hurlbut answered that he had dispatches for Admiral Cockburn, to which Captain Bartholomew responded with many oaths that he did not care, he would sink her if she did not send a boat aboard. When Mr. Hurlburt attempted to answer, some muskets were discharged at him, and he was told to strike. He refused, and the Erebus immediately opened fire from her great guns. The gunboat had gotten so far round that her pivot gun would not bear properly, but it was discharged across the bows of the Erebus, and then Mr. Hurlburt struck his colours. Although he had lain right under the foe's broadside, he had suffered no loss or damage except a few ropes cut, and some shot holes in the sails. Afterward Captain Bartholomew apologized, and let the gunboat proceed. This attack was quite as wanton and unprovoked as Warrington's, and Bartholomew's foe was relatively to himself even less powerful. Moreover, while the Peacock's crew showed great skill in handling their guns, the crew of the Erebus most emphatically did not. The intent in both cases was equally bad. Only the British captain lacked the ability to carry his out. Summary. The concluding operations of the war call for much the same comments as those of the preceding years. The balance of praise certainly inclines toward the Americans. Captain John Hayes's squadron showed great hardihood, perseverance, and judgment, which were rewarded by the capture of the President, and Decatur's surrender seems decidedly tame. But as regards the action between the President and Endymion, taking into account the fact that the former fought almost under the guns of an overwhelming force, and was therefore obliged to expose herself far more than she otherwise would have, it showed nearly as great superiority on the side of the Americans as the frigate actions of 1812 did. In fact, probably quite as much as in the case of the Java. Similarly, when the Cyane and Levant did well, the Constitution did better, and Sir George Collier's ships certainly did not distinguish themselves when in chase of old Ironsides. So with the Hornet in her two encounters. No one can question the pluck with which the Penguin was fought, but her gunnery was as bad as that of the Cornwallis subsequently proved. And though the skirmish between the Peacock and Nautilus is not one to which an American cares to look back, yet regarding it purely from a fighting standpoint, there is no question which crew was the best trained and most skillful. List of ships built in 1815. Washington, 74 guns, built in Portsmouth, cost of $235,861. The Independence, 74 guns, built in Boston, cost of $421,810.41. The Franklin, 74 guns, built in Philadelphia, $438,149.40. The Guerrière, 44 guns, built in Philadelphia, cost of $306,158.56. The Java, 44 guns, built in Baltimore, cost of $232,767.38. The Fulton, 30 guns, built in New York, cost of $320,000, and the Torpedo, built in New York. These ships first put to sea in this year. For the first time in her history, the United States possessed line of battleships, and for the first time in all history, the steam frigate appeared on the Navy list of a nation. The Fulton, with her clumsy central wheel, concealed from shot by the double hull, with such thick scantling that none but heavy guns could harm her, and relying for offensive weapons not on a broadside of 30 guns of small caliber, but on 2 pivotal 100-pounder columbiads, or perhaps, if necessary, on blows from her hog snout. The Fulton was the true prototype of the modern steam ironclad, with its few heavy guns and ram. Almost as significant is the presence of the torpedo. I have not chronicled the several efforts made by the Americans to destroy British vessels with torpedoes. Some very nearly succeeded, and although they failed, it must not be supposed that they did no good. On the contrary, they made the British in many cases very cautious about venturing into good anchorage, especially in Long Island Sound and the Chesapeake, and by the mere terror of their name prevented more than one harrying expedition. The Fulton was not got into condition to be fought until just as the war ended. Had it continued a few months, it is more than probable that the deeds of the Merrimac and the havoc wrought by the Confederate torpedoes would have been forestalled by nearly half a century. As it was, neither of these engines of war attracted much attention. For 10 or 15 years the Fulton was the only war vessel of her kind in existence, and then her name disappears from our lists. The torpedoes had been tried in the Revolutionary War, but their failure prevented much notice from being taken of them, and besides, at that time there was a strong feeling that it was dishonorable to blow a ship up with a powder can concealed under the water, though highly laudable to burn her by means of a fire raft floating on the water, a nice distinction in naval ethics that has since disappeared. Footnote: James fairly foams at the mouth at the mere mention of torpedoes. End of footnote. American vessels destroyed, etc. by ocean cruisers. The President, 52 guns, 1,576 tons, captured by squadron, and the total of 52 guns and 1,576 tons. British vessels destroyed, etc. by privateers. The Chasseur, 12 guns, 240 tons, by privateer St. Lawrence. B. By ocean cruisers. The Cyane, 34 guns, 659 tons, by the Constitution. The Levant, 20 guns, 500 tons, retaken. The Penguin, 19 guns, 477 tons, by the Hornet, a total of 85 guns, 1,876 tons. Subtracting the Levant's 20 guns and 500 tons produces totals 65 guns and 1,376 tons. In summing up the results of the struggle on the ocean, it is to be noticed that very little was attempted and nothing done by the American Navy that could materially affect the result of the war. Commodore Rodgers's expedition after the Jamaica Plate fleet failed. Both the efforts to get a small squadron into the East Indian waters also miscarried, and otherwise the whole history of the struggle on the ocean is, as regards the Americans, only the record of individual cruises and fights. The material results were not very great, at least in their effect on Great Britain, whose enormous navy did not feel in the slightest degree the loss of a few frigates and sloops. But morally the result was of inestimable benefit to the United States. The victories kept up the spirits of the people cast down by the defeats on land, practically decided in favor of the Americans the chief question in dispute, Great Britain's right of search and impressment, and gave the navy, and thereby the country, a world-wide reputation. I doubt if ever before a nation gained so much honor by a few single-ship duels. For there can be no question which side came out of the war with the greatest credit. The damage inflicted by each on the other was not very unequal in amount, but the balance was certainly in favor of the United States, as can be seen by the following tables, for the details of which reference can be made to the various years. By ocean cruisers, American loss 5,984 tons, 278 guns. The British loss 8,451 tons, 351 guns. On the lakes, American loss 727 tons, 37 guns. The British loss 4,159 tons, 212 guns. By the Army, American loss 3,007 tons, 116 guns. British loss 500 tons, 22 guns. By privateers, American loss none. British loss 402 tons, 20 guns. Totals: American loss 9,718 tons, 431 guns. The British loss 13,512 tons, 605 guns. Footnote 1. The tonnage can only be given approximately, as that of the vessels on Lake Champlain is not exactly known, although we know about what the two fleets tonned relatively to one another. End of footnote. In addition, we lost 4 revenue cutters mounting 24 guns, and in the aggregate of 387 tons, and also 25 gunboats with 71 guns, and in the aggregate of nearly 2,000 tons. This would swell our loss to 12,105 tons and 526 guns. Footnote: this differs greatly from the figures given by James in his Naval Occurrences. Appendix 215. He makes the American loss 14,844 tons and 660 guns. His list includes, for example, the Growler and Hamilton, upset in carrying sail to avoid Sir James's fleet. It would be quite reasonable to put down the loss of the Royal George to the credit of the French. Then he mentions the Julia and Growler, which were recaptured; the Asp, which was also recaptured; the New York, 46, destroyed at Washington, which was not destroyed or harmed in any way, and which, moreover, was a condemned hulk; the Boston, 42, in reality 32, destroyed at Washington, which had been a condemned hulk for 10 years, and had no guns or anything else in her, and was as much a loss to our navy as the fishing up and burning of an old wreck would have been; and 8 gunboats whose destruction was either mythical or else which were not national vessels. By deducting all these, we reduce James's total by 120 guns and 2,600 tons, and a few more alterations, such as excluding the swivels in the President's tops, which he counts, etc., brings his number down to that given above, and also affords a good idea of the value to be attached to his figures and tables. The British loss he gives at but 530 guns and 10,273 tons. He omits the 24-gun ship burnt by Chauncey at York, although including the frigate and corvette burnt by Ross at Washington. If the former is excluded, the 2 latter should be, which would make the balance still more in favor of the Americans. He omits the guns of the Gloucester, because they had been taken out of her and placed in battery on the shore, but he includes those of the Adams, which had been served in precisely the same way. He omits all reference to the British 14-gun schooner burnt on Ontario, and to all 3- and 4-gun sloops and schooners captured there, although including the corresponding American vessels. The reason he so much underestimates the tonnage, especially on the lakes, I have elsewhere discussed. His tables of the relative loss in men are even more erroneous, exaggerating that of the Americans and greatly underestimating that of the British. But I have not tabulated this on account of the impossibility of getting fair estimates of the killed and wounded in the cutting out expeditions, and the difficulty of enumerating the prisoners taken in descents, etc. Roughly about 2,700 Americans and 3,800 British were captured. The comparative loss in killed and wounded stood much more in our favor. I have excluded from the British loss the brigs Detroit and Caledonia, and schooner Nancy, aggregating 10 guns and about 500 tons, destroyed in the upper lakes, because I hardly know whether they could be considered national vessels. The schooner Highflyer, of 8 guns, 40 men, and 209 tons, taken by Rodgers, because she seems to have been merely a tender; and the Dominica, 15 of 77 men and 270 tons, because her captor, the privateer Decatur, though nominally an American, was really a French vessel. Of course both tables are only approximately exact, but at any rate the balance of damage and loss was over 4-3 in our favor. But the loss of the revenue cutters and gunboats can fairly be considered to be counterbalanced by the capture or destruction of the various British Royal packets, all armed with from 2 to 10 guns, tenders, barges, etc., which would be in the aggregate of at least as great tonnage and gun force, and with more numerous crews. But the comparative material loss gives no idea of the comparative honor gained. The British navy, numbering at the outset 1,000 cruisers, had accomplished less than the American, which numbered but a dozen. Moreover, most of the loss suffered by the former was in single fight, while this had been but twice the case with the Americans, who had generally been overwhelmed by numbers. The President and Essex were both captured by more than double their force, simply because they were disabled before the fight began, otherwise they would certainly have escaped. With the exceptions of the Chesapeake and Argus, both of which were taken fairly, because their antagonists, though of only equal force, were better fighters. The remaining loss of the Americans was due to the small cruisers stumbling from time to time across the path of some one of the innumerable British heavy vessels. Had Congressional forethought been sufficiently great to have allowed a few line of battleships to have been in readiness some time previous to the war, results of weight might have been accomplished. But the only activity ever exhibited by Congress in materially increasing the navy previous to the war had been in partially carrying out President Jefferson's ideas of having an enormous force of very worthless gunboats, a scheme whose wisdom was about on a par with some of that statesman's political and military theories. Of the 12, [Footnote: Not counting the last action of the Constitution, the President's action, or the capture of the Essex, on account of the difficulty of fairly estimating the amount of credit due to each side. In both the first actions, however, the American ships seem to have been rather more ably fought than their antagonists, and, taking into account the overwhelming disadvantages under which the Essex labored, her defence displayed more desperate bravery than did that of any other ship during the war. Footnote. Single ship actions, too, those of the Argus and Chesapeake, undoubtedly redounded most to the credit of the British, and in two, that of the Wasp with the Reindeer and that of the Enterprise with the Boxer, the honors were nearly even, and in the other 8 the superiority of the Americans was very manifest. In 3 actions, those with the Penguin, Frolic, and Shannon, the combatants were about equal in strength, the Americans having slightly the advantage. In all the others but 2, the victors combined superiority of force with superiority of skill. In but 2 cases, those of the Argus and Epervier, could any lack of courage be imputed to the vanquished. The second year alone showed to the advantage of the British. The various encounters otherwise were as creditable to the Americans at the end as at the beginning of the war. This is worth attending to, because many authors speak as if the successes of the Americans were confined to the first year. It is true that no frigate was taken after the first year, but this was partly because the strictness of the blockade kept the American frigates more in port, while the sloops put out to sea at pleasure, and partly because after that year the British 18-pounder frigates either cruised in couples or, when single, invariably refused, by order of the Admiralty, an encounter with a 24-pounder; and though much of the American success was unquestionably to be attributed to more men and heavier guns, yet much of it was not. The war itself gives us 2 instances in which defeat was owing solely, it may be said, to inferiority of force, courage, and skill being equal. The Wasp was far heavier than the Reindeer, and there being nothing to choose between them in anything else, the damage done was about proportionate to this difference. It follows, as a matter of course, that the very much greater disproportion in loss in the cases of the Avon, Epervier, etc., where the disproportion in force was much less, they mounting 32s instead of 24s, and the victors being all of the same class, is only to be explained by the inferiority in skill on the part of the vanquished. These remarks apply just as much to the Argus. The Reindeer, with her 24s, would have been almost exactly on a par with her, and yet would have taken her with even greater ease than the Peacock did with her 32s. In other words, the only effect of our superiority in metal, men, and tonnage was to increase somewhat the disparity in loss. Had the Congress and Constellation, instead of the United States and Constitution, encountered the Macedonian and Java, the difference in execution would have been less than it was, but the result would have been unchanged, and would have been precisely such as ensued when the Wasp met the Frolic, or the Hornet the Penguin. On the other hand, had the Shannon met the Constitution, there would have been a repetition of the fight between the Wasp and the Reindeer, for it is but fair to remember that, great as is the honor that Broke deserves, it is no more than that due to manners. The Republic of the United States, owed a great deal to the excellent make and armament of its ships, but it owed still more to the men who were in them. The massive timbers and heavy guns of old Ironsides would have availed but little had it not been for her able commanders and crews. Of all the excellent single ship captains, British or American, produced by the war, the palm should be awarded to Hull. [Footnote: See Naval Tactics by Commander J. H. Ward and Life of Commodore Tatnall by Charles C. Jones, Jr.] The deed of no other man, excepting Macdonough, equalled his escape from Broke's 5 ships, or surpassed his half-hour's conflict with the Guerrière. After him almost all the American captains deserve high praise: Decatur, Jones, Blakely, Biddle, Bainbridge, Lawrence, Burrows, Allen, Warrington, Stewart, Porter. It is no small glory to a country to have had such men upholding the honor of its flag. On a par with the best of them are Broke, Manners, and also Byron and Blythe. It must be but a poor-spirited American whose veins do not tingle with pride when he reads of the cruises and fights of the sea captains, and their grim prowess, which kept the old Yankee flag floating over the waters of the Atlantic for 3 years, in the teeth of the mightiest naval power the world has ever seen. But it is equally impossible not to admire Broke's chivalric challenge and successful flight, or the heroic death of the captain of the Reindeer. Nor can the war ever be fairly understood by anyone who does not bear in mind that the combatants were men of the same stock, who far more nearly resembled each other than either resembled any other nation. I honestly believe that the American sailor offered rather better material for a man-of-warsman than the British, because the freer institutions of his country, as compared with the Britain of the drunken Prince Regent and his dotard father, a very different land from the present free England, and the peculiar exigencies of his life, tended to make him more intelligent and self-reliant. But the difference, when there was any, was very small, and disappeared entirely when his opponents had been drilled for any length of time by men like Broke or Manners. The advantage consisted in the fact that our average commander was equal to the best, and higher than the average of the opposing captains, and this held good throughout the various grades of the officers. The American officers knew they had redoubtable foes to contend with, and made every preparation accordingly. Owing their rank to their own exertions, trained by practical experience, and with large liberty of action, they made every effort to have their crews in the most perfect state of skill and discipline. In Commodore Tatnall's biography, page 15, it is mentioned that the blockaded Constellation had her men well trained at the guns and at target practice, though still lying in the river so as to be at once able to meet a foe when she put out to sea. The British captain, often owing his command to his social standing or to favoritism, hampered by red tape, [Footnote: For instance, James mentions that they were forbidden to use more than so many shot in practice, and that Captain Broke utterly disregarded this command.] and accustomed by 20 years' almost uninterrupted success to regard the British arms as invincible, was apt to laugh at all manoeuvring. [Footnote: Lord Howard Douglas, Naval Gunnery, states this in various places. Accustomed to contemn all manoeuvring.] and scorned to prepare too carefully for a fight, trusting to the old British pluck and luck to carry him through. So gradually he forgot how to manoeuvre or to prepare. The Java had been at sea 6 weeks before she was captured, yet during that time the entire exercise of her crew at the guns had been confined to the discharge of 6 broadsides of blank cartridges. James, volume 6, page 184. The Constitution, like the Java, had shipped an entirely new and raw crew previous to her first cruise, and was at sea but 5 weeks before she met the Guerrière, and yet her men had been trained to perfection. This is a sufficient comment on the comparative merits of Captain Hull and Captain Lambert. The American prepared himself in every possible way. The Briton tried to cope with courage alone against courage, united to skill. His bad gunnery had not been felt in contending with European foes. [Footnote: Lord Howard Douglas. He seems to think that in 1812 the British had fallen off absolutely, though not relatively, to their European foes.] End of footnote. As unskilful as himself, says Lord Howard Douglas, page 3. We entered with too much confidence into a war with a marine much more expert than any of our European enemies. There was inferiority of gunnery as well as of force, etc. Admiral Codrington, commenting on the Epervier's loss, says, as before quoted, that owing to his being chosen purely for merit, the American captain was an overmatch for the British, unless he encountered our best officers on equal terms. Part 19 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 19. The best criticism of the war is that given by Capitaine Urien de la Gravière. [Footnote: Guerres Maritimes, Volume 2, page 269, 272, 274, Paris, 1847.] End of footnote. After speaking of the heavier metal and greater number of men of the American ships, he continues: and yet only an enormous superiority in the precision and rapidity of their fire can explain the difference in losses sustained by the combatants. Nor was the skill of their gunners the only cause to which Americans owed their success. Their ships were faster, the crews, composed of chosen men, manoeuvred with uniformity and precision. Their captains had that practical knowledge which is only to be acquired by long experience of the sea, and it is not to be wondered at that the Constitution, when chased during 3 days by a squadron of 5 English frigates, succeeded in escaping, by surpassing them in manoeuvring, and by availing herself of every ingenious resource and skilful expedient that maritime science could suggest. To a marine exalted by success, but rendered negligent by the very habit of victory, the Congress only opposed the best of vessels and most formidable of armaments. [Footnote: The praise should be given to the individual captains and not to Congress, however, and none of the American ships had picked crews. During the war the Shannon had the only crew which could with any fairness be termed pick, for her men had been together 7 years, and all of her boys must have been well-grown young men, much older than the boys in her antagonist. End of footnote. It is interesting to compare the results of this inter-Anglian warfare, waged between the Insular and the Continental English. with the results of the contest, that the former were at the same time carrying on with their Gallo-Roman neighbors across the Channel. For this purpose I shall rely on Troude's Batailles Navales, which would certainly not give the English more than their due. His account of the comparative force in each case can be supplemented by the corresponding one given in James. Under drawn battles I include all such as were indecisive, in so far that neither combatant was captured. In almost every case each captain claimed that the other ran away. During the year 1812 to 1815 inclusive, there were 8 actions between French and English ships of approximately equal force. In 3 of these the English were victorious. In 1812 the Victoria 74 captured the Rivoli 74. Comparative force: the Victorious, Troude has 1,014 pounds of broadside metal, James has 1,060 pounds. The Rivoli, Troude has 1,010 pounds of broadside metal, James has 1,085 pounds. In 1814 the Tagus captured the Ceres, and the Hebrus captured the Étoile. The Tagus, Troude has 444 pounds of broadside metal, James has 467. The Ceres, Troude has 428 pounds of broadside metal, James has 463. The Hebrus, Troude has 467 pounds of broadside metal, James 467 pounds. The Étoile, Troude has 428 pounds of broadside metal, James has 463 pounds. The Ceres, when she surrendered, had but 1 man wounded, although she had suffered a good deal aloft. The fight between the 74s was murderous to an almost unexampled degree, 125 English and 400 French falling. The Hebrus lost 40, and the Étoile 120 men. 5 actions were drawn. In 1812 the Swallow fought the Renard and Garland. The former threw 262, the latter 290 pounds of shot at a broadside. In 1815 the Pilot, throwing 262 pounds, fought a draw with the Aiguille, throwing 260. In 1814 2 frigates of the force of the Tagus fought a draw with 2 frigates of the force of the Ceres and Eurotas, with 24-pounders failed to capture the Clorinde, which had only 18-pounders. In 1815 the Amelia fought a draw with the Arethusa, the ships throwing respectively 549 and 463 pounds, according to the English, or 572 and 410 pounds according to the French accounts. In spite of being superior in force, the English ship lost 141 men, and the French but 105. This was a bloodier fight than even that of the Chesapeake with the Shannon, but the gunnery was nevertheless much worse than that shown by the 2 combatants in the famous duel off Boston Harbor, one battle lasting 4 hours and the other 15 minutes. There were a number of other engagements where the British were successful, but where it is difficult to compare the forces. Twice a 74 captured or destroyed 2 frigates, and a Rizzi performed a similar feat. An 18-gun brig, the Weasel, fought 2 16-gun brigs till one of them blew up. The loss of the 2 navies at each other's hands during the 4 years was: English ships, 1 16-gun brig, 1 12-gun brig, and 1 10-gun cutter. French ships, 3 line of battle ships, 11 frigates, 2 26-gun flutes, 2 16-gun brigs, 1 10-gun brig, many gunboats, etc. Or one navy lost 3 vessels mounting 38 guns, the other 19 vessels mounting 830 guns. During the same time the British lost to the Danes 1 14-gun brig, and destroyed in return a frigate of 46 guns, a 6-gun schooner, a 4-gun cutter, 2 galiots, and several gun brigs. In the above lists it is to be noticed how many of the engagements were indecisive, owing chiefly to the poor gunnery of the combatants. The fact that both the Eurotas and the Amelia, though more powerfully armed and manned than the Hebrus, yet failed to capture the sister ships of the frigate taken by the latter, shows that heavy metal and a numerous crew are not the only elements necessary for success. Indeed, the Eurotas and Amelia were as superior in force to their antagonists as the Constitution was to the Java. But the chief point to be noticed is the overwhelming difference in the damage the two navies caused each other. This difference was roughly as 5 to 1 against the Danes and as 50 to 1 against the French, while it was as 4 to 3 in favor of the Americans. These figures give some idea of the effectiveness of the various navies. At any rate, they show that we had found out what the European nations had for many years in vain striven to discover, a way to do more damage than we received in a naval contest with England. Chapter 10, 1815. The Battle of New Orleans. While our navy had been successful, the war on land had been for us full of humiliation. The United States then formed but a loosely knit confederacy, the sparse population scattered over a great expanse of land. Ever since the Federalist party had gone out of power in 1800, the nation's ability to maintain order at home and enforce respect abroad had steadily dwindled, and the 12 years nevertheless reign of the doctrinaire democracy had left us impotent for attack and almost as feeble for defense. Jefferson, though a man whose views and theories had a profound influence upon our national life, was perhaps the most incapable executive that ever filled the presidential chair. Being almost purely a visionary, he was utterly unable to grapple with the slightest actual danger, and not even excepting his successor, Madison, it would be difficult to imagine a man less fit to guide the state with honor and safety through the stormy times that marked the opening of the present century. Without the prudence to avoid war, or the forethought to prepare for it, the administration drifted helplessly into a conflict in which only the navy prepared by the Federalists 12 years before, and weakened rather than strengthened during the intervening time, saved us from complete and shameful defeat. True to its theories, the House of Virginia made no preparations, and thought the war could be fought by the nation in arms. The exponents of this particular idea, the militiamen, a partially armed mob, ran like sheep whenever brought into the field. The regulars were not much better. After 2 years of warfare, Scott records in his autobiography that there were but 2 books of tactics, one written in French, in the entire army on the Niagara frontier, and officers and men were on such a dead level of ignorance that he had to spend a month drilling all of the former, divided into squads, in the school of the soldier and school of the company. [Footnote: Memoirs of Lieutenant General Scott, written by himself. 2 volumes, New York, 1864, volume 1, page 115.] It is small wonder that such troops were utterly unable to meet the English. Until near the end, the generals were as bad as the armies they commanded, and the administration of the War Department continued to be a triumph of imbecility to the very last. [Footnote: Monroe's biographer, see James Monroe, by Daniel C. Gilman, Boston, 1883, page 123, thinks he made a good Secretary of War. I think he was as much a failure as his predecessors, and a harsher criticism could not be passed on him. Like the other statesmen of his school, he was mighty in word and weak in action, bold to plan but weak to perform. As an instance, contrast his fiery letters to Jackson with the fact that he never gave him a particle of practical help. End of footnote. With the exception of the brilliant and successful charge of the Kentucky Mounted Infantry at the Battle of the Thames, the only bright spot in the war in the North was the campaign on the Niagara frontier during the summer of 1814. And even here, the chief battle, that of Lundy's Lane, though reflecting as much honor on the Americans as on the British, was for the former a defeat and not a victory, as most of our writers seem to suppose. But the war had a dual aspect. It was partly a contest between the two branches of the English race, and partly a last attempt on the part of the Indian tribes to check the advance of the most rapidly growing one of these same two branches. And this last portion of the struggle, though attracting comparatively little attention, was really much the most far-reaching in its effect upon history. The triumph of the British would have distinctly meant the giving a new lease of life to the Indian nationalities, the hemming in, for a time, of the United States, and the stoppage, perhaps for many years, of the march of English civilization across the continent. The English of Britain were doing all they could to put off the day when their race would reach to a world-wide supremacy. There was much fighting along our western frontier with various Indian tribes, and it was especially fierce in the campaign that a backwoods general of Tennessee, named Andrew Jackson, carried on against the powerful confederacy of the Creeks, a nation that was thrust in like a wedge between the United States proper and their dependency, the newly acquired French province of Louisiana. After several slaughtering fights, the most noted being the battle of the Horseshoe Bend, the power of the Creeks was broken forever. And afterward, as there was much question over the proper boundaries of what was then the Latin land of Florida, Jackson marched south, attacked the Spaniards, and drove them from Pensacola. Meanwhile the British, having made a successful and ravaging summer campaign through Virginia and Maryland, situated in the heart of the country, organized the most formidable expedition of the war for a winter campaign against the outlying land of Louisiana, whose defender Jackson of necessity became. Thus, in the course of events, it came about that Louisiana was the theater on which the final and most dramatic act of the war was played. Amid the gloomy, semi-tropical swamps that cover the quaking delta, thrust out into the blue waters of the Mexican Gulf by the strong torrent of the mighty Mississippi, stood the fair French city of New Orleans. Its lot had been strange and varied, won and lost once and again in conflict with the subjects of the Catholic king. There was a strong Spanish tinge in the French blood that coursed so freely through the veins of its citizens. Joined by purchase to the great Federal Republic, it yet shared no feeling with the latter, save that of hatred to the common foe. And now an hour of sore need had come upon the city, for against it came the Red English, lords of fight by sea and land. A great fleet of war vessels, ships of the line, frigates and sloops, under Admiral Cochrane, was on the way to New Orleans, convoying a still larger fleet of troop ships, with aboard them some 10,000 fighting men, chiefly the fierce and hardy veterans of the Peninsular War. [Footnote: The British infantry embarked at Bordeaux, some for America, some for England. History of the War in the Peninsula by Major General Sir W. F. P. Napier, K.C.B., New Edition, New York, 1882, Volume 5, page 200. For discussion of numbers see farther on. End of footnote. Who had been trained for several years in the stern school of the Iron Duke, and who were now led by one of the bravest and ablest of all Wellington's brave and able lieutenants, Sir Edward Pakenham. On the 8th of December, 1814, the foremost vessels, with among their number the great two-decker Tonnant, carrying the Admiral's flag, anchored off the Chandeleur Islands. [Footnote: See Ante, page 343.] End of footnote. And as the current of the Mississippi was too strong to be easily breasted, the English leaders determined to bring their men by boats through the bayous and disembark them on the bank of the river 10 miles below the wealthy city at whose capture they were aiming. There was but one thing to prevent the success of this plan, and that was the presence in the bayous of 5 American gunboats, manned by 180 men, and commanded by Lieutenant Commodore Catesby Jones, a very shrewd fighter. So against him was sent Captain Nicholas Lockyer, with 45 barges and nearly 1,000 sailors and marines, men who had grown gray during a quarter of a century of unbroken ocean warfare. The gunboats were moored in a head and stern line near the rigolet, with their boarding nettings triced up, and everything ready to do desperate battle. But the British rowed up with strong, swift strokes through a murderous fire of great guns and musketry. The vessels were grappled amid fierce resistance. The boarding nettings were slashed through and cut away. With furious fighting the decks were gained, and one by one, at push of pike and cutlass stroke, the gunboats were carried in spite of their stubborn defenders. But not till more than one barge had been sunk, while the assailants had lost 100 men, and the assailed about half as many. There was now nothing to hinder the landing of the troops, and as the scattered transports arrived, the soldiers were disembarked and ferried through the sluggish water of the bayous on small flat-bottomed craft. And finally, December 23rd, the advance guard, 2,000 strong, under General Keane, emerged at the mouth of the Canal Villeray and camped on the bank of the river. [Footnote: Letter of Major General John Keane, December 26, 1814.] End of footnote. But 9 miles below New Orleans, which now seemed a certain prize, almost within their grasp. Yet, although a mighty and cruel foe was at their very gates, nothing save fierce defiance reigned in the fiery Creole hearts of the Crescent City. For a master spirit was in their midst. Andrew Jackson, having utterly broken and destroyed the most powerful Indian confederacy that had ever menaced the Southwest, and having driven the haughty Spaniards from Pensacola, was now bending all the energies of his rugged intellect and indomitable will to the one object of defending New Orleans. No man could have been better fitted for the task. He had hereditary wrongs to avenge on the British, and he hated them with an implacable fury that was absolutely devoid of fear. Born and brought up among the lawless characters of the frontier, and knowing well how to deal with them, he was able to establish and preserve the strictest martial law in the city without in the least quelling the spirit of the citizens. To a restless and untiring energy he united sleepless vigilance and genuine military genius, prompt to attack whenever the chance offered itself, seizing with ready grasp the slightest vantage ground, and never giving up a foot of earth that he could keep. He yet had the patience to play a defensive game when it so suited him, and with consummate skill he always followed out the scheme of warfare that was best adapted to this wild soldiery. In after years he did to his country some good and more evil, but no true American can think of his deeds at New Orleans without profound and unmixed thankfulness. He had not reached the city till December 2nd, and had therefore but 3 weeks in which to prepare the defence. The Federal government throughout the campaign did absolutely nothing for the defence of Louisiana. Neither provisions nor munitions of war of any sort were sent to it, nor were any measures taken for its aid. [Footnote: Historical Memoir of the War in West Florida and Louisiana, by Major A. Lacareix Latour, translated from the French by H. P. Nugent, Philadelphia, 1816, page 66.] The inhabitants had been in a state of extreme despondency up to the time that Jackson arrived, for they had no one to direct them, and they were weakened by factional divisions. [Footnote: Latour, page 53.] But after his coming there was nothing but the utmost enthusiasm displayed, so great was the confidence he inspired, and so firm his hand in keeping down all opposition. Under his direction earthworks were thrown up to defend all the important positions, the whole population working night and day at them. All the available artillery was mounted, and every ounce of war material that the city contained was seized. Martial law was proclaimed, and all general business was suspended, everything being rendered subordinate to the one grand object of defence. Jackson's forces were small. There were 2 war vessels in the river. One was the little schooner Carolina, manned by regular seamen, largely New Englanders. The other was the newly built ship Louisiana, a powerful corvette. She had, of course, no regular crew, and her officers were straining every nerve to get one from the varied ranks of the maritime population of New Orleans. Long-limbed and hard-visaged Yankees, Portuguese and Norwegian seamen from foreign merchantmen, dark-skinned Spaniards from the West Indies, swarthy Frenchmen who had served under the bold privateersman Lafitte, all alike were taken, and all alike, by unflagging exertions, were got into shape for battle. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Daniel G. Patterson, December 20th, 1814.] There were 2 regiments of regulars, numbering together about 800 men, raw and not very well disciplined, but who were now drilled with great care and regularity. In addition to this, Jackson raised somewhat over 1,000 militiamen among the citizens. There were some Americans among them, but they were mostly French Creoles. [Footnote: Latour, page 110.] and one band had in its formation something that was curiously pathetic. It was composed of free men of color, [Footnote: Latour, page 111.] who had gathered to defend the land which kept the men of their race in slavery, who were to shed their blood for the flag that symbolized to their kind not freedom but bondage, who were to die bravely as freemen only that their brethren might live on ignobly as slaves. Surely there was never a stranger instance than this of the irony of fate. But if Jackson had been forced to rely only on these troops, New Orleans could not have been saved. His chief hope lay in the volunteers of Tennessee, who, under their generals Coffee and Carroll, were pushing their toilsome and weary way toward the city. Every effort was made to hurry their march through the almost impassable roads, and at last, in the very nick of time, on the 23rd of December, the day of which the British troops reached the river bank, the vanguard of the Tennesseans marched into New Orleans, gaunt of form and grim of face, with their powder horns slung over their buckskin shirts, carrying their long rifles on their shoulders and their heavy hunting knives stuck in their belts, with their coonskin caps and fringed leggings. Thus came the grizzly warriors of the backwoods, the heroes of the Horseshoe Bend, the victors over Spaniard and Indian, eager to pit themselves against the trained regulars of Britain, and to throw down the gage of battle to the world-renowned infantry of the island English. Accustomed to the most lawless freedom, and to giving free rein to the violence of their passions, defiant of discipline and impatient of the slightest restraint, caring little for God and nothing for man, they were soldiers who, under an ordinary commander, would have been fully as dangerous to themselves and their leaders as to their foes. But Andrew Jackson was of all men the one best fitted to manage such troops. Even their fierce natures quailed before the ungovernable fury of a spirit greater than their own, and their sullen, stubborn wills were bent at last before his unyielding temper and iron hand. Moreover, he was one of themselves. He typified their passions and prejudices, their faults and their virtues. He shared their hardships as if he had been a common private, and in turn he always made them partake of his triumphs. They admired his personal prowess with pistol and rifle, his unswerving loyalty to his friends, and the relentless and unceasing war that he waged alike on the foes of himself and his country. As a result, they loved and feared him as few generals have ever been loved or feared. They obeyed him unhesitatingly. They followed his lead without flinching or murmuring, and they ever made good on the field of battle the promise their courage held out to his judgment. It was noon of December 23rd when General Keane, with 1,900 men, halted and pitched his camp on the east bank of the Mississippi, and in the evening enough additional troops arrived to swell his force to over 2,300 soldiers. [Footnote: James, Military Occurrences of the Late War, by William James, London, 1818, Volume 2, page 362, says 2,050, rank and file. The English returns, as already explained, unlike the French and American, never included officers, sergeants, drummers, artillerymen, or engineers, but only sabres and bayonets. Napier, Volume 4, page 252. At the end of Napier's fourth volume is given the morning state of Wellington's forces on April 10th, 1814. This shows 56,030, rank and file, and 7,431 officers, sergeants, and trumpeters or drummers, or in other words, to get at the real British force in action, even supposing there are no artillerymen or engineers present, 13 per cent must be added to the given number, which includes only rank and file. Making this addition, Keane had 2,310 men. The Americans greatly overestimated his force, Latour making it 4,980. Keane's encampment was in a long plain, rather thinly covered with fields and farmhouses, about a mile in breadth, and bounded on one side by the river, on the other by gloomy and impenetrable cypress swamps, and there was no obstacle interposed between the British camp and the city it menaced. At 2 in the afternoon word was brought to Jackson that the foe had reached the river bank, and without a moment's delay the old backwoods fighter prepared to strike a rough first blow. At once, and as if by magic, the city started from her state of rest into one of fierce excitement and eager preparation. The alarm guns were fired. In every quarter the war drums were beaten, while, amid the din and clamor, all the regulars and marines, the best of the Creole militia, and the vanguard of the Tennesseans under Coffee, forming a total of a little more than 2,000 men. [Footnote: General Jackson, in his official letter, says only 1,500, but Latour, in a detailed statement, makes it 2,024, exclusive of 107 Mississippi dragoons, who marched with the column, but, being on horseback, had to stay behind, and took no part in the action. Keane thought he had been attacked by 5,000 men.] were assembled in great haste, and the gray of the winter twilight saw them, with Old Hickory at their head, marching steadily along the river bank toward the camp of their foes. Patterson, meanwhile, in the schooner Carolina, dropped down with the current to try the effect of a flank attack. Meanwhile the British had spent the afternoon in leisurely arranging their camp, in posting the pickets, and in foraging among the farmhouses. There was no fear of attack, and as the day ended huge campfires were lit, at which the hungry soldiers cooked their suppers undisturbed. One division of the troops had bivouacked on the high levee that kept the waters from flooding the land near by, and about 7:30 in the evening their attention was drawn to a large schooner which had dropped noiselessly down in the gathering dusk, and had come to anchor a short distance off shore, the force of the stream swinging her broadside to the camp. [Footnote: I have taken my account of the night action chiefly from the work of an English soldier who took part in it. Ensign, afterward Chaplain General, H. R. Gleig's Narrative of the Campaigns of the British Army at Washington, Baltimore, and New Orleans. New edition, Philadelphia, 1821, pages 286 to 300.] The soldiers crowded down to the water's edge, and as the schooner returned no answer to their hails, a couple of musket shots were fired at her. As if in answer to this challenge, the men on shore heard plainly the harsh voice of her commander as he sung out, "Now then, give it to them for the honor of America." And at once a storm of grape hurtled into their ranks. Wild confusion followed. The only field pieces with Kane were 2 light 3-pounders, not able to cope with the Carolina's artillery. The rocket guns were brought up, but were speedily silenced. Musketry proved quite as ineffectual, and in a very few minutes the troops were driven helter-skelter off the levee, and were forced to shelter themselves behind it, not without having suffered severe loss. [Footnote: General Keane in his letter writes that the British suffered but a single casualty. Gleig, who was present, says, page 288, "The deadly shower of grape swept down numbers in the camp." End of footnote. The night was now as black as pitch. The embers of the deserted camp fires, beaten about and scattered by the schooner's shot, burned with a dull red glow, and at short intervals the darkness was momentarily lit up by the flashes of the Carolina's guns. Crouched behind the levee, the British soldiers lay motionless, listening in painful silence to the pattering of the grape against the huts, and to the moans and shrieks of the wounded who lay beside them. Things continued thus till toward 9 o'clock, when a straggling fire from the pickets gave warning of the approach of a more formidable foe. The American land forces had reached the outer lines of the British camp, and the increasing din of the musketry, with ringing through it the whip-like crack of the Tennessean rifles, called out the whole British army to the shock of a desperate and uncertain strife. The young moon had by this time struggled through the clouds, and cast on the battlefield a dim, unearthly light, that but partly relieved the intense darkness. All order was speedily lost. Each officer, American or British, as fast as he could gather a few soldiers round him, attacked the nearest group of foes. The smoke and gloom would soon end the struggle, when, if unhurt, he would rally what men he could and plunge once more into the fight. The battle soon assumed the character of a multitude of individual combats, dying out almost as soon as they began, because of the difficulty of telling friend from foe, and beginning with ever increasing fury as soon as they had ended. The clatter of the firearms, the clashing of steel, the rallying cries and loud commands of the officers, the defiant shouts of the men, joined to the yells and groans of those who fell, all combined to produce so terrible a noise and tumult that it maddened the coolest brains. From one side or the other, bands of men would penetrate into the heart of the enemy's lines, and would there be captured, or would cut their way out with the prisoners they had taken. There was never a fairer field for the fiercest personal prowess, for in the darkness the firearms were of little service, and the fighting was hand to hand. Many a sword, till then but a glittering toy, was that night crusted with blood. The British soldiers and the American regulars made fierce play with their bayonets, and the Tennesseans with their long hunting knives. Man to man in the grimmest hate, they fought and died, some by bullet and some by bayonet thrust or stroke of sword. More than one in his death agony slew the foe at whose hand he himself had received the mortal wound, and their bodies stiffened as they lay, locked in the death grip. Again the clouds came over the moon. A thick fog crept up the river, wrapping from sight the ghastly havoc of the battlefield, and long before midnight the fighting stopped perforce, for the fog and the smoke and the gloom were such that no one could see a yard away. By degrees every side drew off. [Footnote: Keane writes, "The enemy thought it prudent to retire, and did not again dare to advance." It was now 12 o'clock, and the firing ceased on both sides. And Jackson: "We should have succeeded in capturing the enemy, had not a thick fog, which rose about unknown o'clock, occasioned some confusion. I contented myself with lying on the field that night. Jackson certainly failed to capture the British, but equally certainly damaged them so as to arrest their march till he was in condition to meet and check them. In sullen silence Jackson marched his men up the river, while the wearied British returned to their camp. The former had lost over 200, [Footnote: 24 killed, 115 wounded, 74 missing.] the latter nearly 300, [Footnote: 46 killed, 167 wounded, 64 missing.] I take the official return for each side as authority for the respective force and loss. Men. For the darkness and confusion that added to the horror lessened the slaughter of the battle. Jackson drew back about 3 miles, where he halted and threw up a long line of breastworks, reaching from the river to the morass. He left a body of mounted riflemen to watch the British. All the English troops reached the field on the day after the fight, but the rough handling that the foremost had received made them cautious about advancing. Moreover, the left division was kept behind the levee all day by the Carolina, which opened upon them whenever they tried to get away. Nor was it till dark that they made their escape out of range of her cannon. Christmas Day opened drearily enough for the invaders. Although they were well inland, the schooner, by greatly elevating her guns, could sometimes reach them, and she annoyed them all through the day. [Footnote: While sitting at table a loud shriek was heard. A shot had taken effect on the body of an unfortunate soldier, who was fairly cut in two at the lower portion of the belly. Gleig, page 306.] And as the Americans had cut the levee in their front, it at one time seemed likely that they would be drowned out. However, matters now took a turn for the better. The river was so low that the cutting of the levee, instead of flooding the plain, [Footnote: Latour, page 113.] merely filled the shrunken bayous, and rendered it easy for the British to bring up their heavy guns. And on the same day their trusted leader, Sir Edward Pakenham, arrived to take command in person, and his presence gave new life to the whole army. A battery was thrown up during the 2 succeeding nights on the brink of the river, opposite to where the Carolina lay, and at dawn a heavy cannonade of red-hot shot and shell was opened upon her from 11 guns and a mortar. [Footnote: Gleig, page 307. The Americans thought the battery consisted of 5 18 and 12 pounders. Gleig says 9 field pieces, 9 and 6 pounders, 2 howitzers, and a mortar.] She responded briskly, but very soon caught fire and blew up, to the vengeful joy of the troops whose bane she had been for the past few days. Her destruction removed the last obstacle to the immediate advance of the army, but that night her place was partly taken by the mounted riflemen, who rode down to the British lines, shot the sentries, engaged the outposts, and kept the whole camp in a constant state of alarm. [Footnote: Gleig, page 310.] In the morning Sir Edward Pakenham put his army in motion and marched on New Orleans. When he had gone nearly 3 miles he suddenly, and to his great surprise, stumbled on the American army. Jackson's men had worked like beavers, and his breastworks were already defended by over 3,000 fighting men. [Footnote: 3,282 men in all, according to the Adjutant General's return for December 28th, 1814.] and by half a dozen guns, and moreover were flanked by the corvette Louisiana, anchored in the stream. No sooner had the heads of the British columns appeared than they were driven back by the fire of the American batteries. The field pieces, mortars, and rocket guns were then brought up, and a sharp artillery duel took place. The motley crew of the Louisiana handled their long ship guns with particular effect. The British rockets proved of but little service. [Footnote: Latour, page 121.] And after a stiff fight, in which they had 2 field pieces and a light mortar dismounted, [Footnote: Gleig, page 314.] the official returns show a loss of 18 Americans and 58 British, the latter suffering much less than Jackson supposed. Lossing, in his field book of the War of 1812, not only greatly overestimates the British loss, but speaks as if this was a serious attack, which it was not. Pakenham's army, while marching, unexpectedly came upon the American entrenchment, and recoiled at once, after seeing that his field pieces were unable to contend with the American artillery. The British artillerymen fell back on the infantry. Then Pakenham drew off his whole army out of cannon shot, and pitched his camp facing the entrenched lines of the Americans. For the next 3 days the British battalions lay quietly in front of their foe, like wolves who had brought to bay a gray boar, and crouched just out of reach of his tusks, waiting a chance to close in. Pakenham, having once tried the strength of Jackson's position, made up his mind to breach his works and silence his guns with a regular battering train. Heavy cannon was brought up from the ships, and a battery was established on the bank to keep in check the Louisiana. Then, on the night of the last day of the year, strong parties of workmen were sent forward, who, shielded by the darkness, speedily threw out stout earthworks and mounted therein 14 heavy guns. [Footnote: 10 long 18s and 4 24-pound carronades. James, Vol. 2, page 368. Gleig says, page 318, 6 batteries mounting 30 pieces of heavy cannon. This must include the brigade of field pieces, of which James speaks. 9 of these 9 and 6-pounders and 2 howitzers had been used in the attack on the Carolina. There were also 2 field mortars and 2 3-pounders present, and there must have been one other field piece with the army to make up the 30 of which Gleig speaks. To face the 13, [Footnote: See the previous one. 1 long 32, 3 long 24s, 1 long 18, 3 long 12s, 3 long 6s, a 6-inch howitzer, and a small carronade. Latour, page 147. And on the same day Patterson had in his water battery 1 long 24 and 2 long 12s. See his letter of January 2nd, making a total of 16 American guns. Mounted in Jackson's lines, which were but 300 yards distant. New Year's Day dawned very misty. As soon as the haze cleared off, the British artillerymen opened with their perfect hail of balls, accompanied by a cloud of rockets and mortar shells. The Americans were taken by surprise, but promptly returned the fire with equal fury and greater skill. Their guns were admirably handled, some by the cool New England seamen lately forming the crew of the Carolina, others by the fierce Creole privateersmen of Lafitte, and still others by trained artillerymen of the regular army. They were all old hands, who in their time had done their fair share of fighting, and were not to be flurried by any attack, however unexpected. The British cannoneers plied their guns like fiends, and fast and thick fell their shot. More slowly, but with surer aim, their opponents answered them. [Footnote: The British historian Alison says History of Europe, by Sir Archibald Alison, 9th edition, Edinburgh, London, 1852, volume 12, page 141. It was soon found that the enemy's guns were superior in weight and number, that nothing was to be expected from that species of attack. As shown above, at this time Jackson had on both sides of the river 16 guns, the British, according to both James and Gleig, between 20 and 30. Jackson's long guns were 132, 4 24s, 1 18, 5 12s, and 3 6s, throwing in all 224 pounds. Pakenham had 10 long 18s, 2 long 3s, and from 6 to 10 long 9s and 6s, thus throwing between 228 and 258 pounds of shot, while Jackson had but 1 howitzer and 1 carronade to oppose 4 carronades, 2 howitzers, 2 mortars, and a dozen rocket guns. So in both number and weight of guns the British were greatly superior. End of footnote. The cotton bales used in the American embrasures caught fire and blew up 2 powder caissons, while the sugar hogsheads, of which the British batteries were partly composed, were speedily shattered and splintered in all directions. Though the British champions fought with unflagging courage and untiring energy, and though they had long been versed in war, yet they seemed to lack the judgment to see and correct their faults, and most of their shot went too high. [Footnote: In strong contrast to Alison, Admiral Codrington, an eye-witness, states the true reason of the British failure. Memoir of Admiral Sir Edward Codrington, by Lady Bouchier, London, 1873, volume 1, page 334. On the first we had our batteries ready, by severe labor, in situation, from which the artillery people were, as a matter of course, to destroy and silence the opposing batteries, and give opportunity for a well-arranged storm. But instead, not a gun of the enemy appeared to suffer, and our own firing too high was not discovered till too late. Such a failure in this boasted arm was not to be expected, and I think it a blot on the artillery escutcheon. End of footnote. On the other hand, the old sea dogs and trained regulars, who held the field against them, not only fought their guns well and skilfully from the beginning, but all through the action kept coolly correcting their faults and making more sure their aim. Still the fight was stiff and well contested. 2 of the American guns were disabled, and 34 of their men were killed or wounded. But one by one the British cannon were silenced or dismounted, and by noon their gunners had all been driven away, with the loss of 78 of their number. The Louisiana herself took no part in this action. Patterson had previously landed some of her guns on the opposite bank of the river, placing them in a small redoubt. To match these the British also threw up some works and placed in them heavy guns, and all through New Year's Day a brisk cannonade was kept up across the river between the 2 water batteries, but with very little damage to either side. For a week after this failure, the army of the invaders lay motionless facing the Americans. In the morning and evening the defiant rolling challenge of the British drums came throbbing up through the gloomy cypress swamps to where the grim riflemen of Tennessee were lying behind their log breastworks. And both day and night the stillness was at short intervals broken by the sullen boom of the great guns which, under Jackson's orders, kept up a never-ending fire on the leaguering camp of his foes. [Footnote: Gleig, page 322.] Nor could the wearied British even sleep undisturbed. All through the hours of darkness the outposts were engaged in a most harassing bush warfare by the backwoodsmen, who shot the sentries, drove in the pickets, and allowed none of those who were on guard a moment's safety or freedom from alarm. [Footnote: Gleig, page 323.] But Pakenham was all the more steadily preparing for his last and greatest stroke. He had determined to make an assault in force as soon as the expected reinforcements came up. Nor, in the light of his past experience in conflict with foes of far greater military repute than those now before him, was this a rash resolve. He had seen the greatest of Napoleon's marshals, each in turn, defeated once and again, and driven in headlong flight over the Pyrenees by the Duke of Wellington. Now he had under him the flower of the troops who had won those victories. Was it to be supposed for a moment that such soldiers, [Footnote: Speaking of Soult's overthrow a few months previous to his battle, Napier says, Vol. 5, page 209, he was opposed to one of the greatest generals of the world, at the head of unconquerable troops? For what Alexander's Macedonians were at Arbela, Hannibal's Africans at Cannae, Caesar's Romans at Pharsalia, Napoleon's guards at Austerlitz, such were Wellington's British soldiers at this period. 6 years of uninterrupted success had engrafted on their natural strength and fierceness a confidence that made them invincible. Who, in a dozen battles, had conquered the armies and captured the forts of the mighty French emperor, would shrink at last from a mud wall guarded by rough backwoodsmen. That there would be loss of life in such an assault was certain. But was loss of life to daunt men who had seen the horrible slaughter through which the stormers moved on to victory at Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz, and San Sebastian? At the battle of Toulouse, an English army, of which Pakenham's troops then formed part, had driven Soult from a stronger position than was now to be assailed, though he held it with a veteran infantry. Of a surety, the dashing general, who had delivered the decisive blow on the stricken field of Salamanca, [Footnote: It was about 5 o'clock when Pakenham fell upon Thomeries. From the chief to the lowest soldier all of the French felt that they were lost, and in an instant Pakenham, the most frank and gallant of men, commenced the battle. The British columns formed lines as they marched, and the French gunners, standing up manfully for the honor of their country, sent showers of grape into the advancing masses, while a crowd of light troops poured in a fire of musketry, under cover of which the main body endeavored to display a front. But bearing onwards through the skirmishers with the might of a giant, Pakenham broke the half-formed lines into fragments, and sent the whole in confusion upon the advancing supports. Pakenham, bearing onwards with conquering violence, formed one formidable line 2 miles in advance of where Pakenham had first attacked, and that impetuous officer, with unmitigated strength, still pressed forward, spreading terror and disorder on the enemy's left. Napier, Vol. 4, pages 57, 58, and 59, who had taken part in the rout of the ablest generals and steadiest soldiers of continental Europe, was not the man to flinch from a motley array of volunteers, militia, and raw regulars, led by a grizzled old bush-fighter, whose name had never been heard of outside of his own swamps, and there only as the savage destroyer of some scarcely more savage Indian tribe. Part 20 of The Naval War of 1812 by Theodore Roosevelt. This recording is in the public domain. Part 20. Moreover, Pakenham was planning a flank attack. Under his orders, a canal was being dug from the head of the bayou up which the British had come, across the plain to the Mississippi. This was to permit the passage of a number of ships' boats, on which one division was to be ferried to the opposite bank of the river, where it was to move up, and by capturing the breastworks and water battery on the west side, flank Jackson's main position on the east side. [Footnote: A particular feature in the assault was our cutting a canal into the Mississippi, to convey a force to the right bank, which might surprise the enemy's batteries on that side. I do not know how far this measure was relied on by the general, but as he ordered and made his assault at daylight, I imagine he did not place much dependence upon it. Codrington, Vol. 1, page 335.] When this canal was nearly finished, the expected reinforcements, 2,000 strong, under General Lambert, arrived, and by the evening of the 7th all was ready for the attack, which was to be made at daybreak on the following morning. Pakenham had under him nearly 10,000. [Footnote: James, Vol. 2, page 373, says the British rank and file amounted to 8,153 men, including 1,200 seamen and marines. The only other place where he speaks of the latter is in recounting the attack on the right bank, when he says about 200 were with Thornton, while both the admirals, Cochrane and Codrington, made the number 300. So he probably underestimates their number throughout, and at least 300 can be added, making 1,500 sailors and marines, and a total of 8,453. This number is corroborated by Major McDougall, the officer who received Sir Edward's body in his arms when was killed. He says, as quoted in the Memoirs of British Generals distinguished during the Peninsular War by John William Cole, London, 1856, Vol. 2, page 364, that after the battle and the loss of 2,036 men, we had still an effective force of 6,400, making a total before the attack of 8,436 rank and file, calling it 8,450, and adding, see ante, note 10, 13.3 per cent. For the officers, sergeants, and trumpeters, we get about 9,600 men. Fighting men. 1,500 of these, under Colonel Thornton, were to cross the river and make the attack on the west bank. Pakenham himself was to superintend the main assault on the east bank, which was to be made by the British right under General Gibbs, while the left moved forward under General Keane, and General Lambert commanded the reserve. [Footnote: Letter of Major General John Lambert to Earl Bathurst, January 10th, 1815.] Jackson's (footnote 4,698) on the east bank, according to the official report of Adjutant General Robert Butler for the morning of January 8th. The details are as follows: at batteries, 154, command of Colonel Ross, 671 regulars and 742 Louisiana militia, 1,413. Command of General Carroll, Tennesseans and somewhat under 500 Kentuckians, 1,562. General Coffee's command, Tennesseans and about 250 Louisiana militia, 813. Major Hines, dragoons, 230. Colonel Slaughter's command, 526, for a total of 4,698. These figures tally almost exactly with those given by Major Latour, except that he omits all reference to Colonel Slaughter's command, thus reducing the number to about 4,100. Nor can I anywhere find any allusion to Slaughter's command as taking part in the battle, and it is possible that these troops were the 500 Kentuckians ordered across the river by Jackson, in which case his whole force but slightly exceeded 5,000 men. On the west bank there were 546 Louisiana militia, 260 of the 1st Regiment, 176 of the 2nd, and 110 of the 6th. Jackson had ordered 500 Kentucky troops to be sent to reinforce them. Only 400 started, of whom but 180 had arms. 70 more received arms from the naval arsenal, and thus a total of 250 armed men were added to the 546 already on the west bank. Position was held by a total of 5,500 men. [Footnote: 2,000 Kentucky militia had arrived, but in wretched plight. Only 500 had arms, though pieces were found for about 250 more, and thus Jackson's army received an addition of 750 very badly disciplined soldiers. Hardly one-third of the Kentucky troops, so long expected, are armed, and the arms they have are not fit for use. Letter of General Jackson to the Secretary of War, January 3rd. Having kept a constant watch on the British, Jackson had rightly concluded that they would make the main attack on the east bank, and had accordingly kept the bulk of his force on that side. His works consisted simply of a mud breastwork, with a ditch in front of it, which stretched in a straight line from the river on his right across the plain and some distance into the morass that sheltered his left. There was a small unfinished redoubt in front of the breastworks on the river bank. 13 pieces of artillery were mounted on the works. [Footnote: Almost all British writers underestimate their own force and enormously magnify that of the Americans. Alison, for example, quadruples Jackson's relative strength, writing about 6,000 combatants were on the British side, a slender force to attack double their number, entrenched to the teeth in works bristling with bayonets and loaded with heavy artillery. Instead of double, he should have said half. The bayonets only bristled metaphorically, as less than a quarter of the Americans were armed with them, and the British breaching batteries had a heavier load of artillery than did the American lines. Gleig says that, to come nearer the truth, he will choose a middle course, and suppose their whole force to be about 25,000 men, page 325. Gleig, by the way, in speaking of the battle itself, mentions one most startling evolution of the Americans, namely, that without so much as lifting their faces above the ramparts, they swung their firelocks by one arm over the wall and discharged them at the British. If any one will try to perform this feat, with a long, heavy rifle held in one hand, and with his head hid behind a wall, so as not to see the object aimed at, he will get a good idea of the likelihood of any man in his senses attempting it. End of footnote. On the right was posted the 7th Regular Infantry, 430 strong. Then came 740 Louisiana Militia, both French Creoles and men of color, and comprising 30 New Orleans riflemen, who were Americans, and 240 regulars of the 44th Regiment, while the rest of the line was formed by nearly 500 Kentuckians and over 1,600 Tennesseans under Carroll and Coffee, with 250 Creole militia in the morass on the extreme left, to guard the head of a bayou. In the rear were 230 dragoons, chiefly from Mississippi, and some other troops in reserve, making in all 4,700 men on the east bank. The works on the west bank were further downstream and were very much weaker. Commodore Patterson had thrown up a water battery of 9 guns, 3 long 24s and 6 long 12s, pointing across the river, and intended to take in flank any foe attacking Jackson. This battery was protected by some strong earthworks, mounting 3 field pieces, which were thrown up just below it, and stretched from the river about 200 yards into the plain. The line of defence was extended by a ditch for about a quarter of a mile farther, when it ended, and from there to the morass, half a mile distant, there were no defensive works at all. General Morgan, a very poor militia officer, (Footnote: He committed every possible fault except showing lack of courage. He placed his works at a very broad instead of a narrow part of the plain, against the advice of Latour, who had Jackson's approval. Latour, page 167. He continued his earthworks but a very short distance inland, making them exceedingly strong in front and absolutely defenseless on account of their flanks being unprotected. He did not mount the lighter guns of the water battery on his lines, as he ought to have done. Having a force of 800 men, too weak anyhow, he promptly divided it, and finally, in the fight itself, he stationed a small number of absolutely raw troops in a thin line on the open, with their flank in the air, while a much larger number of older troops were kept to defend a much shorter line behind the strong breastwork, with their flanks covered. End of footnote. Was in command with a force of 550 Louisiana militia, some of them poorly armed, and on the night before the engagement he was reinforced by 250 Kentuckians, poorly armed, undisciplined, and worn out with fatigue. (Footnote: Latour, page 170.) End of footnote. All through the night of the 7th a strange murmurous clangor arose from the British camp, and was borne on the moist air to the lines of their slumbering foes. The blows of pickaxe and spade, as the ground was thrown up into batteries by gangs of workmen, the rumble of the artillery as it was placed in position, the measured tread of the battalions as they shifted their places or marched off under Thornton, all these and the 1,000 other sounds of warlike preparation were softened and blended by the distance into one continuous humming murmur, which struck on the ears of the American sentries with ominous foreboding for the morrow. By midnight Jackson had risen and was getting everything in readiness to hurl back the blow that he rightly judged was soon to fall on his front. Before the dawn broke his soldiery was all on the alert. The bronzed and brawny seamen were grouped in clusters around the great guns. The Creole soldiers came of a race whose habit it has ever been to take all phases of life joyously, but that morning their gaiety was tempered by a dark undercurrent of fierce anxiety. They had more at stake than any other man on the field. They were fighting for their homes, they were fighting for their wives and their daughters. They well knew that the men they were to face were very brave in battle and very cruel in victory. Footnote: to prove this it is only needful to quote from the words of the Duke of Wellington himself, referring, it must be remembered, to their conduct in a friendly, not a hostile country. It is impossible to describe to you the irregularities and outrages committed by the troops. They are never out of sight of their officers, I might also say, out of sight of the commanding officers of the regiments, that outrages are not committed. There is not an outrage of any description which has not been committed on a people who have uniformly received them as friends. I really believe that more plunder and outrages have been committed by this army than by any other that ever was in the field. A detachment seldom marches that a murder or a highway robbery or some act of outrage is not committed by the British soldiers composing it. They have killed 8 people since the army returned to Portugal. They really forget everything when plunder or wine is within reach. End of footnote. They well knew the fell destruction and nameless foe that awaited their city should the English take it at the sword's point. They feared not for themselves, but in the hearts of the bravest and most careless there lurked a dull terror of what that day might bring upon those they loved. Footnote: that these fears were just can be seen by the following quotations from the works of a British officer, General Napier, who was an eye-witness of what he describes. It must be remembered that Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz, and San Sebastian were friendly towns, only the garrisons being hostile. Now commenced that wild and desperate wickedness which tarnished the lustre of the soldier's heroism. All indeed were not alike, for hundreds risked and many lost their lives in striving to stop the violence, but the madness generally prevailed, and as the worst men were leaders here, all the dreadful passions of human nature were displayed. Shameless rapacity, brutal intemperance, savage lust, cruelty, and murder, shrieks and piteous lamentations, groans, shouts, imprecations, the hissing of fires bursting from the houses, the crashing of doors and windows, the reports of muskets used in violence, resounded for 2 days and nights in the streets of Badajoz. On the 3rd, when the city was sacked, when the soldiers were exhausted by their own excesses, the tumult rather subsided than was quelled. Volume 3, page 377. And again, this storm seemed to be a signal from hell for the perpetration of villainy which would have shamed the most ferocious barbarians of antiquity. At Rodrigo, intoxication and plunder had been the principal object. At Badajoz, lust and murder were joined to rapine and drunkenness. But at San Sebastian, the direst, the most revolting cruelty was added to the catalogue of crimes. One atrocity, of which a girl of 17 was the victim, staggers the mind by its enormous, incredible, indescribable barbarity. a Portuguese adjutant who endeavored to prevent some wickedness was put to death in the market-place, not with sudden violence from a single ruffian, but deliberately, by a number of English soldiers, and the disorder continued until the flames, following the steps of the plunderer, put an end to his ferocity by destroying the whole town. Pakenham himself would have certainly done all in his power to prevent excesses, and has been foully slandered by many early American writers. Alluding to these, Napier remarks somewhat caustically, "Preeminently distinguished for detestation of inhumanity and outrage, he has been with astounding falsehood represented as instigating his troops to the most infamous excesses; but from a people holding millions of their fellow beings in the most horrible slavery, while they prate and vaunt of liberty until all men turn in loathing from the sickening folly, what can be expected?" Volume 5, page 31. Napier possessed to a very eminent degree the virtue of being plain spoken. Elsewhere, Volume 3, page 450, after giving a most admirably fair and just account of the origin of the Anglo-American War, he alludes with a good deal of justice to the Americans of 1812 as a people who, notwithstanding the curse of black slavery which clings to them, adding the most horrible ferocity to the peculiar baseness of their mercantile spirit, and rendering their republican vanity ridiculous, do, in their general government, uphold civil institutions which have startled the crazy despotisms of Europe. The Tennesseans were troubled by no such misgivings. In saturnine confident silence they lolled behind their mud walls, or, leaning on their long rifles, peered out into the gray fog with savage reckless eyes. So, hour after hour, the two armies stood facing each other in the darkness, waiting for the light of day. At last the sun rose, and as its beams struggled through the morning mist, they glinted on the sharp steel bayonets of the English, where their scarlet ranks were drawn up in battle array, but 400 yards from the American breastworks. There stood the matchless infantry of the Island King, in the pride of their strength and the splendor of their martial glory. And as the haze cleared away they moved forward in stern silence, broken only by the angry, snarling notes of the brazen bugles. At once the American artillery leaped into furious life, and ready and quick the more numerous cannon of the invaders responded from their hot, feverish lips. Unshaken amid the tumult of that iron storm, the heavy red column moved steadily on toward the left of the American line, where the Tennesseans were standing in motionless, grim expectancy. 3/4 of the open space was crossed, and the eager soldiers broke into a run. Then a fire of hell smote the British column. From the breastwork in front of them the white smoke curled thick into the air, as rank after rank the wild marksmen of the backwoods rose and fired, aiming low and sure. As stubble is withered by flame, so withered the British column under that deadly fire, and, aghast at the slaughter, the reeling files staggered and gave back. Pakenham, fit captain for his valorous host, rode to the front, and the troops rallying round him sprang forward with ringing cheers, but once again the pealing rifle blast beat in their faces, and the life of their dauntless leader went out before its scorching and fiery breath. With him fell the other general who was with the column, and all the men who were leading it on; and, as a last resource, Keane brought up his stalwart Highlanders, but in vain. The stubborn mountaineers rushed on, only to die, as their comrades had died before them, with unconquerable courage, facing the foe to the last. Keane himself was struck down, and the shattered wrecks of the British column, quailing before certain destruction, turned and sought refuge beyond reach of the leaden death that overwhelmed their comrades. Nor did it fare better with the weaker force that was to assail the right of the American line. This was led by the dashing Colonel Rennie, who, when the confusion caused by the main attack was at its height, rushed forward with impetuous bravery along the river bank. With such headlong fury did he make the assault, that the rush of his troops took the outlying redoubt, whose defenders, regulars and artillerymen, fought to the last with their bayonets and clubbed muskets, and were butchered to a man. Without delay Rennie flung his men at the breastworks behind, and gallantly leading them, sword in hand, he and all around him fell, riddled through and through by the balls of the riflemen. Brave though they were, the British soldiers could not stand against the singing leaden hail, for if they stood it was but to die. So in rout and wild dismay they fled back along the river bank to the main army. For some time afterward the British artillery kept up its fire, but was gradually silenced. The repulse was entire and complete along the whole line, nor did the cheering news of success brought from the west bank give any hope to the British commanders, stunned by their crushing overthrow. Footnote: according to their official returns, the British loss was 2,036. The American accounts, of course, make it much greater. Latour is the only trustworthy American contemporary historian of this war, and even he at times absurdly exaggerates the British force and loss. Most of the other American histories of that period were the most preposterously bombastic works that ever saw print. But as regards this battle, none of them are as bad as even such British historians as Alison. The exact reverse being the case in many other battles, notably Lake Erie. The devices each author adopts to lessen the seeming force of his side are generally of much the same character. For instance, Latour says that 800 of Jackson's men were employed on works at the rear, on guard duty, etc., and deducts them. James, for precisely similar reasons, deducts 853 men. By such means one reduces Jackson's total force to 4,000, and the other gives Pakenham but 7,300. Only 2,000 Americans were actually engaged on the east banks. End of footnote. Meanwhile, Colonel Thornton's attack on the opposite side had been successful, but had been delayed beyond the originally intended hour. The sides of the canal by which the boats were to be brought through to the Mississippi caved in, and choked the passage. Footnote: Codrington, Volume 1, page 386. End of footnote. So that only enough got through to take over a half of Thornton's force. With these, 700 in number, footnote: James says 298 soldiers and about 200 sailors, but Admiral Cochrane in his letter, January 18th, says 600 men, half sailors, and Admiral Codrington, also page 335, gives this number, 300 being sailors. Adding 13 1/3 per cent. For the officers, sergeants, and trumpeters, we get 680 men. End of footnote. He crossed, but as he did not allow for the current, it carried him down about 2 miles below the proper landing place. Meanwhile, General Morgan, having under him 800 militia, [Footnote: 796, Latour, pages 164 to 172.] whom it was of the utmost importance to have kept together, promptly divided them, and sent 300 of the rawest and most poorly armed down to meet the enemy in the open. The inevitable result was their immediate rout and dispersion. About 100 got back to Morgan's lines. He then had 600 men, all militia, to oppose to 700 regulars. So he stationed the 400 best disciplined men to defend the 200 yards of strong breastworks, mounting 3 guns, which covered his left, while the 200 worst disciplined were placed to guard 600 yards of open ground on his right, with their flank resting in air, and entirely unprotected. [Footnote: Report of Court of Inquiry, Major General William Carroll presiding.] This truly phenomenal arrangement ensured beforehand the certain defeat of his troops, no matter how well they fought. But, as it turned out, they hardly fought at all. Thornton, pushing up the river, first attacked the breastwork in front, but was checked by a hot fire. Deploying his men, he then sent a strong force to march round and take Morgan on his exposed right flank. [Footnote: Letter of Colonel W. Thornton, January 8, 1815.] There the already demoralized Kentucky militia, extended in thin order across an open space, outnumbered and taken in flank by regular troops, were stampeded at once, and after firing a single volley they took to their heels. [Footnote: Letter of Commodore Patterson, January 13, 1815.] This exposed the flank of the better disciplined Creoles, who were also put to flight, but they kept some order and were soon rallied. [Footnote: Alison outdoes himself in recounting this feat. Having reduced the British force to 340 men, he says they captured the redoubt, though defended by 22 guns and 1,700 men. Of course it was physically impossible for the water battery to take part in the defence, so there were but 3 guns, and by halving the force on one side and trebling it on the other, he makes the relative strength of the Americans just 6-fold what it was, and is faithfully followed by other British writers. In bitter rage, Patterson spiked the guns of his water battery and marched off with his sailors unmolested. The American loss had been slight, and that of their opponents not heavy, though among their dangerously wounded was Colonel Thornton. This success, though a brilliant one, and a disgrace to the American arms, had no effect on the battle. Jackson at once sent over reinforcements under the famous French General Humbert, and preparations were forthwith made to retake the lost position. But it was already abandoned, and the force that had captured it had been recalled by Lambert, when he found that the place could not be held without additional troops. [Footnote: The British Colonel Dixon, who had been sent over to inspect, reported that 2,000 men would be needed to hold the battery, so Lambert ordered the British to retire. Lambert's letter, January 10th.] The total British loss on both sides of the river amounted to over 2,000 men, the vast majority of whom had fallen in the attack on the Tennesseeans, and most of the remainder in the attack made by Colonel Rennie. The Americans had lost but 70 men, of whom but 13 fell in the main attack. On the east bank neither the Creole militia nor the 44th Regiment had taken any part in the combat. The English had thrown for high stakes, and had lost everything, and they knew it. There was nothing to hope for left. nearly a fourth of their fighting men had fallen, and among the officers the proportion was far larger. Of their 4 generals, Pakenham was dead, Gibbs dying, Keane disabled, and only Lambert left. Their leader, the ablest officers, and all the flower of their bravest men were lying stark and dead on the bloody plain before them, and their bodies were doomed to crumble into mouldering dust on the green fields where they had fought and had fallen. It was useless to make another trial. They had learned to their bitter cost that no troops, however steady, could advance over open ground against such a fire as came from Jackson's lines. Their artillerymen had 3 times tried conclusions with the American gunners, and each time they had been forced to acknowledge themselves worsted. They would never have another chance to repeat their flank attack, for Jackson had greatly strengthened and enlarged the works on the west bank, and had seen that they were fully manned and ably commanded. Moreover, no sooner had the assault failed than the Americans again began their old harassing warfare. The heaviest cannon, both from the breastwork and the water battery, played on the British camp, both night and day, giving the army no rest, and the mounted riflemen kept up a trifling but incessant and annoying skirmishing with their pickets and outposts. The British could not advance, and it was worse than useless for them to stay where they were, for though they from time to time were reinforced, yet Jackson's forces augmented faster than theirs, and every day lessened the numerical inequality between the 2 armies. There was but one thing left to do, and that was to retreat. They had no fear of being attacked in turn. The British soldiers were made of too good stuff to be in the least cowed or cast down even by such a slaughtering defeat as they had just suffered, and nothing would have given them keener pleasure than to have had a fair chance at their adversaries in the open. But this chance was just what Jackson had no idea of giving them. His own army, though in part as good as any army could be, consisted also in part of untrained militia, while not a quarter of his men had bayonets, and the wary old chief, for all his hardihood, had far too much wit to hazard such a force in fight with a superior number of seasoned veterans, thoroughly equipped, unless on his own ground and in his own manner. So he contented himself with keeping a sharp watch on Lambert, and on the night of January 18th the latter deserted his position and made a very skilful and rapid retreat, leaving 80 wounded men and 14 pieces of cannon behind him. [Footnote: Letter of General Jackson, January 19th, and of General Lambert, January 28th.] A few stragglers were captured on land, and while the troops were embarking, a number of barges with over 100 prisoners were cut out by some American seamen in rowboats, but the bulk of the army reached the transports unmolested. At the same time, a squadron of vessels which had been unsuccessfully bombarding Fort St. Philip for a week or 2, and had been finally driven off when the fort got a mortar large enough to reach them with, also returned, and the whole fleet set sail for Mobile. The object was to capture Fort Bowyer, which contained less than 400 men, and though formidable on its sea front, [Footnote: Towards the sea its fortifications are respectable enough, but on the land side it is little better than a blockhouse, the ramparts being composed of sand not much more than 3 feet in thickness, and faced with plank, are barely cannon proof, while a sand hill rising within pistol shot of the ditch, completely commands it. Within, again, it is as much wanting in accommodation as it is in strength. There are no bomb-proof barracks, nor any hole or arch under which men might find protection from shells. Indeed, so deficient is it in common lodging-rooms that great part of the garrison sleep in tents. With the reduction of this trifling work all hostilities ended. Gleig, page 357. General Jackson impliedly censures the garrison for surrendering so quickly, but in such a fort it was absolutely impossible to act otherwise, and not the slightest stain rests upon the fort's defenders. Was incapable of defense when regularly attacked on its land side. The British landed February 8th, some 1,500 men, broke ground and made approaches. For 4 days the work went on amid a continual fire, which killed or wounded 11 Americans and 31 British. By that time the battering guns were in position and the fort capitulated. February 12th, the garrison marching out with the honors of war. Immediately afterward the news of peace arrived, and all hostilities terminated. In spite of the last trifling success, the campaign had been to the British both bloody and disastrous. It did not affect the results of the war, and the decisive battle itself was a perfectly useless shedding of blood, for peace had been declared before it was fought. Nevertheless, it was not only glorious but profitable to the United States. Louisiana was saved from being severely ravaged, and New Orleans from possible destruction; and after our humiliating defeats in trying to repel the invasions of Virginia and Maryland, the signal victory of New Orleans was really almost a necessity for the preservation of the national honor. This campaign was the great event of the war, and in it was fought the most important battle as regards numbers that took place during the entire struggle, and the fact that we were victorious not only saved our self-respect at home, but also gave us prestige abroad, which we should otherwise have totally lacked. It could not be said to entirely balance the numerous defeats that we had elsewhere suffered on land, defeats which had so far only been offset by Harrison's victory in 1813 and the campaign in Lower Canada in 1814. But it at any rate went a long way toward making the score even. Jackson is certainly by all odds the most prominent figure that appeared during this war, and stands head and shoulders above any other commander, American or British, that it produced. It will be difficult in all history to show a parallel to the feat that he performed. In 3 weeks' fighting, with a force largely composed of militia, he utterly defeated and drove away an army twice the size of his own, composed of veteran troops and led by one of the ablest European generals. During the whole campaign he only erred once, and that was in putting General Morgan, a very incompetent officer, in command of the forces on the west bank. He suited his movements admirably to the various exigencies that arose. The promptness and skill with which he attacked as soon as he knew of the near approach of the British undoubtedly saved the city, for their vanguard was so roughly handled that, instead of being able to advance at once, they were forced to delay 3 days, during which time Jackson entrenched himself in a position from which he was never driven. But after this attack the offensive would have been not only hazardous but useless, and accordingly Jackson, adopting the mode of warfare which best suited the ground he was on and the troops he had under him, forced the enemy always to fight him where he was strongest, and confined himself strictly to the pure defensive, a system condemned by most European authorities. [Footnote: Though Napier says, Vol. 5, page 25, Soult fared as most generals will who seek by extensive lines to supply the want of numbers or of hardiness in the troops. Against rude commanders and undisciplined soldiers lines may avail; seldom against accomplished commanders, never when the assailants are the better soldiers." And again, page 150, "Offensive operations must be the basis of a good defensive system." But which has at times succeeded to admiration in America, as witness Fredericksburg, Gettysburg, Kennesaw Mountain, and Franklin. Moreover, it must be remembered that Jackson's success was in no wise owing either to chance or to the errors of his adversary. [Footnote: The reverse has been stated again and again with very great injustice, not only by British but even by American writers, as, for example, Professor W. G. Sumner in his Andrew Jackson as a Public Man, Boston, 1882. The climax of absurdity is reached by Major McDougall, who says, as quoted by Cole in his Memoirs of British Generals, Volume 2, page 364, "Sir Edward Pakenham fell, not after an utter and disastrous defeat, but at the very moment when the arms of victory were extended towards him"; and by James, who says, Volume 2, page 388, "The premature fall of a British general saved an American city." These assertions are just on a par with those made by American writers that only the fall of Lawrence prevented the Chesapeake from capturing the Shannon. British writers have always attributed the defeat largely to the fact that the 44th Regiment, which was to have led the attack with fascines and ladders, did not act well. I doubt if this had any effect on the result. Some few of the men with ladders did reach the ditch, but were shot down at once, and their fate would have been shared by any others who had been with them. The bulk of the column was never able to advance through the fire up to the breastwork, and all the ladders and fascines in Christendom would not have helped it. There will always be innumerable excuses offered for any defeat, but on this occasion the truth is simply that the British regulars found they could not advance in the open against a fire more deadly than they had ever before encountered. As far as fortune favored either side, it was that of the British. [Footnote: For example, the unexpected frost made the swamps firm for them to advance through, the river being so low when the levee was cut. The bayous were filled instead of the British being drowned out. The Carolina was only blown up because the wind happened to fail her. Bad weather delayed the advance of arms and reinforcements, etc., etc.] And Pakenham left nothing undone to accomplish his aim, and made no movements that his experience in European war did not justify his making. There is not the slightest reason for supposing that any other British general would have accomplished more or have fared better than he did. [Footnote: He was the next man to look to after Lord Wellington. Codrington, Volume 1, page 339.] Of course Jackson owed much to the nature of the ground on which he fought, but the opportunities it afforded would have been useless in the hands of any general less ready, hardy, and skilful than Old Hickory. A word as to the troops themselves. The British infantry was at that time the best in Europe, the French coming next. Pakenham's soldiers had formed part of Wellington's magnificent Peninsula army, and they lost nothing of their honor at New Orleans. Their conduct throughout was admirable. Their steadiness in the night battle, their patience through the various hardships they had to undergo, their stubborn courage in action, and the undaunted front they showed in time of disaster, for at the very end they were to the full as ready and eager to fight as at the beginning, all showed that their soldierly qualities were of the highest order. As much cannot be said of the British artillery, which, though very bravely fought, was clearly by no means as skilfully handled as was the case with the American guns. The courage of the British officers of all arms is mournfully attested by the sadly large proportion they bore to the total on the lists of the killed and wounded. An even greater meed of praise is due to the American soldiers, for it must not be forgotten that they were raw troops opposed to veterans, and indeed nothing but Jackson's tireless care in drilling them could have brought them into shape at all. The regulars were just as good as the British, and no better. The Kentucky militia, who had only been 48 hours with the army and were badly armed and totally undisciplined, proved as useless as their brethren of New York and Virginia at Queenstown Heights and Bladensburg had previously shown themselves to be. They would not stand in the open at all, and even behind a breastwork had to be mixed with better men. The Louisiana militia, fighting in defense of their homes, and well trained, behaved excellently, and behind breastworks were as formidable as the regulars. The Tennesseans, good men to start with, and already well trained in actual warfare under Jackson, were in their own way unsurpassable as soldiers. In the open field, the British regulars, owing to their greater skill in manoeuvring, and to their having bayonets, with which the Tennesseans were unprovided, could in all likelihood have beaten them, but in rough or broken ground the skill of the Tennesseans, both as marksmen and woodsmen, would probably have given them the advantage, while the extreme deadliness of their fire made it far more dangerous to attempt to storm a breastwork guarded by these forest riflemen than it would have been to attack the same work guarded by an equal number of the best regular troops of Europe. The American soldiers deserve great credit for doing so well, but greater credit still belongs to Andrew Jackson, who, with his cool head and quick eye, his stout heart and strong hand, stands out in history as the ablest general the United States produced, from the outbreak of the Revolution down to the beginning of the Great Rebellion. End of Part 20. Recording by James